Good morning and welcome to the Board of Supervisors for our November 15, 2016 meeting. Could you please call the roll, please?
Supervisor Foy? Here. Supervisor Long? Here. Supervisor Bennett?
Here.
Supervisor Zaragoza?
Here.
And Supervisor Parks?
Here.
Thank you.
And Supervisor Long, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Hand over your heart, ready to begin.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And the next item on our agenda is the minutes of our meeting of November 8th. Do we have a motion? Yes, and a second? And then if everyone could please vote. All right, and that passes unanimously. And our next item on the agenda is our agenda review, and I'll turn over to our CEO, Mike Powers, to give us his recommendation.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Item 20, Healthcare Agency approval of the End-of-Life Option Act policy. A board letter, End-of-Life Option Act policy, text of the act, and a PowerPoint have been submitted. Item 22, CEO's office receive and file a report regarding request for funding for the 2016-17 winter warming shelter. Feasible alternative to the National Guard Armory Winter Shelter Report has been submitted by Arturo Casillas. Item 23, Resource Management Agency receive and file a report regarding the regulation of short-term rentals. 23 comment letters, additional comment letters submitted by RMA, and a PowerPoint have been submitted. I know, right? Not bad. Good advance notice. Item 24, RMA, de novo hearing to consider the granting of a modified conditional use permit to authorize the reactivation of 3 idle wells. An inspection report from Los Angeles Regional Water Quality Control Board has been submitted. Item 25, CEO's office, adoption of a resolution amending the salary ranges of 8 classifications. A revised board letter has been submitted. Item 26, CEO's office, adoption of a resolution to establish 13 classifications and salary ranges of fiscal positions. Exhibit 2 has been submitted. And finally, item 29, Public Works Agency, approval of the 5th Amendment to the contract for VCMC Hospital Replacement Wing Project. PowerPoint has been submitted, and we request to hear that item at 9:45 time certain. And that's it.
Thank you. Are there any other requests for agenda review?
Madam Chair, not on just additional requests, but you talked about an additional letters come from the Regional Water Control Board. And Brian, could you make that letter available to me? Has it been distributed? I don't know.
We got it electronically, but if we can get a hard copy, that'd be good too.
I would appreciate that. I don't have it. Thank you.
Okay, and then with that, is there a motion to accept the agenda as revised? I see a motion and a second. If we could please vote. Thank you, and that also passes. So now we get to go to a neat part of our agenda, which is our moment of inspiration. And today we have the Stagecoach Inn Museum junior docents. So if you would like to come on up to the podium there, we have Hope Baxter, Mackie Cifuentes, Tierna Darcy, and Sophia Pedersen. And this is a volunteer program for students in grades 5th through 10th grade and through the Conejo Valley Historical Society. They assist with museum events, including Pioneer Days, the Harvest Festival, Holiday Open House, and 4th of July Ice Cream Social. In this day and age of technology, it's wonderful to see our youth so interested in history and taking a part. And then also today we're going to be honoring a lot of our volunteers, so this is also an example of some wonderful way to get volunteers, both to help the museum and then also to instill some understanding of giving to our youth. So thank you for being here, and look forward to hearing from you.
Thank you for inviting us, Supervisor Parks. It is my pleasure to have with us 3 of the junior docents from the Stagecoach Inn Museum, They are going to talk about their experience. And we have for each of the board and some extras a brochure about the inn. If you have not been to see us yet, this will give you some information and hopefully encourage you to visit us.
Thank you. They know.
Good morning. Good morning, Ms. Parks of the Ventura County Board of Supervisors. My name is Mackie C. Fuentes, and I have been a junior docent for nearly 3 years at the Stagecoach Inn Museum. I applied to be a junior docent as soon as I turned 8 years old because I love history. I enjoy learning about local historical figures from the early days of the Conejo Valley. As a junior docent, I have a chance to talk to the senior docents and learn more about the inn. I usually spend 1 month helping to give tours at the museum. I'm grateful for the senior docents who mentor me and make me feel special. My favorite experience at the inn is when I was a character from the Voices of Old Conejo, the Living Museum play last September. I portrayed Leo Borchard in a scene where they talked about the Borchard family, how the Borchard family came to the Conejo Valley from Germany. I enjoyed memorizing my lines and practicing with the other actors. I felt privileged to bring this young man back to life for people to learn from. Leo Borchard was a first-generation American. His parents were immigrants who didn't speak English well. They worked really hard and found success in their country. Their story is an inspiration. Thank you for asking me to speak this morning.
Thank you so much, Mackie. Great job.
Hi, my name is Hope Baxter. I'm 14 years old, and I'm in 9th grade, and I go to Newburgh Park High School. When I was 10, I started junior docenting. One day at Pioneer Day, I saw some girls helping out at the gold panning station. And then and there, I decided that's what I wanted to do, to be a junior docent. As a junior docent, I have learned so much about our society and our national history, but not only learning, but also teaching people about it. History can be fun if you let it. I've learned so much. For example, everything there is to know about the kitchen and the inn itself, too. I've learned so much from the mentors and also my fellow junior docents. Learning with my fellow junior docents and having fun and just having great mentors and just having a great time together is what I love most about being a junior docent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Hope. Morning.
Morning. Hello, my name is Tierna Darcy. I'm 12 years old and in 7th grade, and I'm homeschooled. I became a junior docent because I love history. I have many friends who have been junior docents in the past, and it looked like so much fun that I decided to become one. As a junior docent, I have learned social skills and history I never knew about the area. The best part of being a junior docent is teaching people about the history of this incredible area. I love to enrich people's lives with history. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much, Tierna.
Again, we thank you for inviting us. This is just a small portion. We have 9 junior docents currently working with us. We would like to invite you to come to our holiday open house. It is on December the 4th. It is our gift to the community. Admission is free that day. It's from 1 to 4, and junior docents will be on staff so you can see them in action, and we hope that you will join us.
Oh, thank you so much. It's great that you're able to come here. Thank you for coming this morning, and I know that you spoke quite well. And this is a great experience for you, too, as you learn to do some public speaking. And I know you take the people on tours on the Stagecoach Museum, which has its own interesting history. I know they were actually moving it, and there was a fire, right? And so they rebuilt a new one that is identical to the old one. And it is such a great part of the history of the Conejo Valley. They also have a wonderful gift shop there for people who are interested in going in, and definitely have to stop there. But your reenactments are the best. I just enjoy them so much, and it's great to see the youth. Thank you so much for coming this morning.
Great job. Thank you.
I don't know, I think we could have seen you in your bonnet, Mr. Powers in his overalls, would have been that's right.
With that, then, we will thank you again for coming. We will go to our next agenda item, which is our consent items 11 through 15. I did want to note on item 12, there was a request for $55,000 for Lutheran Social Service for their winter warming shelter. I know it didn't meet the criteria because it's a seasonal one shelter, but I just wanted to note that they did apply for those funds. And then on item 15, just want to bring to attention, we find so often in these regular hazardous material discharge reports, accidents related to the oil industry, and there are small but two noted in that one also.
How come you never bring up all the sewage that spills, which is much more dangerous than everything else?
Mm-hmm. Well, I think that's a matter of it determines on the circumstance whether a sewer spill is more
But sewer spills, we have a lot
toxic.
more of those, and more toxic than oil.
It is, I think, a question of whether it's more toxic or not than an oil spill, which
Well,
can
I don't know.
impact.
I mean, I'm sure up in Steve's district, you can talk about riding horses and see oil go right into the creeks. Been doing that for
Right.
thousands of years.
I
It
guess
doesn't
we
seem
don't
to have a
really
problem.
need to rate which is more toxic. The whole point is that it is a hazard and it is common, and that was why I was bringing it forward. It's very common. With that, we have before us consent agenda items 11 through 15, and we have a motion and a second. If we could please vote. And now we'll go to our public comment section of our agenda. This is an opportunity for the public to come before the board, and we have several comment cards. Our first one is from Val Lerma, followed by Danny Carrillo. Yes, if you'd like to come to the podium, Ms. Lerma.
I have a handout too, but it's not nearly as fun as the Stagecoach Museum. So my name is Val Lerma, and I'm here to tell you a little bit about myself and my family, and also a little bit about my industry, which is the oil and gas industry. I live in Camarillo with my husband. We've been married for 35 years, and we have 4 kids, all graduated from Cam High. Our 2 oldest daughters graduated from college in engineering. Our 2 sons are currently in college studying engineering, and my husband is also an electrical engineer at Point Magoo, so it sort of runs in the family. I came to Ventura County in 1983. That was when I was working for Chevron at the time right out of school, and they moved their office to Ventura, and that's what brought us to Ventura County. I worked for them for 8 years on various California oil fields. In 1990, I became pregnant with our first child, and I left Chevron and started my own consulting practice, which I had for 15 years. It gave me the flexibility to raise my children. I went back to fully employed ranks in 2005 to work for Orchard Petroleum, also located in Ventura. I became president of Orchard in 2008 and retained that position until the company was sold in 2012. I'm currently employed at Interact, an engineering consulting firm for the oil and gas industry, also located here in Ventura. I also teach classes for the industry nationwide. I taught the drilling engineering class at USC for 7 years, and I'm currently on the Petroleum Department's advisory board for the University of North Dakota, where my son goes to school. So energy and education are sort of the cornerstones of my career, and they're what I know best. My primary reason for supporting the oil and gas industry is that I believe the U.S. needs to become energy independent. How do we do that? It's probably going to be a combination of oil and gas, geothermal, wind, solar, and possibly nuclear energy. I believe it's a matter of national security to make ourselves independent of any potentially hostile nations. Without energy, our country will grind to a halt. It's unacceptable that we should give that power to anyone outside our nation. Secondly, the jobs in American oil fields can never be shipped overseas. The oil industry offers high-paying jobs with good benefits. Not many U.S. companies offer that anymore. California supports farmers because we understand the relationship between the farm and the food on our table. My hope is that California will also support its oil industry as it understands the relationship between its oil fields and the gas in our cars, our airplanes, the trucks that stock our stores, our electrical power plants, as well as numerous plastic, nylon, and other household products. I've given you a list of all the products that are made from petroleum. It's a long list, and if you think about your life and the lives of your family without those products, I think you'd agree with me that oil is a pretty vital part of our economy and our quality of living. We can't do it alone. We need the support of government and of our community. California is the number 3 oil-producing state in the nation, only behind Texas and North Dakota. We surpassed Alaska just a few years ago. So California's oil is very important to the nation, and I hope that you'll join me in supporting production of American oil from American soil. Thank you for your time and attention.
Thank you. Thank you for coming this morning. We've been getting...
I say just thank you for this list. There's a lot of things that I knew were on oil, but I didn't know some of this. It's amazing. Some of this
Yeah,
stuff.
we don't just burn all of it for to mobilize ourselves. Reusing it. Yeah. Next on our public comments is Danny Carrillo, followed by Alma Betancourt.
Morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, county staff. Danny Carrillo, I'm the SEIU Local 721 Regional Director. The hallmark of a strong community are strong family and a strong economy. The members of SEIU Local 721 understand this because they are both residents and employees. Many of them are dedicated and have served the community for decades. They have seen the changes to this workplace and they have done the best to keep high-quality services. But they also know when something just isn't working and how we're managing Ventura County is not working. We should be at the forefront of creating strong middle-class jobs. We should have no problem delivering consistently high-quality public services, but for reasons outside the control of this workforce, but completely in your control, it's not working the way it should. I'm now going to turn this over to our members so they can say from their own experiences what they've seen and what needs to be done. Thank you.
Thank you. So our next speaker is Alma Betancourt, followed by Angela Maxwell. Good morning.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and county staff. My name is Alma Betancourt, and I work for the Human Services Agency as a program assistant. I have worked for the County of Ventura for 16 years. I am here today to ask the board to invest in our community. I work at the East County Community Service Department in Simi Valley. And because of the location, we always end up understaffed as workers often decide to work in Los Angeles. We see a lot of turnover in our area. I know this because as a program assistant, it's my job to get these trainees set up with computer accounts and generally ready to work with clients. I've been doing more with less, and the longer it takes to get these new employees set up, the longer it takes for them to serve our community. By investing in our community, we help lift up Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for your work for the county. Our next speaker then is Angela Maxwell, followed by Humberto Tello.
Good morning, Board of Supervisors and staff. My name is Angela Maxwell. I'm a lifelong resident of Ventura County. Excuse me. I'm also an employee of the Ventura County Public Works Department, in which I've been 10 years. I am here today to advocate not just for the employees of Ventura County, but also all the residents. If there is one thing taxpayers expect will be handled by the government and the roads and the streets, and all the maintenance that goes with it, it falls on the division of my department and all my guys right there. I work with 60 men, 65 that maintain 540 miles of unincorporated roads. And we put our lives on the line every single day. And as you know, we lost a member of our crew October 30th of 2015, Adon Lara. I appreciate, Mr. Bennett, that you put the sign up honoring Adon, but I also think that there needs to be more given to our department and its members for safety. I'd also like to say that our employees get it. We know the importance of the work that we do, and we take pride in our job. Unfortunately, I cannot say the same about the Board of Supervisors. When you value your employees and the work that they do, because we represent all of you people, and then you represent the districts that you maintain. You build into the kind of workforce people are proud to stay with. And I can tell you that in the 10 years that I've worked in public works, and only in road maintenance, that we have people, if you tally up the years, over hundreds of years, and they're still employed. So, you build into the kind of workforce people are proud to stay with, and our guys do stay, and the kind of workforce for the next generations to join us, which include our children and grandchildren. You don't do it through consistent outsourcing to private companies that can say they can do a better job for less. And I know this firsthand by the roads that have been on the repavement plan that have been contracted out, and only to have residents call me, and I get 90% of the complaints for the roads come to me and a coworker. And these contracted people are not doing the job right. They have to go back and repair, and if they don't go back and repair, then it falls onto the hands of my crews. I'd like to say also that I would like for you to consider making public works, especially the road maintenance division and the watershed department, first responders, as we are the first ones in and usually the last ones out. When it comes to La Conchita or the slide that was on Santa Ana Road in 2005, that slide on Santa Ana Road was bigger than La Conchita. Thank God people didn't die on Santa Ana Road. Mm-hmm. I love my job here at the county, and I know that my guys know that I love them. But I also want you to know that with the miles that they have, that's 8 miles per man, and that's a lot of road to cover. I also would like to talk to you about illegal dumping. And I know that you receive complaints because your clerks contact me via email and ask me to make sure that it gets taken care of. And when we go out, the road crew goes out, and they take care of the illegal dumping, we're not getting the praise, you are. And me personally, I feel as though my department and all departments of the County of Ventura deserve more recognition. And by that, you supply us with a better wage, increased wages, not just a cost of living increase, as you receive a raise every year, if I'm not mistaken, and it gets voted on. So I'd like to thank you for your time. Have a good day.
Thank you, Ms. Betancourt. And I'm sorry to hear that you don't think that the Board of Supervisors values employees, because we realize that our employees are our number one asset in the County of Ventura. So thank you for that input. Our next speaker is Angela Maxwell, followed by Humberto Tello. I already spoke. Oh, Angela Humberto Tello then, followed by Joe Hathon.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Humberto Teo, and I work for the County of Ventura since 2004. I currently manage the Albert H. Solis Library, which lies in unincorporated Ventura County. It's in the city of, in the small town of El Rio. And so I'm here to urge the board to invest in the community. I've worked for this library, and it is definitely a strong part of the community. We offer educational services. We get between 120 and 150 participants a month in our homework center. We have programming for the students. Our last event was, of course, Halloween, and we had 40 children, and we decorated pumpkins. And these are that were donated by the Friends of the Library and the Master Gardeners of Ventura County. And they are, and these are outside sources that we need, that we depend on. We've also received, also from the board here, some grants in the past to help with our buildings and and other, and we use for some staffing. But we've in the last few years we've seen a reduction of services, and we doing more with less, and we're starting a early literacy class also, and it's getting and we just need more time. We need more hours. Definitely, we need more hours. We only open one morning a week, and in that morning we have ESL classes. We have developmentally challenged art people volunteer helping us with clean books and put things away, and we have other neighborhood developmentally challenged children that come in the afternoon and help us out. We work with outside sources like City Impact, Boys and Girls Club, health organizations that come in and do classes for adults, and we would better serve these people if we had some more time to do this with. We just need more help. So our students benefit from all our services. Their parents benefit from our services. And we ask this Board of Supervisors help to invest in our communities and our libraries. And I thank you.
Thank you, Humberto. Our next speaker is Joe Hathon, followed by Mimi Soto. Mr. Hathon?
Good morning, board, members of the community, my coworkers and family. My name is Joe Hathon. I'm a resident of Ventura County, and I've been working for the county since 1995. Started out as an extra help employee, as many of us in the healthcare agency do. And after a couple of years, I had to move to a different department because I needed benefits. And fortunately, I was able to do that. And I served at a couple of different agencies, and in 2004, I was able to come back to the healthcare agency, and I'm working now at physical therapy, rehab services, and primarily, and right now, I am the primary scheduler of new patient appointments for physical therapy. I've always wanted to serve people at my job, and I do just that at our clinic. It's where my heart is. And that's what many of my fellow employees are. That's where their heart is, and they want to serve people. We're here about our patients, and it's their personal health care and well-being. We understand that there's a direct correlation between us and their quality of health. We understand the connection is because all of us working together are the ones who witness and make it happen every day. When we contact or answer a patient to schedule, that patient wants our time and attention, and yes, our patience. This is their personal health we're talking about. So we understand the need for efficiency and compassion. We must know how to register the patients properly so that we can obtain reimbursement from the insurances that we have and the best benefit for our facility and for the patient. Many things come into play with this, and it takes training and experience to do this job. We have to be efficient and compassionate. With over 50 referrals coming in every day, patients with chronic conditions are being scheduled out 4 to 5 months to get their care. And because we as employees also get our services at the clinics where we work, we're suffering that also. And it's hard sometimes to continue to be compassionate when you have to do that. This also means providing working conditions that compel experienced workers to stay and attract new employees. Recruitment and retention is a big issue. We've been working right now in our clinic with several positions unfilled. And employees that come and we train them, after a while, they go someplace else. And the taxpayers have paid to train an employee, whether it be a professional therapist or an office worker, and then they may go to private sector, they may go to another agency, but we spent all that time and we lost the benefit. This is not good for us or the taxpayers. And addressing these essential issues are important to continue to have a quality workforce. And the quality workforce is what keeps Ventura County healthy. We're determined to lift up Ventura County. It's where we work, but it's also where we call home. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. Thank you also for your work for the county. Mimi Soto, and that's the last speaker in this group, I believe.
Yes. Good morning. My name is Mimi Soto. I'm a regional coordinator for SEIU Local 721. You just heard from some of our members working in various parts of the county here in Ventura. They provide valuable services for your constituents. This is just a small sample of the important work that our members do. We need the Board of Supervisors to invest in our community. This board needs to provide its constituents with a stable and high-quality workforce. Otherwise, you will have more of the same in terms of people coming to work for the County of Ventura and using it as a training ground and a stepping stone to go to a different municipality that offers competitive wages and benefits. This does not serve your constituency well, and it does not serve the employees well either. And it ends up draining taxpayer money. The only way to do this is to provide good middle-class jobs to attract the best talent to Ventura County. Restoring services are vital, very vital in this community. Many areas are understaffed, resulting in less than adequate services being provided to your constituency. And I think what Joe said, the woman who spoke before is really important to know that you have your constituency waiting for months when they have a chronic condition to be able to get in to see physical therapy. You have employees who, may have supervisors that require them to bring in doctor's notes, and they cannot get in to see one, so then they have to spend $150 because the healthcare is sky high just for a note because they have to go to emergency care, and that's how much it costs them. So it's very important that you all keep that in mind. This is really about your constituency that each and every one of you were elected to represent. I want to emphasize that we're 100% committed to our community and that we will do whatever it takes to lift up Ventura County. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. I know that I first want to thank you for your input on those things that we can definitely put our attention to. And I also realize that we're in the middle of negotiations with SEIU, and that's a lot of the reason why we're here this morning. I do want to, we can't, respond to it all during our board comments. I do want to, again, emphasize that we do value our employees. And we do thank you. And oftentimes when we are working, we're working with the directors of departments and passing on our appreciation to that way. But I would like to ask our CEO to comment because, as I mentioned, we are in the middle of negotiations.
Thank you, Chair Parks and members of our county workforce. Just thank you for coming today to speak. And you are one of the main reasons why the county, I think, is being so successful in serving our community. I do thank you for raising these concerns. It's something we need to hear about, and I urge you to continue to have those discussions at the table so we can better understand those concerns. You are the main reasons, I think, why we have such high-quality social services, health care, the high-quality roads that we have in our county. That's the work that you do. But urge you to continue to have those discussions at the table and appreciate the request for further recognition. We can never do enough, and we always want to look for more ways of doing that. We'll continue to do that and want your suggestions at how we can do that. So just thank you for your service and look forward to continuing the discussions at the table. Thank you.
Madam Chair, I don't want to respond to it, but I just want to thank all the employees for sharing today. I want to thank Danny Carrillo and all the speakers that spoke today. I think it's important that we support you guys, and I know that our team is working with your team to your representatives to probably get you the best benefits we can. One thing I want you to know is that we do value your service. I think it's extremely important to our community and to our residents, the work that you're doing, and I'm very satisfied with your work and continue doing that work for the community. And I want to thank you for sharing today, and I'm sure that our CEO heard that and HR people heard that. And again, want to thank you, and I want to share with you that I do value your service tremendously. And thank you for sharing this morning.
Mm-hmm. I have one more public comment speaker, not related to this, but Michael Nye, if you'd like to come up to the podium. And Michael is with the Area Housing Authority out in my area.
Good morning, Chair Parks, supervisors, and staff. Again, my name is Michael Nye, and I'm the Executive Director of the Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura. Lately, I think we've all seen the economic forecasts across Ventura County, and one of the significant elements of each of those forecasts is the lack of housing and the lack of specifically affordable housing in order for the county to be able to spur economic growth. So it's, as you are aware, it's a very important topic. The Area Housing Authority serves the cities of Camarillo, Fillmore, Moore Park, Ojai, Simi Valley, Thousand Oaks, and the unincorporated area of Ventura County. We not only manage federal housing assistance programs, but we also develop and preserve affordable housing within these jurisdictions. Just a quick development update. Over the past year, through our partnerships with both for-profit and nonprofit affordable housing developers, we're currently doing our due diligence and moving forward on new proposed affordable housing units in Moore Park, Fillmore, and Simi Valley. As you know, it's not a fast process to build housing, but we anticipate bringing over 200 affordable housing units online in the next 3 years. We know the need is much greater, and we know that working together, there's more that we can do in this area. Just for your information, updates regarding these efforts are provided in our monthly board reports that are delivered electronically to your offices. In addition, I'd like to take a moment to thank Supervisor Long for her consistent support of our efforts to bring more affordable housing units online and steadfast support of our programs. Although change is never easy, we are hopeful that your successor will continue your efforts and support the need for housing of our vulnerable populations. Thank you again for your unwavering support. We really appreciate it. Lastly, I wanted to say that the AHA, the Area Housing Authority, appreciates what we've been able to accomplish working with the county, and we look forward to all that we can do together in the future. And finally, on behalf of the AHA Board of Commissioners and staff, I'd like to wish you all a safe and happy holiday season. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming and speaking. We do like to get reports from your agency and from you, so I appreciate it and doing a great job. Thanks.
Thank you.
And that concludes the public comment portion of our agenda. Thank you for attending, and we'll go on to our next agenda item. This will be our board comments, and start with Supervisor Zaragoza.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd just like to report this. Last week I had Bill Gallagher, my Chief of Staff. He went and attended a couple of veteran memorial items for me. He went over to the El Rio Lions Club that I've been attending for the last 8 years, and he was very diligent in going out there and representing me. He also attended the Oxnard Plaza Veterans Memorial Parade in downtown Oxnard, and they had a memorial for our veterans there at Plaza Park, and he was very diligent in being there for me today. So I'd like to thank Bill Gallagher from my staff for helping me out. And also, additionally, I want to thank or wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving, and it's coming up, and I'm going to have my daughter and my grandkids from Texas here visiting in Oxnard this year. So, and thank you so much, and I'd like to adjourn in memory of the folks on this list.
Thank you, Supervisor Zaragoza.
Thank you.
Supervisor Bennett.
Thank you. I'd like to ask the board to adjourn in memory of the people on this list, and I'd like to ask help for a PowerPoint to come up from upstairs. Something a little bit different I want to make the board aware of, but I'm just sending out a press release and wanting the public to know that I'm going to hold an ocean water desalinization forum here in this boardroom on Thursday, December 1st at 6 o'clock. This is a fact-finding forum. It's not a policy-setting meeting or anything else, but we have, particularly in western Ventura County, a lot of conversation going on about what are the new water sources that we should have, et cetera. And so it'll be it'll be Thursday, December 1st at 6 o'clock here in the boardroom. And the presenters are going to be Joshua Hagmark from the city of Santa Barbara. They have a desalinization plant. Tom Luster, California Coastal Commission, talking about permitting and the permitting issues and how they have been working with those. Scott Maloney from Poseidon Water, that's a big San Diego Carlsbad plant that's down there. And then Susan Mulligan, Callegas, has been studying desalinization also. And everybody is welcome. We will be creating a format that will try to make it as informative of a meeting as possible, and it's just one more of the options that we need to make sure we understand as we're trying to make intelligent decisions about water policy as we go forward. So I know the board we don't specifically do water, and at the same time I think we get people look to us to try to provide leadership in terms of the regional cooperation that we will need. And then I also was able to attend both the Ivy Lawn Veterans Day ceremony and the ceremony here at the Government Center, and got to listen to some fine words from Supervisor Long, who presented at the Ivy Lawn for her last Veterans Day ceremony that she would be at and stuff. So anyway, certainly appreciate the service of our veterans There was something more special about it, and I don't know why, this particular Veterans Day, and maybe it's because the election was over and everybody could kind of focus their attention, and maybe it was 3 days, but it had a nicer, more recognition for veterans seemed to be out there on Veterans Day. So thank you very much, Supervisor Long, for those good comments.
And Supervisor Long, more good comments?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Supervisor, for those comments. I did enjoy and was appreciative of the invitation to speak at the celebration here at the Government Center that was put on by the Gold Coast Veterans. And it was very meaningful. We had a good turnout of community people, and I think that in addition to, I also attended the first celebration, veteran celebration service at the city of Port Hueneme that was held at City Hall on their front steps, basically. And it's interesting that that's the first one that they've held, since they are in essence, a military town. But both of them were very, very, very good, very warm, very meaningful to the veterans who were present, and again spoke to the foundation of our country and those who are willing to serve our country and protect the right to hold peaceful elections, and to really help us to understand that freedom isn't free, and we have to all support both of the veterans who have served, those who are serving today, and those who are coming home. And we at the county, I think, really experienced that in the many services and programs that we offer to folks who come home with challenges. Our Human Services Agency, our Veterans Services Office, many people in the county touch and will continue to touch the lives of veterans who come home after their service and their families. So it was good celebration. And I appreciated the invitation to speak. I have two adjourned memories, one of which I would like to call out, well, actually both. One in Fillmore, Gay L. Newman. She worked for the County of Ventura as a Clients Benefit Specialist in Human Services Agency, retired after 20 years, and worked also in civil service at Port Hueneme Naval Base. Will be missed by her family and community. And David E. Clapperton served in the U.S. Navy during the Korean conflict, and he enjoyed 13 and a half years serving on Santa Paula's Volunteer Fire Department and became a captain before his departure. So submit that list. And we'll say to our SEIU representatives, thank you for coming to speak to the board. Certainly is something that over the years that I have served here and sat on this dais that I've always appreciated, because we have to listen, not have to, should listen, and hear what you have to say and what your concerns are. There's no question that the workforce is what makes this county, the county family, so strong and respected in the community for the work that you do. Certainly during times of challenges and disasters and all of that, we're all first responders. We all have to make sure we do our very best to go out in the community and respond to what the needs may be. Your work is appreciated. I believe the CEO and the management team they're doing everything they can to both provide the workforce an environment in which you feel supported and are supported, to offer training where you can benefit from training, to advance in your skills and advance in your position in the organization. But more importantly, when you come to work, that you're happy to come to work, because you know that you are in an environment that cares about you and again, listens and hears what your concerns are and your challenges with your family, with your personal desires to advance yourself, and helps you to do that. So I know when we're at the table, it's always tough, and that the The county has to, as you all do in your home, have to make sure that we balance our budget at the end of the year. And balance it that I believe historically has really helped us to create a fair and balanced workplace, that you, again, are respected for the work you do and supported. And I know that this board will continue to do that. So I appreciate the folks who came in this morning. And I have 2 more board meetings left, and welcome you to come always to speak to the board. So thank you. And I think that's the end of my comments.
Great.
I have a few to you, but I'll talk later.
Supervisor Foy?
Never mind. During the memory of the people on this list, elections are over. And congratulations, Supervisor Bennett, and on your SOAR, and Linda. And it was a hard-fought battle, a lot of things, but I got a lot of people engaged, and I'm glad to see that there was a lot of engagement, so it made people think. So congratulations on a lot of that. A lot of things are different. But the veterans thing, I thought what you'd said, Steve, was true in regards to things were different. I think over the years, we've gotten rid of the stigma of the Vietnam and all that stuff, and people realize that these men and women go out and give their lives and their time and their families no matter what. They're called to do it, and they do it well, and no matter if you're for a war, against whatever it is, you still have to respect these people, and these are the people, the 1% or less that care enough to do that kind of thing. And without those people, we would not have what we have here in this country today. So you've got to say thank you to these people, and in a way that we would never understand. We don't leave our families for a year at a time and go, and people worry about their loved ones and those kind of things. So I just got to say it's always great, and when you see those people that are still World War II vets that just care about what they did, the quiet ones that never bragged about anything, it's a special time when you get that opportunity, especially in a county like this. We have a base and people, so it is a great time.
If I just might say something, at the Port Hueneme event, there were 4 World War II vets.
Wow,
nice.
4 in that community. That's pretty remarkable.
That's pretty remarkable that you see, and it was a long time ago, but people still want to respect that greatest generation who just went, because we were in a different place where we're just willing to go do our work. And so it's just a special time to see that and to remember that people from all walks of life want to say thank you. So anyway, it's a good time. So those are my comments, and happy Thanksgiving. We've got a new year ahead of us, so thank you. That's right.
Thank you. It was nice to see the support for our veterans over Veterans Day, and obviously carry that over every day of the year in appreciation. I know at the Transportation Commission I'd requested that we look at doing free bus service for veterans on Veterans Day, and I think that was the first day we did that. It would be nice if we can make that a tradition, get the information out to the veterans groups that they know it. More people who try the bus might find out that it works for them, and I think that's a great thing, and other types of transportation other than driving, because oftentimes people don't have the ability to drive, so it's nice to have alternatives out there. I also wanted to mention that the tax collectors, again, will be in the Thousand Oaks office, at my office, November 28th through December 12th, so people can pay their taxes in the East County. Also wanted to mention a dinner event that we're having. No PowerPoint, but we do have some cards I can pass out if you pass them down. And I'll leave some up here also. This is a quarterly dinner event. This one is on transportation of the future. And we'll be looking at driverless cars, hydrogen cars, and what the shared economy has in store for us. It features Steve Wesley, venture capitalist, and he was former state controller. He'll be talking about transportation and the new economy. And Peter Brown, who's a multimodal coordinator for Santa Barbara and also an instructor of the Sustainable Transportation Systems at San Francisco University, will be talking about driverless cars. And Cameron Gray, an energy program associate with the Community Environmental Council, will be talking about hydrogen cars. These are dinner events, and the cost is just the cost of the dinner, and you can make that reservation and bring a friend if you'd like. We're having it this time. We do it at different restaurants throughout my district. This is at Jeanette's Edelweiss, so it's German food, and I'll leave some of these over at the desk here if people are interested in attending. And then also wanted to mention Mr. Berg, our auditor controller, mentioned to us, and it's something for all our employees to know, that there is that employee hotline. If you see a fraud or you know about fraud and you think it needs to be brought to light because it hasn't been, please consider calling the fraud hotline, 644-6019. Even if it's something, a concern of conflict of interest, all the way to something like theft or abusive work hours, etc., that will be investigated. And it is true, the employees are our number one asset. You are the face of Ventura County, and we certainly can't do anything without you. And the fact that you have the professional spirit of community service that really comes with any public service is just so appreciated by the Board of Supervisors, and the quality of the good work that you provide. Also on Election Day, noted some interesting things that came throughout the state of California. We're going to be grappling now, as we have started, working with what to do with the legalization of marijuana in terms of laws here in Ventura County that relate to that. Health care is going to be another thing with a new president, looking at provision of health care services in what may well be a changing health care environment. And then note that Monterey County has, they had a proposition where the voters voted to actually ban fracking in Monterey County, and it is the fourth largest oil producing county in the state of California. And they were the oil companies outspent the grassroots effort 30-1, and still the residents chose to ban both the fracking and also expansion of oil industry in Monterey County. So that's just kind of looking at what might be in store elsewhere in the state of California. That, I believe, concludes my comments. I know we could probably do an agenda item or two before we get to our 9:45. But first, our CEO, Mike Powers.
I knew that's where you were going. Thank you, Chair Parks, board members. Just a reminder that we're having a groundbreaking for the Horizon View Mental Health Rehabilitation Center this November 13th at 3 o'clock. Not next November, this November. It's amazing how fast it's come along, so congratulations to Public Works and Behavioral Health for getting this done so quickly. It's really going to fill a gap in the continuum. Two, I want to let you know that our Economic Vitality Summit meetings are about to start, and your board approved that contract a few months ago, and so we're going to have 3 sessions coming up. The first one, November 18th, and we've got a really good group of community and business leaders who are going to participate in these 3 sessions. It's going to be the same ones in all 3 sessions. They're going to talk about what are the areas of opportunity for growth, any constraints that need to be addressed, and then actually look at specific strategies for achieving those goals. And so we're excited to get that kicked off and appreciate Paul Stamper's leadership with that project. And then finally, just want to let you know, I had the very great privilege of attending a dedication for a training room at the Department of Child Support Services for Debbie Fromm. And it's the Two Trees training room that named after her, and I went, and it was just a great turnout. What a special group of people that she really was involved in hiring just about every one of them, and they all just spoke so warmly and lovingly of her and the culture that they've created there, and so appropriate that they're dedicating a training room, because that was a real hallmark of her leadership, continuous improvement for her employees, and they were also appreciative of what she'd done for them. So it was just really just a beautiful ceremony, and also I know Debbie would be thrilled that Rose Schwab will be continuing on her leadership with her legacy living on there. So thank you very much.
If I could just follow up on that, I don't think we should ever pass up an opportunity to have that remind us that when you work for Ventura County government, you have both the opportunity and the responsibility to work in an organization that really has a mission. I mean, what as you were talking, I could just imagine all those people feeling so good about what they do. They do something really valuable, and it's something that's off the radar screen that you don't know about. It's sort of like the classic kind of thing that happens in county government, but is essential to kids in this county getting a decent start in life. And they know it, and so you get to do that, and that's a privilege we should all never take for granted. Thanks.
Yeah. And really, her work expanded beyond the county, right? Because they started doing call centers for throughout the state of California because of the great service that they can provide. So she really did have a legacy there that extended beyond. Is that the conclusion of yours? Okay, I think we probably could do a couple of agenda items here before we go to the 9:45, which we added. And this would be then item number 25, Ms. Stratton, along with item 26.
Good morning, Chair Parks, Supervisors, and CEO Mike Powers. I'm Sean Otten, your Human Resources Director. This item is really in response to the recent FLSA regulatory changes, and today we're recommending that your board adopt the resolution to amend the salary ranges of 8 classifications representing 10 employees by raising the minimum of each pay range to $47,476. Most of these adjustments are minor, and no actual employee pay is being impacted. Further, to change the FLSA status of 13 classifications representing 114 employees from FLSA exempt to FLSA non-exempt status, meaning that they would be eligible for overtime pay. And to delete one classification, the GSA Maintenance Supervisor class that hasn't been used in several years. The aforementioned actions impacted SEIU classifications and employees, and I'm happy to say we've been in discussion with the SEIU and we've reached agreement with the SEIU on these items. So by way of background, in May 18th, 2016, the DOL issued new regulations changing the weekly salary and annual compensation thresholds required for white-collar exemptions to FLSA overtime requirements. These new adjustments increased the minimum salary levels from annually $23,660 to almost double that, $47,476. So anyone earning less than that would automatically be non-exempt. And so our adjustments are to reflect the regulatory changes. Again, they have no immediate fiscal impact as the base pay of no employees will change. However, some employees, as I mentioned, will be eligible for overtime pay. The source of the funding is for these positions vary by department, and they'll be able to be absorbed in the current fiscal year with no material impact on the funding status of the retirement system. With that, I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Do we have any questions or comments or a motion from the board?
Who was recommended?
We do have a motion, and we have a second. If we could please vote.
Excellent.
Thank you. And item 26?
So good morning again.
Good morning.
So this item is really the second part of an action that you see before you today. It's to do with the fiscal series of classifications. So we're recommending that your board adopt a resolution to establish 13 new fiscal classifications and salary ranges, delete 12 fiscal classifications and salary ranges, impacting represented positions this time. Previously, if you recall, you passed a similar motion for non-represented employees. And we'd adopt 8 further classifications as legacy classifications, which will be deleted once there are no longer any incumbents in those positions. So again, by way of background, in 2014, the county hired CPS HR. It was it is an HR consulting firm with public sector expertise. They studied, at our request, the county's fiscal classification structure and total compensation. The last time the structure had been looked at was approximately 15 years ago, and over time, of course, job duties have blurred and distinctions have changed and new responsibilities have changed. So the mix of job duties have changed. So in September 2016, your board approved the recommendation be implemented with respect to non-represented employees. Since then, discussions with the SEIU have occurred, and again, I'm happy to report to you that we've reached a tentative agreement with the SEIU on this action. So there's agreement with the SEIU on what we propose to you. And the anticipated fiscal impact associated with this change is approximately $663,000. And again, the source of the funding is varied by department, and they'll be able to absorb it in the current fiscal year with no material impact on the retirement system. With that, I'm prepared to answer any questions you may have.
Are there any questions on this? It's certainly a good work to be able to keep these up to date.
Yeah. Just to comment on the work, obviously a lot of work was put into this in the background, and a commitment made to do this so that we do our very best to stay up. 15 years is too long to have that lapse, and be able to stay up and stay competitive, and again, in making sure that our workforce is supported as best they can with what's going on in the market and what our needs are and what their needs are for advancement opportunities. So thank you for the good work.
Thank you.
Good point, Supervisor Long. We do have a motion and a second.
Thank you.
And I want to recognize John Koneski, too, for the work that he's done in the HR classification. It's very highly technical work that needs to be done to clean all that up. So great job to he and his team.
If we could all vote. Thank you. And now we'll go to our 9:45 time certain. This is item 29, which we moved from our regular agenda to our time certain to get us here. And Mr. Pratt, you'll be doing this regarding our VCMC replacement wing.
Good morning, Chair Parks, board members, Mr. Powers. For the record, my name is Jeff Pratt. I'm with the Public Works Agency here in Ventura County. The next item on your agenda is a proposed contract amendment. Before I start, I'm joined by a number of colleagues here who are working on this project. And a number of colleagues are working on it, almost too many to name. But I may need some of them in answering any questions you have, so I'll let them introduce themselves in the interest of time as they come to the podium. I'm here to present you with the proposed amendment to a contract we have with Clark Design Build. And I'm going to give you a little bit of a project overview, where we're at, where we've been, and where we're going. And we're still on schedule for completion in May of 2017. Contract amendment number 5 consists of 2 types of work. One type is work that we had originally contemplated to be done by others or by in-house staff. At this time, and after an exhaustive review, we determined that it's better to add it to Clark's work rather than to do it independently. This work accomplishes symmetries and operations and communications across both the HRW and the remodeled Fainer, which will be all one, together will be one hospital. I don't know why I did that. The other class of work that we're talking about is something that moving peds from what was going to be second floor Fainer into an adjacent area in the HRW, adjacent to the postpartum. And that's work that it's been determined would create a number of efficiencies for healthcare in the future. This is the costs associated with that work that we're asking you to approve today, and authorizing the Public Works Director to sign the amendment for. And with that, I'll be very quick in giving you an overview of where we've been, where we're going. As you know, this is a design-build project. We were very fortunate in obtaining the services of Clark Design Build in California. They've been an excellent contractor to work with. This project was on an aggressive schedule. We started in 2013. We're going to be finishing in 2017, 3 years ahead of the requirement for the seismic retrofits required by the state. We've done that using a collaborative OSHPD review process while maintaining the operations at the hospital. And per your board's direction, we're shooting for LEED Healthcare Silver or equivalent. These were the goals for the project. I'd like to say they've all been met. I won't go to them in any detail. We've got people here to answer specific questions if you like. This is what Clark told us it was going to look like in their bid proposal. This is what it looks like right now. So as you can see, very close. And this was the new entrance rendering that was presented during the proposal. This is what the entrance currently looks like. This is the courtyard outside the cafeteria in the proposal. This is what it looks like at this time. You can see all the same features. This is the entryway. Now this one's going to look a little different when I move to the next one, but this is the entryway looking out the entry. We didn't have a picture that we're looking in the entry at the entryway right now. So a little bit different perspective. This is a little time lapse. What you see here is Hillmont House and what existed in 2013 before we started the project. And I believe this will run. Let's see. Do this. Nope. What do I have to click on? Hey guys, up in the booth. Hey guys, is there a time lapse? Can you run it? It's like 30 seconds. Only. It's not in there? I guess it didn't make it. Sorry. But anyway, it's impressive, and it goes from what we had then to what we have today. Okay. So it's all right. See what? So here's just some shots from the inside, ongoing work, showing the progress. This is the NICU and the air balancing that's going on right now. You can see a lot of the finishes, the floors, and so forth. Very nice area. This is the loading dock off of Hillmont. This will be the primary supply location for the new hospital replacement wing. This is a part of the children's playground that would be part of the hospital, the railing for protection. That, I believe, is called a head wall, Mike. Is that color-coded with all sorts of important information just contained in the coloring and the way that's laid out? Quite impressive.
It gives you an idea what's behind the scenes, right? Behind that wall, all the different wiring.
Actually, I think that's right behind your bed.
Mm-hmm.
It's
Right.
all the tubes and wires and electricity and all sorts of, I guess, oxygen and all that sort of stuff, right? The project status, just a couple things. You know, these are all things that are underway. You saw the loading dock. IT's taking over the telecom stuff. They're starting to install all the IT equipment. Chillers are operational, and all the big imaging equipment is starting to be installed. The project labor agreement discussions at the beginning of the project, you may recall there was quite a bit of concern about where the money would be going. Clark said that they would work to try and achieve as much local labor as they could, and they've done that in very good terms here. You know, over $14 million in wages were paid to Ventura County workers. That represents about 46% of all the wages. The contractors spent a lot of money on local services and local vendors, and a number of key staff for Clark Design Build are located through the project living in Ventura County. This is just a lot of detail on where the money's been spent. This is the community involvement that Clark has been involved in since they got here. They've been a very good community partner. They've done projects at Boys and Girls Clubs. They've held events. They've contributed. They've just been all around great to work with. Here's where we're going. And so we'll start staffing and stocking in February. And that's going to be led by Joan Araujo, of course. That's a huge undertaking, that transition. And then training begins in March. We hope to have our certificate, well, we have our certificate of occupancy, and we'll begin moving in, and we'll have patient moves on May 7th of 2017. And then HRW will be fully functioning, and we'll shut down Fainer and start to work on Fainer. This change order extends the contract by about, or excuse me, this amendment extends the contract by about 147 days to get the Fainer work done. And we expect to be in Fainer by December 15th with the patient move in January of 2018. And that will be a completed project, top to bottom, with the seismic retrofit. And with that, we are here to answer any questions you might have. We recommend we propose you approve the recommendations as presented in the board letter. Thank you very much.
Madam Chair. Jeff, well, that's a good presentation. So in a big project like this, you know, we're on time and probably ahead of time. How does that compare to other big projects, you know? In other cities and so forth?
Yeah, well, you know, I had that conversation with Clark. Actually, this is an amazing project, and it's on schedule and on budget. And, you know, it's a public project, and we'd like to brag about how we do against our private competition. But Clark cautioned me against that because I put the bad juju on the project. But suffice it to say that we're on schedule, and it's through the efforts of everybody that's behind me.
We need to commend your
It's
people.
This has been a major project, major undertaking, and it's required a really complex dance between all sorts of parties, permitting agencies, et cetera.
And one of the things that we need to commend Clark is for using local labor. Local labor is really important. That really put a lot of our people to work, you know, which is extremely important.
They lived up to their promise. You know, they were not obligated in any way under the contract to do that, but they told us that they would try, and they did it.
The other thing that I like, Mike, also is the fact that we're putting the Da Vinci.
Mm-hmm.
You know, the Da Vinci product is really fantastic. You know, it's going to save us a lot of money. It's going to save a lot of pain and money for our patients. And I had the opportunity to go out there and actually work the computer. I didn't operate anybody, but just to work on the computer just fascinating. Thank you for a good job.
Supervisor
Almost had
Bennett?
a heart attack until you said you didn't operate on anybody. I want to, you know, the project has moved smartly, and it's great that it's on schedule and on budget. And I want to compliment everybody from the top, from our CEO and our departments, because one of the things that has to happen when you bring in somebody like Clark for a design-build project is you have to have your act together on your side of the table. And that meant that the Public Works Department had to be able to work with the healthcare agency while they have expertise in terms of what they're looking for in a hospital. The Public Works has expertise with sort of interacting with Clark. And that marriage had to happen, and I know it couldn't always have been easy. Yet that took place, and so to everybody that played a key role in making that work well, then we had our act together, and it made it a lot easier for us to work with Clark. So I just want to compliment everybody. Sometimes you need oil in the middle of a lot of moving parts, and whoever supplied the oil should feel really good about what they did to make this work. Thank you very much.
You stated how we are within budget, and this is actually an item to add another $5 million into the budget. It isn't for things that were previously in the budget, and that's why we are within budget. Is that correct?
And we're using, yes, that's right.
That's right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
This is work that,
usually
this
I get
other
longer,
work that was
longer
going
comments.
to be done.
Okay, I'm just surprised to hear two words and not finish the sentence. Supervisor Long.
Thank you for the overall update. Appreciate it, and I think it really did highlight a lot of behind-the-scenes work, and really demonstrates, as Supervisor Bennett said, that it took a lot of moving parts and people around the table to continue working together. Clark has been an outstanding contractor on this, and Jonah Rahu has cracked a whip a few times when needed, and she's done a great job, and she still has a huge piece in front of her to make sure when the doors open we're all ready for it. But I'm very proud of this project. I think that the The board identified this years ago, and there's certainly been leaders throughout that have helped to shepherd this and move this along, and the importance of having folks stay at the table to make sure that the pieces kept moving in the right direction was invaluable. The adding, I think, this addition of the Feiner work that needs to be done is smart, and we have a trusted contractor, and we have a need for the upgrades at Feiner, so I think the two will work well together and get it accomplished. So good work, thanks.
And we'll have to make sure that Supervisor Long gets the
invite to the party. Yes,
gets here for the grand opening.
I'll be there for the party.
Mr.
That's all I'm doing in retirement is party.
I think she needs to be able to cut the ribbon. That's right.
Did you want to comment? Mr. Powers?
Thank you, Chair Parks, and thank you, Board, for those comments. Really, hats off to Public Works, Healthcare Agency, the RG Group, so many people. We'll have time during the grand opening to recognize all the different people, but great work by Jeff, Matthew, Arrett, Joan, Catherine, Kim, just on and on. We could go on a list. I do want to recognize Clark. I'm not sure anybody from Clark.
Jesse's here.
Just great job on the project, but also a community partner. We went pretty fast through that list of things that they did. Those were not little, like, couple-hour things. They built like a construction project at one of the local grammar schools. And they did this over and over and over again on their own. And so you just couldn't ask for a better partner on the project and in the community. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. And with that, do we have a motion or a second or both?
I just want to point out, you just dropped something that slid between
And
your
could we
chair, and I
please,
think it's your
all
phone or
vote?
something. There
Thank
you.
you.
Go. Great, thanks.
And thank you for the report, Mr. Pratt.
Thank
We'll
you.
go on now to our 10 a.m. time certains. We do have 3 10 a.m. time certains, so we'll begin with the first one, item 16, and this is a resolution honoring Gary Peterson, and this is with Supervisor Bennett, and this is for 31 and a half years.
Thank you very much. Mr. Peterson, would you please? There you go. Great. And then Pete Bednar of GSA Fleet Services. Are you here also? Would you come forward? So, Mr. Peterson, I really mean this when I say it's an honor for the board when we get employees over 30 years to be able to stop for a moment and reflect upon 30 years of service to the citizens of Ventura County. So it's a chance for us to review and learn things about you, and so I'm going to read this, but I want to let you know it's always one of my favorite things to do here is really to reflect on 30 years of contribution. So thank you very much. It's a resolution of the Board of Supervisors honoring Gary Peterson for 31 and a half years of dedicated service to the citizens of Ventura County. Gary Peterson was born on September 17, 1950 in Deer Lodge, Montana. He and his family moved to Ventura, where he graduated from Ventura High School in 1969. Mr. Peterson began his career with the County of Ventura on July 1st, 1985 as a heavy equipment service worker and worked as a body and paint mechanic at the El Rio Garage in Oxnard. Mr. Peterson was promoted to senior body and paint mechanic in 2006 and then promoted to customer service supervisor in 2015. Mr. Peterson was among the first employees with the GSA fleet operations to occupy the brand new Satacoy facility in 2006, where the first time there were garage doors for the body shop, right? Which is, Mr. Peterson remembers moving his tools in and out of the paint booth each day in El Rio, where the body shop did not have doors. Mr. Peterson is a self-starter who knows his job very well. He embodies all the positive characteristics that one looks for in a role model and is particularly known for being well-organized and a master at prioritizing his workload. Gary is a great public relations person who is praised by everyone he encounters. And Mr. Peterson is an exceptional employee who's made a huge contribution to the county, their vehicles, and his top customer, the Sheriff's Department. He continuously looked for opportunities to reduce costs without cutting corners, taking great pride in his product, and practicing Lean Six Sigma processes throughout his county career. He was also called to assist with the La Conchita hillside tragedy, as well as the Green Meadow Oak fire. the Green Meadow Ojai fire when Soul Park was used as a command center. Mr. Peterson is a dedicated family man who, along with his wife Kyle of 46 years, has been very active in the local Boy Scouts Explorer program, participating with both his son and grandson and achieving their awards. He also enjoys barbecuing with family, attending his grandchildren's sporting events, biking both dirt and open road, and restoring his 1956 Chevy. And he looks forward to relocating to Tennessee and spending more time with his son Andrew and daughters Jamie, Mandy, and April, as well as his 8 grandchildren. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Ventura County Board of Supervisors takes great pleasure in honoring Gary Peterson for 31 and a half years of dedicated service to the Ventura County General Services Agency and the citizens of Ventura County, and wishes him much joy, good health, and happiness in his well-earned retirement. So, again, on behalf of the board, thank you very much, and I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Bednar for your comments, if you have to make, and then we'll ask you to grace us, Mr. Peterson. Right?
Thank you, Supervisor Bennett. Madam Chair, Board of Supervisors, CEO, Mr. Powers. My name is Peter Bednar. I'm the Ventura County Fleet Manager. Thank you for this opportunity to recognize our Customer Service Supervisor, Gary Peterson. Fleet operations will miss him very much, as he's been a true champion for our department. His customer focus drives his ability to understand the customer and be able to address what their needs are. This is demonstrated by the way he has managed the law enforcement customers. They were also very comfortable knowing that Gary was responsible for putting their fleet into service.
Could you move over in front of the mic? People aren't hearing you.
Sorry. This demonstrated by the way that Gary has managed the law enforcement customers. They were very comfortable knowing that Gary was responsible for putting the new fleet into service. Gary, I just want to tell you that it's been a pleasure to work with you. I appreciate you so much, and you've done a great deal to make our shop and operations very successful. We all, from Fleet Operations, wish you and Kyle the very best in health and hope that you enjoy every minute into the next chapter of your life. I know you won't have boredom with all the grandkids, so I'm sure they will keep you very busy. Happiness is the consequence of personal effort. You fight for it, you strive for it, you insist upon it always, and we will always remember you. So, Gary, congratulations on your retirement. Thank you, my friend.
Thank you.
Gary, could you come on back? I'm going to come down and give you a resolution, but after 31 and a half years, if you have some words of wisdom for us, we'd love to hear them.
Thank you.
Let's have a picture. You want to come back up? Is your wife here?
Yeah, she's here.
Come on up here. All right. We don't get. Somebody else will take the picture for you. Would somebody? Yeah. Cindy. There you go. Great. All right. You know, come on, Pete. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you so much for your long service with our county. We'll go on now to our next 10 a.m. time certain, and this is item 17, and Supervisor Long is going to take this item.
Yes, thank you. Appreciate the opportunity to bring this forward on behalf of the board to recognize In-Home Supportive Services Caregiver Recognition Month of November 2016. I'd like to invite up Elaine Martinez, our Senior Program Manager from HSA Adult and Family Services. Is Elaine here? Yes. There you are. And she will introduce our providers who are attending. And is Maria Alvarez here from SEIU?
Yes, we were just discussing in the lobby. So we have Maria,
Alvarez. We had just a last-minute change on the other speaker.
Okay, that's fine. Sure.
And Maria Vasquez, we just had a
Okay.
last-minute change.
So what I'd like to do is just read some highlights from
Sure.
the proclamation recognizing our wonderful in-home supportive services caregivers. And then I'll bring that down and offer for you to make comments and our folks who are here, anyone who'd like to speak to this. Numerous national organizations have joined together in declaring this month, November 2016, as National Home Care Month. And it is to recognize, to honor, and support the valuable contributions of our home care workers. Our Ventura County Human Services Agency, the In-Home Supportive Services, IHSS, the Public Authority for IHSS Ventura County, and the Ventura County Public Authority Advisory Committee are committed to recognizing, acknowledging the important contributions of our service workers. More than 4,700 in-home supportive services caregivers provide home care services and support to over 5,350 low-income, disabled, elderly, and blind residents of our county. This allows those residents to remain safely in their homes, providing compassionate alternatives to hospitalization and other placement outside of the community. Our caregivers provide physically demanding, emotionally challenging care, displaying sensitivity, honesty, patience, trust, commitment, dedication, and compassion. So the board does hereby proclaim this month as In-Home Supportive Services Caregiver Recognition Month, calling attention to the important work of our Ventura County IHSS workers, who again work to promote independence, dignity, quality of life for our disabled, blind, and elderly citizens. We're very proud that we're able to support you, recognize you, and I'll invite you to say a few words. I'll come down with a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Powers, Ms. Parks, members of the board. Very happy to be here on behalf of the Human Services Agency to support the recognition of the in-home support services providers. They're a mighty workforce in our county, as you were talking about, and provide such a great service to so many individuals, families, children, and adults. And so we're just so happy that they're here. There's several members here today, and we have two speakers who just really want to talk about their experience. So thank you so much.
Good morning. My name is Maria Alvarez. I live in Santa Paula. And I wanted to thank you, the Board of Supervisors, for having us and for this recognition. I've been working for more than 10 years in this program, taking care of people, but now since my son got sick, he is bedbound. He is in a G-tube. He's connected to a feeding machine, and I am taking care of him. He needs care 24/7. And I'm very happy because I have my son in the house. I take care of him with all my love, and I think that he's so happy because he's staying in the house. And I wanted to thank you for everything that you have done for us, for this program. Thank you.
Thank you. I know we also have a Juana Mande.
It's going to be Maria Vasquez. She had to live on an emergency, family emergency. So my name is Maria Vasquez. I'm a home care provider for the past 5 years. I take care of non-family members. And it's exciting to be able to help the elderly. You know, I think we can learn a lot from them, at least myself. And I'm very happy to be able to help them. And I want to thank you for your support, for everything you have done to help us achieve our goals. We still have a long road, but I think we're going to get there with your help and with the support of all the members. And thank you for letting us take care of those people at their own home.
Thank you.
For their dignity. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
And I know we have one more speaker, too.
Okay.
Juana, are you here? Would you like
She
to?
had to leave
she
on an
had to leave.
emergency.
Okay. I just
Sorry
wanted to make
about
sure
that.
Well, I go ahead, Supervisor.
I just want to
Zaragoza.
thank the in-home support services individuals. You know, I had board members the opportunity to meet with them, and they were sharing some of the difficulties they have with their loved ones and what they have to do, and it's very, very difficult work. I didn't really fully understand what they did or what you do until my mom, you know, over in Madera, California, had the assistance of the in-home supportive services. She passed away at 96.5 years old. And consequently, at the time, she got sick, and the County of Madera helped them out with the in-home supportive services. And the work that you folks do is just unbelievable. Not only did you help, but also the assistance at hospice and the combination of hospice and your work is just very, very important. And I know I met with you folks. They get some testimony regarding how a lot of people have left their jobs to take care of their loved ones. Mm-hmm. And also the one person talked about having to take care of his daughter, 24 hours, 24/7. And therefore, at times they didn't have an opportunity to even go to the movies or do anything. And then you folks came in and started helping and so forth. I just want to thank you for the good work that you've done. I know now for a fact what you do, and I really support you 100%. And thank you, Supervisor, for that resolution. And I really commend all of you and Elaine for your department and the work that you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
If we can all come
Thank
up,
you.
all of our workers. Great. We'll take a picture. We want to line up behind here. Oh, no, stay in front. A couple of you stay in front now. I'm giving this to you, not to me. And if folks can, okay. Well,
Okay.
Let's get a nice little group photo going. Thanking you for all of your work and your love of the people you care for. How important it is.
Yeah.
Yeah. Good to see you.
Good to see you too.
All right.
Yeah, we do want to just thank you so much for the work that you do. Just realize with our growing older population and their number one desire is to be able to stay at home and to be able to have our in-home health service be able to assist. It just keeps them in the home and allows them to stay there, those supportive services. So thank you so much for what you do. And we're going to now go on to our last 10 a.m. time certain of the morning. And I know we're running a little bit late, but I'm hoping that we'll be able to take a little break after this so we can go out into the foyer and do some appreciating individually with so many of the volunteers that we have, appointees to our different boards and our commissions. And we found that the Board of Supervisors actually appoints to over 50 different boards and commissions and councils in Ventura County. And we realize how, that's a lot of people, volunteers that are giving to the county their time, and it's to make our county better for the citizens. So I just thought it would be appropriate. Here we are getting near Thanksgiving to give this opportunity to give our thanks to the many, many individuals that are out there serving on these different boards. And so this is the first time we've done this, and I'm hoping that it will become a tradition. I would like to start when we appoint people, often it involves interviews, and I find that and applications, and I find that so many of the people who apply start off by saying they just want to give back. They understand the how fortunate we are to be living in our county and wanting to say thank you, and their way of saying thank you is often just by serving. I know that is a big part of what public service is all about. We have, I think, 22 different boards and commissions that will be attending today or are here before us. And let me see, I've got some quotes here. And I wanted to make awareness of how people want to give back. Winston Churchill said, "We make a living by what we get. We make a life by what we give." And I think of that when I think of volunteers. And Abraham Lincoln, "He has a right to criticize who has a heart to help." And indeed, a lot of these panels, people are looking at and giving us great advice and being able to move that ball forward in helping citizens of Ventura County. Buddha says if you light a lamp for somebody, it will also brighten your path. Martin Luther King Jr., everyone can be great because everyone can serve. I want to go ahead now and just read off this list of individuals. I know the board will have some comments they want to say. We have some thank you cards that we want to give you. And I know that we also have some tours after we go out into the foyer and have a break there. So with that, if you would like to come down, I think that would be wonderful. I'll call your name, and then those maybe who didn't get on the RSVP list, please come on down too. From the Agriculture, we'll start with the alphabet, right? Agricultural Policy Advisory Committee, I believe Singer Hedrick, if you'd like to come up. We also have from the Air Pollution Control Advisory Committee, we have Hugh McTurnan, if you'd like to come up. With the Area Housing Authority of the County of Ventura, Terry Edwin Wall. Yes.
Excuse me. I appointed Hugh McTurnan when I was first on the board, and this person is an imposter. The one I appointed was a lot younger looking, and I think we're going to find that a lot with these people that have been there for 16 years. But anyway,
I think he's saying that about you too.
Yes, I was going to say that. Thank you.
Who is that man? With the aviation. Oh, yes, and we have these beautiful thank you cards, and they have a pin of the County of Ventura in there that you can wear on your lapel. Our Aviation Advisory Commission, we have Maggie Bird. With our Behavioral Health Advisory Board, we have Claudia Arman, Karen Bates, Ratan Bhavnani, Janice Gardner, Mary Hafner, Jerry Harris, all from the Behavioral Health Advisory Board, one of the more active boards because they have subcommittees too. And thank you for being here. We also have from the Casa Caneo Municipal Advisory Council, Wendy Zimmerman. We have from Community Action of Ventura, we have Jenny Crosswhite, Richard Francis. Thank you for coming. We also have from the Emergency Medical Service Advisory Committee, Bob Taylor. From the Oakview Local Parks Advisory Commission, Rick Downard. From Ojai Municipal Advisory Council, we have Grace Malloy, Terry Wright. From our Parks Advisory Commission, we have Karen Callie. From our Planning Commission, also, Karen. And also from the Planning Commission, we have Margaret Kessley. From the Santa Rosa Valley Municipal Advisory Council, we have Kevin Cannon, who's also on the Resource Conservation District, just recently reelected. We also have from the Santa Rosa Valley Municipal Advisory Council, Janice Gardner, who's also chair of the Behavioral Health Advisory Board. From the State Council on Developmental Disabilities, Catherine Spear. From the Ventura County Voluntary Organizations Active in Disaster, Maggie Federico. From the Ventura County Community Health Center Board, Joe Paul. And from the Ventura County Community Health Care Board, we also have Bob Rust and Lisa Saffinelli, as well as Selfa Saucedo. From the Ventura County Mobile Home Park Rent Review Board, we have, again, Richard Francis, as well as Henry Hundley. From the Ventura County Resource Conservation District, as mentioned, Kevin Cannon. And from Waterworks District number 38, Citizens Advisory Committee, Richard Hibma. Richards?
He had to go.
Oh, okay. We got him his card, hopefully. I did. I got him. From the Women's Economic Roundtable, Lori Brown, and also Dion DeMiley, Shante Morgan Duriso, and
Lenore's here.
And I know, I saw Lenore. And Lenore, if you please come up. From the Water Workforce Development Board of Ventura County, James Fall. And I believe we also have from the Medical Resource Corporation a couple of members too from our. And this is just a smattering, if you will, of the many volunteers and actually of the many boards that we have. But it is so appreciative. We know that there's homework involved. We know that there's extra work that beyond what you have when you're actually meeting in your committee or your commission or your board. And we just want to thank you because what you do, you represent us, you represent the citizens of Ventura County, and it's your wise judgment and your good input, and oftentimes your long-term good input. Showing up and being there really makes a difference, and I can't thank you enough from personally the people that I've appointed, and also realizing the combination that we get with the different appointees all coming together from the different districts. What great decisions are made because of your input. So just thank you very much, and I know Supervisor Zaragoza, you had some comments.
Yeah, thank you,
too.
Madam Chair. And I want to thank all the volunteers. I think the volunteers are very, very special people. Those are the people that care about their community, that care about their county, that care about their state, that care about their country. And I think it takes a special type of person to volunteer because a lot of people stay home and complain about things not get done. But you guys are the people that do things, and I think it's extremely important that we do that. We have a lot of people that I appointed to and committees that I serve with, like BHAP and also the advisory board for the aviation advisory board. But I just personally want to thank you because your input is very important to us as policymakers. We make decisions from your input because you're the stakeholders of that community. You love the community. You give us an input, and we bring it out here, and hopefully that helps us in our policy-making issues. I want to thank you tremendously for your work. Thank the people for the 5th District, and not only 5th District, but all the districts.
Yeah.
And I know I have Mr. Hoffman out here that Don Hoffman has been with the MAC for many, many years, even before I got here. I'm only 49 years old. I understand he was here before that. But again, I want to thank you so much for your excellent, excellent work. And one of the things that the people have said to me says, well, sometimes the board doesn't care for what we do. If we don't tell you that we care, believe it, we do care. I want you to understand that work that you do is extremely important to all of us. And we care of what you do and how you help. And volunteerism is the key. And thank you so much on my behalf, and I'm sure on the Board of Supervisors, especially the 5th District representatives. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Thank you, John. You are an esteemed member of the New Law Advisory Board.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Yeah. It's Supervisor Long.
Thank you, each and every one of you. And as was said, there are many more who weren't able to make it this morning. But I know over the years that I've called on folks who have been willing to step forward and be appointed and serve. And I've always called on them when we're discussing policy or changes and to listen to what their board's discussion may have been, what direction they went, and listen to that advice from the public, from the citizens. It's invaluable. We cannot do the job we do if we're not listening and really hearing what you have to say and your contribution. So thank you. I know it is all volunteer. Thank you.
Yeah, let me just say there's others here that would say that thanks a lot for putting us on these boards because, there's a lot of work that you do, and a lot of them are very difficult and a lot of things that go on. But I know it's, as John said, it's a commitment that you make because you care. And we can't do it without you. There's a lot of things that go on, and all the little things we hear, if we don't talk to you direct, I'm telling you, the stuff you deal with comes back to us. And but thank you for what you do. It makes us a great county because of people like yourselves. Thank you.
Okay, Supervisor Bennett.
It's a little hard after everybody said virtually every thank you in every way for you to know just how genuine all of our appreciation is. But the one thing I do want to emphasize is I think the thing that bonds all of us together, us and you, is that we want good local government for the citizens of Ventura County. And it almost always, good local government takes more work than people think. And it also usually happens far more off the radar screen than people realize. And so while we do visible things here, you guys go to all those committee meetings and make good local government happen. And every time you do that, I just hope you feel that measure of pride that mental health services are better, mobile home rent review board the laws are better and enforced better, and whatever committee it is that you're on, the air is better because of your service. So thank you very much for good local government.
And I know we have a couple others. Gain is here. If anyone else is in the audience that is one of the volunteers, please come up. And then I'd ask that the Board of Supervisors come down, and we'll take a photo of everyone. And then we have some refreshments out in the lobby for a quick break before you guys take your tours. Okay, so let's do a photo. People could come in front of this, come on out in front of this, because we're going to be looking this way. Hey, Wendy, come on over. Come on over, Dion. Come on over. Come here, come here, come here. Right in front, right in front. There we go. Come on out. Come on in front. Hey, how are you doing? Nice to see you. What are you on? Okay, all right. Oh, yeah. Great. Come on out into the front, because you won't be in the picture. Right here. Come on out in front. Come over here in front of me. Stand in front, please. Come on out in front so we can get you out right here. Right here. Come. See how this all works? Are you going to be in the photo? Like a course. You got everyone? You got the whole board? How's it working?
Right here, please. 1, 2, 3. Let's take another one just for fun. Somebody did it. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Let's go around and have a bite here. Working on it. Come on out to the foyer. Better.
One more step.
Still 5 minutes.
Sure.
Welcome back to our Board of Supervisors November 15, 2016 meeting after our brief little recess after our 10 a.m. time certains were over. And we'll go now to our 10:30 time certain, and we'll start with our sheriff on the consulting services with Todd Rogel. Good morning.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Powers, members of the board, Jeff Dean, Ventura County Sheriff. The item before you is an approval for a contract to employ Mike Lewis, who was a former commander with this agency, to help us with building on the Todd Rogel. This is kind of new ground, and Leroy continued to put fences around me about what we could and couldn't do, and that's, hey, the rules are the rules, and we abide by the rules. Mr. Lewis has unique skills in that he was part of the building of the pretrial detention facility, he was part of the Todd Road facility, and he was part of our Camarillo station. So he has a long history of consensus building and understanding the needs of law enforcement, and we want to build the jail right. You know, one of the reasons Todd Road is still one of the premier facilities in the country 20 years later is we built it right. And at a high point, we had almost 20 people on a transition team, starting at the rank of commander, to make sure we did it right. You don't want to make mistakes. You just don't want to make mistakes. And Mr. Lewis brings that expertise that I think will help us be successful in our endeavor. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions anybody might have.
It is a 4-year contract, so you see it happen, he being involved even after it is built?
No. Oh, no, absolutely not. He'll carry us through to the end of the project and then be done. We're just trying to build that out in all hopes. This is challenging sometimes. It's probably building a hospital, which is right on time and going great, but you hope for the best, but we're cautiously optimistic on the time frame.
So you think the facility would be built in 4 years?
I'm hoping.
Okay.
I'm hoping.
All righty.
I think you're doing the right thing. You got to bring experts that have that expertise. This is a kind of unique project, and you got to bring the people that have done this before, especially if they've already been involved. I think you're doing the right thing by doing this. Yeah, it's good.
I thought it would be sooner.
I think it will. I'm
Yes.
hoping it will.
Mhm.
And we're hoping to break ground in like 18 months. But, maybe it's going to rain next year. Who knows?
Right.
I'm hoping it won't be 4 years.
So this gives you that authorization if it lasts that long,
Yes.
but not necessarily will you use all 4 years? Hopefully not.
Or even the max amount of hours per year.
Mm-hmm. Right,
And it all does come out of the grant funding.
right. Good. So we have a motion and a second. Could we all please vote?
And Madam Chair, while I'm up here, if I may, yesterday there was an article in the Ventura County Star about our crime lab, and Dr. Nevin was all excited. If you've met her, she's just wonderful. And one of the comments she made at the end was, I'd like 4 more scientists. And unfortunately, it was taken a little bit out of context in that they said, well, if you could have anything you wanted, what would you want? We'd want 4 more scientists. And I said, well, I'd like 3 more helicopters and 9 more deputies. And so just be assured, if there's a public safety issue or something out in the lab, we will come to you. Your board supported 2 upgrades in the lab last year. We just spent $260,000 on a machine that tests marijuana in the blood and the urine. So we're going good. And so I didn't want her comment to be taken out of context because it was kind of a wish list that she had. And good for her for wanting more people to be able to do more in there. So with that, thank you.
Thank you. We'll go now to our next agenda item. This is item 20, and this is with our healthcare agency on the end-of-life option act policy.
Good morning, Chair Parks, Supervisors, and Mr. Powers. For the record, Kim Milstein, Deputy Director of the Healthcare Agency and CEO of our county's hospitals. We're bringing before you today a recommendation from the End-of-Life Option Act law that was enacted earlier this year. I know your board has heard many comment about this issue during the legislative process. It's an issue that's highly fraught with opinion and emotion on both sides of the argument, and through a lot of concerted effort, the healthcare agency is bringing before you a recommendation for your consideration on how this law will impact operations within the agency. I'd like to call on my colleague, Dr. Brian Wong, to give you some information about how we have come to a recommendation.
Dr. Wong.
Good morning, Madam Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. Thank you again for the opportunity. I'm Dr. Brian Wong, Chief Medical Officer at Ventura County Medical Center. As the slides are loading up, I'll go ahead and give an introduction to the law. I want to make sure I know that you guys are all very well educated on the law, but I want to make sure we're all on the same page about the facts of the law as we discuss. So as you know, Governor Brown signed into law October 5th, 2015, the end-of-life option law, and it was enacted in our state on June 9th, 2016. We became the 5th state of similar laws, following Oregon in 1998 and subsequently Washington, Vermont, and Montana. The law itself allows a terminally ill patient to request a drug from his or her physician to end their own life. And it has very specific eligibility criteria and very specific steps that would have to be followed by both the patient, the physician, and also a consulting physician to work through the steps together and follow the law to a T. Importantly, it is, of course, voluntary for any patients that choose to do so, and would be voluntary for any healthcare providers that choose to participate or not choose to participate. In terms of who is eligible, it really comes down to the patient. They have to be at least 18 years of age. They have to have a terminal disease, one that would be characterized as something where their life expectancy would be less than 6 months. And the physician has to both affirm that and ascertain that and agree with that. As well, that patient also has to have the capacity to make their own medical decisions. And they have to be judged to be able to make clinically sound judgments. And if there is any question of that, then the physician is required to consult a behavioral health specialist to help guide whether or not that patient has their own self-decision-making capacity. Finally, they would have to have both the physical and mental capability of self-administering the medication. That's one of the key portions of the law, that the actual administration of the lethal medication has to be undertaken by the patient themselves. Different, and actually the law specifically states how this is different than euthanasia. Euthanasia, or kind of physician-assisted, is really much more direct. The physician has a direct role of administering a medication that takes the life of the patient. This is a scenario where the physician is prescribing a medication that the patient is required to self-administer. The steps involved in the law include the attending physicians need to determine the patient's illness is both terminal, and the patient has the capacity to make decisions. The patient themselves has to make a request both in writing and also in person to the physician, and then make a second request after 15 days. So the intent of that is that certainly a patient could make a very a sudden decision, maybe based on the situation they're in, maybe pain or otherwise. The law states that that same patient has to then wait another 15 days and make a second request to ensure that the decision was not just on a whim, but really one that they've thought through and have carefully decided. As well, a second physician is required to evaluate the patient and make the same judgment about their capacity to make decisions, and also that they have a terminal illness that would qualify them for this. The attending physician must also discuss with the patient how the drug or drugs will affect the patient. Typically, the medications that are given are sedative medications, barbiturates, that are very strong and will typically put the patient to sleep. They are often given with anti-nausea medications as well to kind of suppress some of the nausea that could be brought on by administering the medications, and hopefully support the patient being able to take all the medications necessary. As well, the physicians are required to discuss any alternatives, including other palliative and other end-of-life care strategies, including hospice, pain control, and really whether or not the patient would desire to notify next of kin. They are not required to, and also the setting in which they would want to go ahead and take the drug, and whether or not they'd want someone present or not. And they also need to ensure that the patient knows that even after acquiring a prescription, they are not obligated to take the medication. They can hang on to it and use it at a time where they choose to, but they're not obligated to use it. Finally, the steps involved include a physician actually writing the prescription for the medication, and the patient then filling that prescription at a participating pharmacy. And really the drug is intended to be in a setting where the patient will be most supported. So whether that's in the home setting or potentially in a hospice facility, somewhere where they have the support of those around them. And before taking the actual medication, the patient, once again, has to make a written declaration that they are taking the medication voluntarily and not being coerced or forced into it. So I'd like to shift gears a little bit and discuss what the proposed policy that we've come up with for the healthcare agency is in response to the law. The Ventura County Healthcare Agency really strives to promote and respect end-of-life care, and we choose to do so and want to do so in a very compassionate and personal nature. And we really support patients to make their own medical decisions, and we support really honest, open communication between patients and their physicians, and we respect the privacy of patient-physician relationship. As it pertains to this End-of-Life Option Act, we support and promote that the patients are free to approach physicians that work within the healthcare agency to discuss the End-of-Life Option Act, and that the physicians may individually choose to either opt in or opt out in terms of their participation with the Act. And we acknowledge also that the intended setting for self-administration of the medication is best in the home setting, or again in the kind of hospice facility setting. And specifically in regards to the hospitals and the healthcare agency facilities, the interventions are really provided in the hospital to focus on alleviation of pain, alleviation of suffering, of nausea, of anxiety. And there are many options in the hospital setting to care for patients in this way. Specifically in regards to the law, The facilities will not permit the administration of the actual medication in the facility itself. And the purpose is to not intentionally cause a patient to end their own life in the hospital setting. So I'd open to any follow-up questions. Certainly, there are very nuances to the law, and I wanted to make sure that we have any
Dr.
questions
Wong,
answered.
I think you mentioned too that the individual that wants to participate cannot have either the spouse or sibling or anybody assist them. Is that?
Supervisor Zaragoza, that's absolutely correct. Yes.
And of course they can do it. They can take the medication at home or a doctor's office. Is that?
As part of the policy, we would encourage them to take this in the home setting or in a facility where they were staying. It would be discouraged or actually not allowed in the office setting.
And they have to, if they also want to participate, they have to wait the 15 days and have the second opinion from a second doctor.
That's correct, yeah. As part of the eligibility criteria, they would have to seek their first physician and then wait another 15 days and seek that same physician over that waiting period.
And if once they ordered the medication, if they don't use it, what happens to the medication? They have to return it back or what?
That's a great question. The law doesn't specifically stipulate what happens with medications. Typically, the medication could be returned either to the pharmacy or to other medication drop-off centers. Certainly, that's a very dangerous medication to have in a home setting, and so physicians would be encouraging their patients to keep it in a very safe, locked location where it would not be come upon accidentally.
Because quite a few medications or prescriptions are at home, and there's children and there's other people that get
Absolutely,
have access to it. So that's
I think that's an excellent point and a real point of emphasis for these type of medications.
Thank you.
Are there questions from the board? Supervisor Foy?
You have more you're doing, or is that it?
That is all I have,
So,
Supervisor Foy.
So when people go and get their second opinion or second option or whatever you want to call that, do you start to see this as people going to certain doctors knowing I'll get what I want on my second opinion? I mean, we see that all the time from whatever it is,
Sure. I think there is the possibility for that, Supervisor Foy. We recognize that this is a pretty sensitive topic in the medical community.
Yeah.
And I think those physicians that maybe choose to participate may not advertise that, may not put their names out. I think there's going to be some sensitivity to it.
Yeah, I guess I'm just, because what you had said, it sounded like the law wanted, people may have this, I may want to do this, but you also wanted to give some healthcare professional the opportunity to say, you sure you want to go down this path? There's other options or whatever else there is. And then you need to get a second opinion on that same thing. And you want that. You don't, I guess, because you really want people to, if they're going to go down this path, to really have somebody, say, do you really want to do this?
Absolutely.
We can control pain. We do whatever other issues there are. And sometimes I just wonder, we know this doctor is always, they're really into it, so they'll just go here, so don't worry about it. You get that opinion. I get concerned because it sounded like I said, I'm not for this law, but it sounded like they tried to put in there that it wasn't just going to be a real simple process. You had to really think about it, rewrite something 15 days later, and I appreciate some of those things that are in it, but I'm just concerned that, it doesn't matter if you're in the medical field, whether there's just people that have certain opinions, and I'll just go to those people. And I don't know how you control that, but I just see that kind of thing happen.
Yeah, absolutely, Supervisor. I think they have intentionally put a lot of safety and a lot of checks and balances within the law to ensure that it's not just the decision of a single physician, that there is a second independent evaluation of that same patient.
Right.
It's quite unique. There's really no other medication that I'm aware of where you have to have two physicians agree to prescribe a single medication.
Right.
So that I think there is a layer of checks and balances.
Yeah, and I hope that they're... Now, when they say go to a pharmacy, is that our pharmacy they can go to get this, or do we...
Typically would be a retail pharmacy.
Retail pharmacy. Yeah. So it wouldn't be in our facility.
Correct,
or anything else. And then... so you're saying that any physician in our agency can do this if they desire to do it? Can be the one?
We would leave it up to the patient and physician in their individual relationships. So if they have a relationship and if the physician chooses to be a participant, they would have to follow, of course, the law and walk through all the different steps.
Right. But they would come to our facility or our clinic or to meet our doctor and to do that.
That's correct. That's correct.
Madam Sure, one follow-up. If a patient wants to take advantage of this, we would not allow it in a public hospital or clinic or so forth. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
It's got to be in a private setting. And
Yeah, I just want to make sure that I didn't miscommunicate. So when I described the clinic setting, there are patient and physicians that are currently being seen in our county clinics. And in that setting, they may approach the physicians to ask about this. And the physicians, with following through all the different steps, may prescribe the medications through these clinics. The step that we are saying within the policy cannot happen is that the patients may not self-administer the medications while physically inside the clinic or physically inside the hospital setting.
I think that's important for the public to understand that they're not going to happen in a public setting at all.
Yeah, it specifically forbids it to be in a public setting. It's meant to be in a more private setting.
Yeah, thank you.
I'd just like to thank you and the medical professionals who really did work through this. We had a briefing at the oversight, and that everyone's sensitivities and I think as a physician, the right to have a personal choice and patient care. And I'm not as concerned about patients getting medications from a physician who may be seen as a frequent flyer, but because I think if patients are at that point, even without this law, they will find what they need. This puts a framework for us and for our institution and our professionals to work within and to be very clear on what the procedures are that both follow the law but follow the desired practice of our professionals. And I respect the work that was put into that and appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor.
And I agree. I mean, that this has got to be difficult for any, you guys take this oath that we're going to protect life no matter what we do, and it's a difficult place to be. I guess the hardest part for me is in that oversight committee meeting that we did have was the issue of the law is the law, and it is. I guess the idea that our doctors doing this to me gives us what I think you remember what I had said in that meeting was somebody says, well, where do I go to do this? Oh, go to county. They got the death doctors up there. That's what I hate the idea the most is I know a lot of other hospitals and stuff are doing this. I don't know if their doctors can do it within that aren't doing it. There are other hospitals in our county are saying no to this too. I don't know if they're allowing their own doctors to do it the same way we're doing. I don't know if that's it. But that's my only thing is that I struggle more with this is, besides not the whole thing itself, but just the idea that I don't want to get a reputation. It's kind of like you hear, as we said before, somebody dies in Kaiser. Oh, Kaiser is killing people. Well, it's a situation. Every hospital has people that die, and but when you're part of a system, they call the system that. And I would just hate the idea to say that, somebody goes, yeah, go to the county, they'll have the death doctors. I just hate that opportunity. But so it's hard for me to support that piece of it because of that. I mean, the law is the law. You can't change that now. Even if we said, no, we're not having any doctors, which is what I'd rather have because I'm part of what this county is. But I'm sure it's going to be done by somebody else. But that's my thing that I would struggle with. So.
Supervisor Bennett?
As you were going over the legislation, it reminded me that while it's not perfect and while there's still a lot of different views on it, it's a pretty well-crafted piece of legislation to try to be respectful of doctors don't have to do this. You got to wait 15 days. I mean, there's stuff that's written in there. I wish they would have done a little bit more about what to do with the drug if you don't take it, since it is so powerful. That would have been, an improvement. So I feel like it's a good faith piece of legislation. Thoughtfully created and thoughtfully passed in a state with a lot of divergent opinions. And I feel like the proposals that you have come up with are equally well crafted. They allow people to follow their conscience at the same time. They create the right distance where we need to have the distance in the hospital and not have the hospital be a place where the administration of this is taking place, particularly if people are self-administering. I mean, how do you self-administer in a hospital? Does not, the two don't go together. It's like
Right.
the hospital is responsible for the administration of drugs in the hospital. So I feel like you've made a good faith effort. And the only other thing I would offer is I know that I see the reporter will probably get a story about this and all of that. But my research looking at Oregon, I genuinely went, I don't know what I think about this until I do the research, but my research was a lot of concerns were expressed, but those things didn't translate into, I'm not saying there was never any abuse, but nobody's pointing to wide-scale abuse taking place. I think that's probably going to be the same thing here. We're not going to see wide-scale abuse, but for some people, this is going to be a huge psychological comfort for them to know that this option is out there. So I think people are doing the best they can with this thing, and I'm generally relatively optimistic about the application of well-crafted legislation with well-crafted local policies and well-intentioned people. I think it's going to overall accomplish the goals that people have set out for it. So thank you.
Speaking of which, could you give us the figures that you found in Oregon of those who self-administer at home versus other places?
Yeah, I can speak to the Oregon experience, and then if I can speak to your specific question as well. Through 2015, which would have been the law went into place in 1998, and so that shows you the number of years of experience they've had. It was just short of about 1,000 people that had been involved in this law. They found that based on the statistics, about 40% of patients that had received the prescriptions and ended up taking the prescriptions themselves, so a good 60% had it as kind of Dr. Supervisor Bennett mentioned, kind of just have it available, but actually chose not to self-administer the medications. In terms of some of the figures around the home setting, and likewise, it's from our statistics that we had when it was still closer to about 800 patients, so it was probably about 2014, only one of the 800 we had heard had actually needed to be in an acute care setting, in a hospital setting. And the rest, and vast majority obviously, were done so in a more private home or hospice-like setting for self-administration.
And I would also just state that there is that psychological comfort, if you will, to know that you have that option, particularly for someone who's in excruciating pain. But that, to me, is also physical comfort to know that you won't be in that pain and to be able to have that available to you. I think in terms of the county hospital, oftentimes we'd have even homeless people, more so than other hospitals. So seeing that they have that access too. They may not have a home to go to self-administer, but I know that there are some hospice facilities out there that will take people regardless of income, and so that they have the same access to this law. Also, it was good to learn more about the law. I didn't realize that the only way you can use this law is to self-administer. Yes. You think about people who may have the mental capacity but not the physical capacity that they're denied. So that is, but that's not what the law allows. So we are just doing what the law allows. I also understand the sensitivity, even for you to be here to talk about this. It's not what you go to medical school for, but it is, I think, it is intended for humane purposes. Are there any other comments? I don't have any comment cards on this particular item.
Madam Chair, I just want to share, I want to thank Kim and Dr. Wong. When this first came before the board, personally I'm against, the end-of-life option, but I'm going to support you because it's a medical recommendation and it's a law now. So, but when it first came to us, I just want to share with that I personally do not believe in this, but however, I will respect the law and respect the health community and you, Doctor, and Kim.
I'll go ahead and make the motion. Second from Supervisor Long, if we could please vote.
just do want to recognize, excuse me, the work that Dr. Wong and Ms. Milstein did in having a really thorough, robust discussion with the physicians in our system, the clinical leadership. I know you spent a lot of time really agonizing over it, so thank you.
Thank you.
I appreciate the transparency, too, of having it come to the board. Okay, thank you for this item, and I believe that ends our 10:30 time certains then. And we'll go now to our 11:30 time certain. We have a few minutes, actually, that we could go to our Public Works Agency if they are available. We can go to item 27. Mr. Filliger.
Good morning, Madam Chair, members of the board, Mr. Powers. The item before you is a lease for IT services. The property is about 30,000 square feet. The lease rate is $1.55 a square foot. It's fixed for the first 2 years. There will be 3% increases after that. It's a 10-year lease. We will also be responsible for electricity costs and janitorial. That's it for the lease. Mr. Pettit's here to talk about the program move.
Do they need electricity with the?
With the computers, I think they need a little bit, yes. Can't get the electricity to the computer through the cloud.
Quick question on that. So they do need electricity and probably systems that use a lot of electricity. What opportunities do we have for energy offset?
So actually, Chair Parks, members of the board, CEO Powers, thank you for your consideration of this item today and your overwhelming support and encouragement of innovation at the county. This item is actually, through the adoption of technology at the county, there's been a growth in the number of IT staff and the use of technology. So this is actually expanding our square footage space by about 8,500 square feet. We will be retaining the main data center here at the Government Center campus, where there have been a number of energy savings implemented. We operate at a little bit higher temperature. We've done some cooling enhancements in that space, and we're going to continue to further enhance that as well, shrinking down the area that we cool. So we've already saved about $80,000 annually through some of those energy savings. To your question, Supervisor Long, here on premise. So the cost for this is equivalently cost neutral in the relocation, except for the increase in space. But we are not anticipating any impact to rates at all because this represents less than 1/4% of our overall operating budget, and we have some offsetting cost savings in that regard. So if we were
when you finish, I want to ask you about that.
Sure. If we were to stay in place and perform a remodel, we actually, because this facility is already remodeled and very high-tech in its capacity, we anticipate that we're actually saving some revenue or saving some expense by not having to spend that money in our existing space.
Okay. I'm not sure I'd go along with that because I saw those numbers originally about that, and I thought those TI numbers were so out of line compared to where anybody else would do in the private sector. I've done a lot of TI work, and it was very expensive. So give me an understanding how this is going to be cost neutral. I've heard our office had called, and Catherine had said, well, you got some money in reserves that we can help pay for this. But reserves go away, and we're building reserves for a purpose and do those things. So, you're taking on 8,500 square feet. That would maybe a normal thing you would have done anyway, saying, look, we're growing. I sit on the IT board, and I know with some new projects, I got to bring more people in. I clearly understand that piece of what you might be doing. But I'm sure that paying $47,000 plus electricity plus all those costs, your cost here, what the county allocation was, sure wasn't $40,000 or $20,000, or what was that cost to make that?
So on a per square footage basis, our cost here is approximately $1.60 per square foot. We've negotiated $1.55.
Right. Okay. That's what I wanted to ask. I understand that piece. That's what I want to get to. Where really was that allocation? Was that really a true allocation that came out? Because this is cash out the door. You're going to pay somebody at least right now. So how did we deal with that? Because this is the long-term piece of trying to control costs, because you've done such a good job on keeping your rates down and really offering great service to people. And I don't want to see you, have to bump that, because we move 2 years down, 5 years down in recession, it's tough. And everybody's going to go, cut your costs, man. We need to cut costs. And so you do that. So I want to be careful where we go with that. So how did that allocation really work towards your real dollars, real cash dollars out of your budget?
So we looked at the cost of the current space that we're in, plus the remodel, and then we were able to find this location. And really, it's a unique set of circumstances. This location was already completely remodeled with furniture, so we're not having to purchase any new furniture. So we're really looking at the carrying cost of the location. Right. And we were, because we weren't requesting any tenant improvements, we were able to negotiate a very much under market lease rate of this facility. So if you look at the commercial lease rates in the area, and Keith could support this, they're generally in the $1.85 range, but because we weren't requesting significant,
closer to even a little higher, possibly.
Yeah.
You know, I know where that building is. That's a nice building, nice location. Answer me another piece. You're going to keep some people here. Well, how do we anticipate the cost of people coming back to different locations over here? Is there any? I mean, are the people that have to work in this? I know you go to other locations. Your people go all over the place, so that's really not going to change if you're over there or not. But you're going to keep the people here that service the customer here? Is that what's going to happen?
Yes, we are keeping a presence here, albeit much smaller, about 8,000 to 9,000 square feet here.
So we're not adding a lot of travel costs for people coming back and forth and that kind of thing. You know, I'm not saying I'm against this. All I'm just trying to understand is exactly, because we have a future going forward and trying to manage this kind of a thing in a good way and making sure it doesn't grow, because this is the part of that cost these other agencies got to deal with, which your fees are. And IT is becoming such an integral part of everything everybody does, so controlling that is a big issue. And I understand you're trying to move yourself into an area where the kind of people we want to attract want to be part of that, and that is a big deal. That is a big deal. Now, some people that I'm hearing in this building are saying, "Get out. We want your space." So I understand that there's a lot of need for that space.
And your old furnishing and your old
and all your old stuff. So I think
cubicles
that's good. I just want to be in a position where we know that even if I took out the IT improvement and said you had to be there 3 more years out, we're still in this place that we can manage this cost in a good, comprehensive way. And I think they've done a good job getting this building. I think somebody this size building, they're not always easy to lease. So the idea that we could lease that probably helps, right, for that leaser that was willing to do this. And not having to spend hundreds of thousands on furniture is we'll take advantage of that all day long. Yeah, let somebody else put the cash out to improve the building. So again, I'm just concerned more about what your future is and making sure that we can control that. But I know that this is good for what you're doing for your people and will be good for the people that you want to attract, which then will be the high-level people that'll do great work for us in the long run. So I think that's important.
Well, and as you pointed out, so we did both a 10-year and a 20-year projection looking at the increases, because as Keith shared, the rate is fixed for the first 2 years, then it goes up 3% out, in the years on out. And so we did that long-term projection to see what the impact is. As your board knows, we present every year our budget and our rates, and we've worked very hard to keep those as flat as possible. The idea is not lost on us that every dollar we spend on technology is a careful investment by this county, and it can have impacts into agencies hiring doctors or public safety members, et cetera. So we want to invest wisely in technology and not spend money on things that are not wise investments. And doing that analysis for 10 years, for 20 years, we believe that this is very manageable. It does represent, like as I indicated, less than 0.25% of our overall operating budget. And we do have real-time cost savings that easily offset that amount. So we aren't anticipating any impact to rates as a result of this arrangement.
Well, and I'm glad to hear that, because I appreciate you looking at long-term. A lot of people just get right in front of me, I need it, I got to go. But there's no question, as I sit on that IT, and what I've realized with your abilities and your staff's abilities to do this, we are doing some things and producing some product that we would pay for outside that we've been able to save a lot of money on. And by having the right staff, the right people you can attract in the right position, place, that is, in the long run, could help save us millions and millions of dollars. And I appreciate that. It's just that, every little piece the old thing is little holes sink big ships. We got to be careful about that. And I appreciate you're willing to take that long-term look. So, I'll be supportive of what you're doing here, and I think the long-term will be good for us. So thank you.
Thank you. As you pointed out, I mean, the quality of the technologists that we have is key. We have examples of that. The ICOP application that we implemented here at the county cost us a very small amount of money, less than $100,000. Our sheriff has shared that in LA County, they've spent millions of dollars implementing the same thing. So directly to your point, the quality of the technologists that we have help us save money on our expenditures at the county and still deliver that groundbreaking technology and innovation.
And I would say, to your point, Supervisor, one of the most recent, largest projects we've done in a long time, the property tax system. We decided to bring that in-house. We were going to go outside with it. It's about an $18 million project. On that project alone, we're going to save a couple of $1 million and get it done better and faster because of the quality of people Mike have. And the rates, too, Mike said it, but actually the last 5 years, they've lowered the rates 3 to 6% per year. So I know they're very conscious of it.
I was thinking they're going to keep doing it.
Right.
That's our goal. We want to invest wisely in technology, spend money where it makes sense to spend money, and save every penny we can along the way.
And you actually get the expansion beyond just the Eastman site because you'll still have some square footage at the current site. And then the rest of it, 2/3 or so, will be available for other county uses.
Correct.
Okay.
I would offer this into the equation, and that is we're either going to have to dramatically invest in the current site or we're going to have to move. If what we want to do is have some confidence that 5 years from now we're going to have the talent that's going to allow us to continue to do all of these good things. And so while we want to really we don't want to be penny wise and pound foolish. If this is the investment that will make sure we keep being able to attract out, a lot of other things that are attractive about coming to the county, but for the top IT professionals, they also can demand a particular kind of working environment, and this allows us to offer that. So I'd throw that in the
It's interesting you say that because a lot of professionals, okay, just give me an office to work or whatever, but for some reason these IT, they have this whole environment that is important to them. So
that's right.
Well, maybe it's not just those people; it's the age and everything else. The rest of us is lucky we had a place to sit.
Not to sound like prima donnas, but we are competing with a unique segment of the market, and we visited a number of these high-tech firms when we were looking at what we wanted our office space of the future to look like, and we're competing with firms that have full food service, bars, things like that in their workplace. And I'm not suggesting that we have that here,
No.
but that is.
I thought only Mr. Powers' office had that. So
what? I thought that was part of it.
But that is what we're competing with. Over 40% of our staff today in 5 years will be at an age where they will be able to retire. So we want to work in advance of that to be able to prepare, to plan for, to attract, retain, and recruit these knowledge workers of the future. So.
Just to add to that, I would say that my thought for Mike and his team is they're so talented that in 5 years, Apple is going to come to county IT and find out what's next. So,
Madam Chair.
Yes,
Mike,
sir.
I just want to commend you, Mike, because every year that we have a budget hearing, you come out with cuts. You come out with how you have smoothed out your expenses. And I believe that this is the future. I think we look at the future and your growth, as you mentioned before, and your personnel. And one of the things I think you mentioned last budget, that you need to retain high-quality individuals to help you out. And I think this facility is going to do so. Over in the Eastman area, I've been there before. It's a nice area, and I think it'll be beneficial to the county. So I support you, and I keep doing the good work.
And your staff too. We're talking about the big thing with the tax, property tax, but also even the things like the VC Safe Dine, the different kinds of apps that you have out there are just so helpful, I think, to the public. And we need to get the news out there about what we do have available for the public because the eagerness, it seems, and the quality of employee that you have. We have a motion from Supervisor Foy and a second from Supervisor Zaragoza.
I would just share, Apple is going to come here, but Tim Cook's going to come talk to Mike Powers about how to lead the company.
Mm-hmm.
Be ready. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
Yeah, my son's company does have all that. Yeah. All right, then we go on to our next agenda item, and this is our first 11:30 time certain. And this is a resolution, actually, from the Board of Supervisors. And I know we have Dr. Landon here and Renee Riggins and also members of the CATCH team. This is a recognition proclaiming Chronic Obstructive Pulmonary Disease Awareness Month. And this is also COPD for short. And the resolution reads that whereas chronic obstructive pulmonary disease, COPD, is a group of diseases that restricts airflow and causes trouble breathing. And whereas 15 million American adults have been diagnosed with COPD, and over 28,000 of them are in Ventura County. Whereas according to the National Center of Chronic Disease Prevention and Health Promotion, tobacco use is the primary cause of COPD in the United States, but air pollutants at home and at work and genetic predisposition can also cause COPD. And whereas there is no cure that we know of at this point for COPD, treatment is available to manage the symptoms. And whereas increased awareness of this disease process could result in earlier diagnosis, lower functional disability, and higher survival rates, and also a good measure of prevention. Whereas the progression of COPD can and is being greatly reduced in Ventura County by the efforts of the COPD Access to Community Health. That's where you get CATCH, C-A-T-C-H, a program of Ventura County Healthcare Agency. So now, therefore, be it resolved, the Board of Supervisors does hereby proclaim the month of November 2016 as Chronic Obstructive Pulmonary Disease Awareness Month, and the Board further encourages everyone to get involved and participate in screenings for lung disease. And I come on down and present it to you and look forward to your presentation.
Thank you, Chair Parks. Members of the Board, CEO Powers, my name is Renee Higgins from the Healthcare Agency. I'm also the principal investigator for the CATCH grant. We wrote this grant a few years ago. One reason is because to focus on COPD, because in our county at the time we had about 22,000 residents with the disease and only about half knew about it. And we found that they were presenting to the ER in the hospital at very late stages. And so with the efforts of this team, which I will call their names in a minute, we were able to reduce readmission rates. We were able to reduce ER visits and bring down the per beneficiary per month cost over $200. So I'd like to thank Susan Whitewood. She's our grants manager, Sandra Tovar, our program administrator, Helen Hansen, Lisa Blaise, our RNs, Karen Gallardo, Audrey Newman, our RTs, Jessica Mabelat and Martha Cervantes, our CHOWs, Darren Gilchrist, our MFT, Anna Mason, our RD, Alicia Troya, our MOA, and of course Livingston Memorial Visiting Nurse Association. They are instrumental in our partnership and having this a very successful program. Terry, David, and Jessica, and Jasmine. Dr. Landon, I'd like Dr. Landon to speak.
Madam Chairman, Board of Supervisors, Mike Powers, welcome to your CATCH team. What have they done? They've reduced COPD from number 3 mortality in this county to number 4. We are a leader regionally, nationally. We present at CHEST meetings, groups of physicians who are interested in COPD. We are at the California Thoracic Society, the American Thoracic Society. So we are a national leader in this. This particular approach has uncovered a number of other things, and through this team, through finding that patients who are tremendously overweight, we have a dietitian. And that having a 5-year-old child essentially sitting on your stomach makes a difference in your breathing, and we have to intervene there. We were just talking this morning about bed adherence disorder, people who won't leave their bed. So this is just bad for them. So we have a psychologist who's here to help them with their depression, and then the anxiety that comes out as well. You're in the middle of helping us to apply for a pulmonary rehabilitation center. One of the things that we found, because I've read over 1,200 pulmonary function tests, is that our patients who are in the riverbed, who are living under bridges, have much better pulmonary function tests than my patients in Leisure Village. And we go, well, why is that? Well, they have bicycles. They bicycle everywhere. They walk everywhere. The pulmonary rehabilitation piece is what keeps people from those expensive hospitalizations. We've applied to CMS, and they're going to provide us with funding for bicycles. With our seriously mentally ill, they're looking at a 15 to 20 year shorter lifespan, despite all the advances made, because cigarettes are used as reward. Being able to go out to a liquor store and buy cigarettes with your companion is looked at as reward. That's when you have a break, that's what's looked at as reward. So with Karen Gallardo, our respiratory therapist, that's part of what we're doing, is how can we take what's essentially 12 one-hour sessions of PowerPoint sitting there for hour after hour, in which we had one person, 15 at the Hillmont House, succeed, to something that's incorporated into art therapy, it's incorporated into their lives, into what's important to them. So we've made some important advances, not only in morbidity, but also in looking at the underserved and unrecognized in our population. So I think it gives us great pleasure, our entire team, to accept the proclamation.
I just wanted to introduce Dr. Chris Landon. He's our medical director.
And a lot of it is lifestyle, like you said. Just like looking at the car society, people used to walk everywhere. Now they drive everywhere, and they've got the computers and TVs, and they're not getting up and moving. And the diet, certainly, and then that can lead to depression. So, as I recall, when you got this grant, the fabulous grant, it was to be that model, and that you have achieved that. And I just congratulate all of you. And shall we take a photo? Can we have someone with a camera? That's the next thing. All right. How about I'll come together and we'll hold the resolution. Come on up in front. There we go. Shoulder to shoulder. Side shoulder.
1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Last one. 1, 2, 3.
All right. Congratulations. Thank you for your good work. Isn't it nice to have that kind of performance measure that you can go to?
I think that's the key, is, you see somebody not just doing, we're performing and we're increasing, we're doing better. I mean, that's what we want to see. That is really good. Yeah, you're right. Too bad the paper wasn't here to see that. Yeah.
I just mentioned it to Bill, and hopefully we'll try to connect Tom Kiskin to it. But this isn't just for patients in our system. This is for patients countywide, seen in other health systems throughout the county. It's really remarkable.
And going to the root, of the disease and trying to prevent it, trying to lessen the impact and getting more functionality.
Right, and being able to bring all those different players together to do that. That's great, yeah.
Good model. So let's go to our next time certain item. This is item 22, and this is regarding the winter warming shelter and a request from the cities of Oxnard and Ventura.
Good morning, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. My name is Christy Madden with the County Executive Office. Just over a year ago, your board approved an allocation of $104,000 to support one last time operation of a West County winter warming shelter. Not only was there a prediction of El Nino, but the Watershed Protection District was embarking upon an Arundo eradication project in the Santa Clara River, and persons residing in the river needed an alternate place to go. St. Vincent de Paul gave 2 years advance notice that they were getting out of the winter warming shelter business and moving their operations to the best practice of permanent supportive housing. With no permanent solution in place, last year the cities of Oxnard and Ventura engaged the services of the Downtown Ventura organization to act as their fiscal agent to operate the shelter for the 2015-16 shelter season. Steve Carnesis of Advanced Technical Training Institute was engaged as the shelter operator. To the best of staff's knowledge, no RFP was issued prior to selecting Mr. Carnesis for those services, so we don't know if any other social services agencies were available to serve in that role. Once again, this year, no communities have permanent year-round solutions, and Oxnard and Ventura found themselves without a viable winter warming shelter solution. Subsequent to receiving the attached letter and response, staff and the CEO met with the city managers and their staff from these communities and agreed to present recommendations to your board for funding with some specified expectations. We are recommending that we not disseminate the funds in a lump sum as we did last year, but we disseminate the funds in anticipation of the upcoming month's worth of expenses. We understand the DDO can't carry the cost of operating the shelter, but we want to give them 1 month's funding at a time. We also are requesting that the access to the shelter be low barrier to ensure that people aren't denied access or evicted unless based on behavior activities at the shelter. We want to have unannounced access and be notified if anyone is denied entry or is requested to leave the shelter, because using this funding, it's our goal to make sure that people are safe and no one dies on the streets over the coming winter season. We also ask that there be a plan for connecting participants to supportive services and housing, if at all possible. As you know, the winter warming shelter operates on a 12-hour basis from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m. or thereabouts, and there's very little time to connect people to permanent supportive housing and supportive services. We have asked representatives from these cities to come to your board today, and we have a whole host of people in the audience today to share with you their request and explain how this is going to be the last time that we are faced with this situation of having a winter warming shelter program. Should the board approve today's recommendations, there will still be $755,000 left in your emergency shelter set-aside funding bucket, and we remain committed to working with our cities to develop permanent, localized, year-round sheltering solutions. So with that, I'd like to invite, we'll let Arturo Casillas from the City of Oxnard come first, and then we have Jeff Lambert from the City of Ventura.
Good morning, county supervisors and staff. Okay. It seems like we're in the same place as a year ago, but a lot has happened, and I hope to relay some of that to you this morning. And there's been considerable progress and also considerable efforts that did not pan out. So I'll try not to repeat what Ms. Madden said, but we are responding to some suggested areas that we received from the county executive officers. So the 2016 point in time homeless count identified 1,271 homeless individuals, 584 in the city of Oxnard. And my presentation focuses on the city of Oxnard. Many believe that there was an undercount and that the numbers are much higher. And then what we see visually is counterintuitive to the reported numbers in the point in time count. So I really think that there are many more homeless out there.
I did see the numbers go down. I mean, while that looks like a blip for sure, but didn't overall we saw numbers go down between last year and the year before?
Right. There was a change in the methodology, and a lot of people think that had to do with the reduction, more so than actual reduction, and that's not.
I know. Okay. That I just wanted your perspective. So you don't agree that the actual number has gone down?
I would, if I had to, I would not agree with that.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm. One thing that did happen this year is the City Council in Oxnard had a strategic planning session, and they prioritized addressing the issue of homelessness as one of the top priorities. And part of this would be through a multi-tiered strategy, and also with the development of a 5-year plan. There are 3 current shelters in Oxnard. There's the Rescue Mission, which serves men only. They also operate the Lighthouse, which serves women and children, and the Kingdom Center, which serves women and children. Together, these shelters have 185 emergency and transitional beds, and they're usually full or nearly full. So what the additional need in Oxnard is estimated at 80 additional beds on any given night during the winter, and there's definitely an expanded demand during the winter. There's a need for expanded capacity during the winter, and that's why we're here today. And I don't want to repeat a lot of what Ms. Madden said, but during the last 14 years, the shelters were operated between Oxnard and Ventura. They rotated, and Society of St. Vincent de Paul operated them. And again, they didn't think it was the best practice, and they're putting their resources more into case management and transition into permanent housing for the homeless. These shelters were typically funded between CDBG from Ventura and Oxnard, and also in large part by the Society of St. Vincent de Paul. And that's the gap that we're asking the county to make up. Okay. In the absence of the best practices, temporary shelters are a viable alternative, at least for the winter, particularly during inclement wet weather. The current operations plan is for the shelter to be at the National Guard Armory in Oxnard, with the Ventura Downtown Organization as the fiscal agent, and Advanced Technical Training Institute under the leadership of Mr. Stephen Carnaces as the operator, and he was the operator last year. And while there have been some allegations, I think they were largely unfounded, my staff who have participated at the shelter have described it as a Class A operation. There's some differences on how they may have admitted persons to the shelter, and I think that they're amenable to some adjustments in that regard. So, last year's budget was $332,000 and change. This year's estimate is $365,000. There are increased costs due to staffing and meals, and possibly extended hours. The schedule presently is December 6th through the end of March. The current revenue that is known is listed here. It's in your handout, and it's basically $69,000 from the city of Oxnard, $61,000 from the city of Ventura, and $15,000 reimbursed funds from last year's FEMA, which totals $145,000. The deficit is $220,000, and that's why we're asking for $120,000 from the county, and we expect that these other sources will also materialize. As I mentioned, there's a lot was done. We hired a consultant several months ago to try to find alternatives to the Armory, Ron Mulvihill, and I think his report is part of your packet. There's a lot of useful information. There's a mapping out of resources in the county. There's an assessment of different approaches in process, and also best practices and whatnot. What the study found is that even though there are quite a few services to serve the homeless, there are gaps that exist at the front end for emergency crisis, year-round shelter, and also at the back end in terms of extremely affordable housing being available, which goes through the crux of the matter and for many of the homeless. Okay. Our consultant also followed up with Community Action of Ventura County on Richmond Street in Oxnard. They had offered to operate a shelter for us, and that was our plan A in January. Along the lines, the director resigned, the chief operations person resigned, and they no longer had the staffing. We dropped that idea for them to operate an alternative site from the current location, which does not clear environmental concerns. Late in the year, it was resurrected by some advocates, but it was completely impractical possibility at that point. And that created a lot of confusion in our efforts to identify what the recourse is at this time to accommodate the homeless during winter. And it's not on Richmond Street. It doesn't clear environmental. Other areas that were looked at were expansion of services at the Kingdom Center for 20 to 30 beds for women and children. And there was an idea of a sprung tent being put up there, and cost assessments were obtained for that. The Rescue Mission committed first to 10 beds, then to 5 beds. We looked at an adjacent lot next to the Rescue Mission where a tent could be put up, but then we never obtained the possibility of running that lot. And then the Rescue Mission also had a decrease in staff, so we no longer had an operator. So between getting a site and an operator, it wasn't coming together.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
You had mentioned earlier that you're 80 beds short, and looking at this list, could you tell me what the demographics of those 80 beds that you need, that you're short on in terms of
That's based on the
age and
attendance of the
sex?
shelter last year, and in anticipation of a somewhat of an increase if the requirements are loosened up. So it's just basically based on that, and it'd be like
Is it primarily males? Is it
Primarily
primarily
males.
children? I'm just kind of getting a picture of what you have.
Right. I think about 3/4 of the persons at the shelter were males, and last year we had an increase in women and children.
Madam Chair, Arturo, we're talking about this year. For the coming year, are you going to work with those individuals with all this the Rescue Mission and the faith-based organizations? Are you going to continue working with them?
We work with them on an ongoing basis. However, again, they're usually full. They're usually full in terms of their bed capacity and whatnot during the winter. In the winter, a lot of folks come forth who don't come forth the rest of the year for shelter.
Because you said as other possible alternatives that you looked at and they were full, is what you're saying.
Right. At the end result, at the end of the day, there were only 5 additional beds, which does not meet the need that we were able to
But
find.
had we worked with them maybe 6 months before, would they?
Yeah,
We were. It was 6 months before. Well, maybe 4 months before.
Yeah.
Right. We were trying to get the current operators to expand their capacity, and so this is what we found. The Rescue Mission could only add 5
You ended up
beds.
with 5
beds.
Yeah, no, let me just say, Adora, I agree with the supervisor here. These organizations are already doing this. They're doing it on a regular basis. They do it without your help, in the sense. They go out and raise their own money, do their own thing. If you're going to be in that situation, I would think I'd go back to the people and say, can you figure out how to do this now? And we'll give you a little bit of that money that we're throwing, because they're already doing it. And I know a lot of these organizations, and they're at that point. They're trying to survive and do what they already do. And you come into them, ask, a lot of it doesn't come with any resources to do it. Can you just give us 5 extra beds? And if you're going to go do this and you keep asking us to support this kind of thing, it's really difficult when there's already organizations doing this, where if maybe they had one lump sum to jump them up and get in there, they could support it once they're there. But being 4 months in advance is really tough. I mean, this is a tough thing to see. And the problem is, at the end of this, our organizational issues here, and it's the people on the street who suffer because of this. And so it's tough listening to this stuff, because I know these organizations will do whatever they can. They do it on their own already. And there's a lot more churches and everybody else out there that would do whatever they could to help out.
Right, they do great work. The problem is that they're usually at near capacity, and it doesn't meet the winter
If we
demand.
wanted to expand capacity, is what I'm saying. They're just saying, but sometimes you usually have to find a beneficiary or somebody that's going to help them do that expansion when they do it. And it's funny, the Rescue Mission down in the valley is a friend of mine who took that on himself and has thrown millions into that, and they've expanded into stores. But they need to understand that the city wants them to do that and wants to help them, and they can come up with these ideas.
Right. I just also say it's not just the number of beds, but actually the services that go with them, so that you don't have a continuing homeless
I
population.
agree with that. That's what I'm saying. But if you ask them, we'll bring in services to do that. We can do that.
Well, the question I had, because the question I had is, like Supervisor was mentioning, if we're going to be working as other possible alternatives, and if we have to add additional dollars for the Kingdom Center, for the Rescue Mission, and so forth, in order to accommodate the additional.
And the Ventura County Rescue Mission does not accept public funds. Okay. And they're the biggest operator in Oxnard. I'm going to come back to some things with the Kingdom Center, because we do have some ideas there. And then there's Family Promise, which is a faith-based organizations, and they were kind of forming. They needed 13 congregations to get a critical mass to serve homeless, and I think they were up to 6, and they mainly serve families and children. So they weren't a solution for all the homeless males. So these were some of the areas that we looked at that really didn't pan out. This is the Kingdom Center. This is where we have a shelter, and I don't know if this thing shoots that red thing. It doesn't. But originally we were looking at the area on the right. All the areas surrounded by the dirt road has a common fence, and we thought it all belonged to us. What we found is all the area on the right. And
there is a pointer.
Oh, here we go. I guess it's not. It's lighting up here. We found out the area on the right does not belong to us. It belongs to the farmer. So our boundary is where that bus is at. And so all this area here has a common fence, and this is Rose Avenue for those of you familiar with Oxnard. This is the Kingdom Center.
Can you stay near the microphone too? Thank you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Thank you. So The whole area is included with one fencing, so we thought it was all our area, City of Oxnard. So we found out our boundaries right around here. In this area, we were looking at as possibly putting a men's shelter. And when we started looking at the covenants for the site, and we found out that this is 1.88 acres, this belongs to us. This is approximately 0.75 acres. It belongs to the farmers, not even in the city limit. It's under SOAR. It's under the county. So this is not really available to us. But we were looking at that as possibly a site, even for some temporary shelters for this year. Again, it was another idea that did not pan out. Here, however, though, we have a lot of vacant area back here, and we think we can double the capacity of the Kingdom Center for Women and Children, even for next year. I don't think it'll be permanent structure next year, but what I think we can have is some temporary structures while the permanent structures are being built, and we already have an RFQ out with architectural services being asked for an expansion design here. So that's something concrete that we're going to pursue. We have site control. This belongs to the City of Oxnard. There's a lot of support locally. And at least for women and children, I think that we have a solution for next year. Okay. So,
And currently, that's a vegetative screen.
I'm sorry?
That land you're pointing to is a vegetative screen. It's full of trees and things like that to
It's not as dense as it appears. Carl Lawson and I went out there, and this is pretty open.
And
this building is expendable. Mm-hmm. And then there's lots of room up here for the required parking. And housing, the county services are right across the street. So another thing that we're going to propose is that the city put in a crosswalk right around
Mr.
here.
Casillas, that's in the east part of the property, right? The eastern part of it?
Right. Yeah, I guess.
Where the trees are, the top
Yeah,
part is
yes,
east.
correct, the northeast.
Yeah, okay.
So that's one pretty good option that we have for next year. And like I said, it looks like we're in the same place as we were a year ago, but there's more coming right now. Let's see if I can get this working. Okay, here we go. And this is just the generic conclusion from Mr. Mulvihill's report about what is needed for long-term solutions: 24/7 reception, properly zoned areas, an operator, and collaboration also with the private sector to help impact the issue of homelessness. Our next steps is today we're interviewing for a homeless assistance coordinator. There were some issues a few years back, everybody heard about it, I think, and we lost the position. I got back about 15 months ago, but one thing, with the help of the city manager and the prioritizing of homelessness by the city council, we were able to get funding for a mid-management level homeless assistance coordinator again, who will have some grant responsibilities, but we'll also have a lot of time to work with the long-term solutions and with the county continuum of care and all the partner agencies in trying to bring some better solutions than we have in the past. We have our architectural RFQ in process for the Kingdom Center, and we also have one for just how to design a shelter just on a vacant plot, which we will be looking for. We're going to follow up with community action to try to identify a different site where there's a building that can be modified or can be built, that they could potentially still be the operator. We will do an RFP, I'm sorry. But I think that they seem to be like one of the organizations that have wanted to do this for years, even though they have not been able to do it at their current site. We're looking at some possible policy changes, and I know that Ventura has a preference for families, homeless families with children, and we're looking at their policies, and it's a nexus with the county behavioral health department, which validates that these families do fit the criteria, and then they put them ahead of everyone on the list, and we're interested in doing that. We typically open our waiting list for Section 8 and public housing for a small period. We get several thousand applicants. We close it and we leave it open for seniors and disabled. I'm going to propose that we also leave it open for the homeless. That way we can utilize some homeless set-aside vouchers we have, because they have to be on our list based on HUD requirements. So we're trying to bridge some of the bureaucratic barriers and hurdles.
May I also point out the homeless veterans, too, have specific funding sources?
They're on this next page. And the bottom one there, we have unutilized VASH vouchers for veterans.
You have unused vouchers?
And we're not the only ones. A lot of the housing authorities do, because the massive definition and criteria that HUD and the Veterans Administration require in order for them to be helped. They have to fit this big definition, and I think they may have modified it recently. But that's been a problem. The housing authorities get vouchers, but there's so much criteria involved, and then they have to be on the waiting list. They can't just be referred by someone. So that's why I want to keep our waiting list open on an ongoing basis for them, so that if they're not, they can just go sign up, and then we can help them.
And the county does have our own Veterans Services Department that can help in assistance with the administration of that in terms of seeing that they qualify and helping them get on the list if that's coordinated.
Mm-hmm. And part of the problem we've had is a shortage of staffing to address this area. We've had 12% of one staff person assigned to this, supposedly. So now we're going to have a full-time person, which we have high hopes for, which will help facilitate a lot of those linkages.
And that person is funded by the City of Oxnard Council? It's through your general fund, or it's through
City
a grant?
General Fund.
They approved the funding for a full-time.
It's been approved.
Got it.
Effective this year. So we also had a preliminary meeting with a group called Penny Lane and another group called Abbey Road. They're nonprofits. I don't know if you're familiar with them. If you go on the internet, you'll find out they do fantastic work in Los Angeles and San Fernando areas. And their whole work is supportive housing with supportive services. And they're looking at a 95-unit motel in Oxnard, and their plan is to try to get permission to convert it into one-bedroom apartments mostly, and also some larger size units. And they want 50% of them to be housing with supportive services, and with a preference for homeless and veterans. And so that's the preferred type solution that's been discussed broadly. And so we're very, very encouraged by them having come to us and wanting to do business in Oxnard.
Would that specific project by itself, I mean, your slide number 5 said you have 80. They're talking about a 90-unit motel or apartment that they can convert over. That sounds like something, exactly what we're looking for,
exactly.
Correct?
Yeah, and 50% would be supportive housing.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and they would be given preference, but it could be filled also by other very low income participants, families, and whatnot. We have a commitment to construct 53 apartments. Right now, we're redeveloping Colonia. I don't know how many are familiar with it. 260 units of public housing are being demolished. Half of them are already demolished, and we're going to rebuild 377 units there. 53 of them at the end on a 3-acre lot parcel is going to be left to us. So I'm seriously looking at making them 50% housing with supportive services and giving a preference to homeless and veterans again. And there's a real good model in Ventura. Ventura Housing just did a 39-unit development, and we're kind of learning from them and following their lead.
Mr. Casillas, is that the Las Cortes project that you've been working on for years?
Correct. That's Las Cortes project, but at the end of it, we're going to have 3 acres at the end of First and Rose.
Towards Rose Road and
right in the corner, we're going to have approximately 3 acres. Okay. And we have a commitment as part of the overall plan to develop 53 units there. And I'm going to propose that half of those be housing with supportive services as part of our long-term commitment to impact this problem.
That's good, because I know the city's been working on that project for years.
Right, and it's stalled for about 8 years. The 7 years that I was gone, I came back, it was in the same place.
Because of the
But now we've
recession.
demolitions in process, and the project is
We'll
launched.
blame it on Carl Lawson for that.
Pardon?
We'll blame it on Carl Lawson.
We'll blame it on Carl. And so, and we've also done some work just last month, well, July I think it was. We made possible a 40 unit development with mini mansions for extremely low income housing in South Side. And it wouldn't happen without our help. We gave them 39 project-based vouchers. We got them $800,000 in home funds and also in lieu fee funds, which are the cities don't readily let go of. So that's going to be helpful. But I think in the future we're going to ask them to set aside some units, our different community partners, specifically for homeless. And the only way we're going to ever impact this problem is permanent housing. I'm on board with that, and I'm looking for some concrete long-term measures to do it. We know how long things take to get built. If we do this project at Kingdom Center, we know that in 12 months it's not going to be built, but hopefully construction will be in process, and we may be able to set up some temporary shelters there, be they RV homes or whatever we can come up with to address the issue there. Okay, with the men, there are a lot of hurdles that need to be covered or bypassed to make that happen. So I can't promise that, but we're going to do our best to have something at least in process of being built if we're here again next year. Because I can't promise that we won't be, and we're not in the same place as a year ago because a lot has happened, and that's what I want to relate to you. And there's the old Greek philosopher that says you can't step in the same river twice. I think that does apply here. So I'm open for any questions.
Well, obviously, the problem is we use temporary funds. We are lessening the amount of funds for the permanent solution. I think that's part of the problem. Well, thank you for your presentation.
You're welcome. I do want to emphasize that there's been some unfair criticisms levied at the operator, and I think they've had a negative effect on our whole effort. And I've had staff, including Carl Lawson, who've been at the shelter, and they can attest that it's been a Class A act. There's been some differences on the level of strictness at the door in terms of using a breathalyzer, and I think the operator is amenable to not doing that. And we agree with Christy that it should be behavior-based. But I think that some people who propose, who pretend to be advocates for the homeless are really doing some counterproductive work for our overall effort, and it would be good to kind of keep that in mind as we may tend to be over restrictive with the operator, which may have not be what we want to do. Okay.
And I think the county's also looking at the provision of services in the morning. Can you address that?
There are efforts in process for that, and now that it's in Oxnard, we have some grounds right across the street next to our PAL bidding on city property where we can set up some services. And I don't have the details on that, but there are people here who do, like Carl Lawson or Peter Brown has been working firsthand with those things. So, and the operator's also here, and he's willing to answer any questions that you may have.
You know, you provided a lot of potential for growth in permanent services in the future. And looking at whether you're going to be back here next year, what is the likelihood that those will come to completion, that what is the time frame on a lot of those?
The policy, some of the stuff like our policy change will be next April when we do our agency plan to HUD. The thing with Kingdom Center it can happen fairly quickly in terms of being being launched, not being concluded. Shelter for men, we have to find a site, and we have to go back to community action and see if they're going to try to procure a site and be the operator, or my plan B is for the city to get a site and come up with a shelter and then do an RFP for an operator.
And the 80 beds that you referenced, is that just specific to Oxnard?
Yes.
Okay. Are there other questions? And Christy, do we have other presentations? Or? Okay. I'm not seeing the cards. So.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And now from the City of Ventura, yes?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Jeff Lambert. Our chair did, thank goodness, all the heavy lifting, so I don't have a PowerPoint presentation. I wanted to make a few comments, though, just to bring on home sort of the partnership. Number one, I hope it's clear to the board that we wouldn't be here this year if there was another alternative for this winter. There isn't one. We've been working really hard to try to find one, and we haven't. I also want to note to the board that in our case, in the City of Ventura's case, our homeless count has actually gone down from 701 in 2012 to just over 300 in this year's count. So we've actually had quite a bit of success in reducing the number, but we're far from over, and we know that, and we take that very seriously.
So as far as the number counts, you agree that there are less?
Yes.
You're finding? Yes.
Yeah, in our case, we're quite confident that we've been doing the same count the regular way. Yes, the methodology changed, but we're comfortable that our numbers are pretty accurate.
Even with this change in methodology and all,
and I think the change reflects the actions that we've been taking to try to address the issue, and I hope that shows that to you. I want to just thank Christy for inviting us to speak. I think this is a good conversation for us to be all doing together. I also want to particularly thank other members of the county family, Barry Zimmerman, who's here, Marissa Mack, and Christy Madden, for being part of the city's conversation. Back in July, our city council had a workshop in April and had a public hearing in July, and our city council took a pretty bold move for Ventura, and that was in large part because the city and the county were sitting together at the staff table, and I think that was unheard of, and I will tell you it's a particular note to most people in Ventura that partnership was very evident that night. I also want to just acknowledge the role that cities had to sort of bring the stakeholders together. The reason the council was able to take that action that night, and really their action was twofold. One, to direct staff to expand the opportunities for crisis housing in Ventura, otherwise known as zoning changes, to make sheltering more easy to accomplish. But two, the council sort of reinforced its desire to implement our own housing element and grow the amount of housing we have in town. Those are pretty significant decisions that were made. That was made because of the stakeholders in the room. We had faith-based leaders, the Chamber of Commerce, our downtown business organization, and really all the advocates of homeless and housing services all on the same page in one meeting. And that doesn't always happen in this world. And so I think that was a really good outcome from the community's perspective. And since then, we've actually had a pretty robust conversation. We formed a stakeholder group, includes all of those people and others. Christy Madden, Tara Caruth, and Marissa Mock are actually part of our stakeholder group that actually my goal is to make sure that group keeps us moving and maintains the momentum that we had in the spring of this year and into the summer. And I think that's important. I want to note, though, and I'll talk about this in a second, what's come out of that conversation is that we can't just talk about crisis housing. This is something I think the council learned in July without talking about expanding the opportunities for affordable housing, because a shelter is one thing, but if they don't have a place to go after that because we don't have enough product, we can't really solve the problem. I want to note to the board that the city is in a pretty amazing place right now, the city of Ventura, in what we're actually producing. We have about 750 units under construction right now in the city, and about another 1,200 units in plan check. That means their funding's lined up and they intend to build and start construction. So we have close to 2,000 units either under construction or in plan check in the city right now. That's 10 times what we typically have in a year, and it really, really shows that we're actually actively trying to increase the supply, because supply has a lot to do with how much housing costs. But of note to that, of those 2,000 units, over 300 of them are restricted affordable units. So we're actually building. We're not just talking about policy. We're actually building and expanding the ability to provide affordable housing in Ventura, and I think that's really meaningful because that's really our job. Our job is to put zoning in place and to allow the development to occur to increase the supply, and I think we're actually doing that really well right now. We could always do better, but this is a pretty unprecedented year for us, and I expect that that's going to continue until 2017, and hopefully, if the economy stays okay, we can go a couple more years with that kind of growth. I also will note that we're obviously pleased to have Measure O passed last Tuesday. Those of you that followed our Measure O, we based how we intend to spend that money on a needs assessment. And in that needs assessment, we have money particularly set aside towards homeless facilities, whether it's capital for a shelter or ongoing operation. We have about $500,000 that we've described in our needs assessment that we believe will be targeted towards our homeless services, and I think that's important for you all to know.
And you said $500,000?
Correct.
Is that an annual basis or?
We don't know yet. What we did in the needs assessment is say what's the need and what should be put into the packages. We did a couple of community surveys, and the issue of homelessness was scored pretty high. I will tell you it was scored high because many people thought we weren't doing enough to provide services, and then many people thought we were doing too much. But the reality is it is scored high, and I think the city is serious about implementing that needs assessment as we go forward to develop a funding plan for that new money. I suspect there'll be some money put towards capital to help a facility get built, I suspect there'll be also money available to pay for ongoing expenses. We haven't quite made that decision yet. I also want to make a note to the board that when the council in July said get the zoning fixed so that we expand the opportunities for shelter, we are doing that, and we're on track to bring that back to council in March of 2017 for council action. The zoning is done. Our city attorney is reviewing it. It should be released publicly by the end of this month, we think on the 29th of November, to our stakeholder group, and then publicly during December and January. It will go to our planning commission in February and our council in March, and I feel fairly confident that we're on track. The key for us is to make sure all the stakeholders stay with us, because that's what got the direction to happen in July, and that's what will allow that action to happen in March. And I'm actually pretty confident that that will happen because we've had some good success.
Could I ask you one question before you go too far away from that? You mentioned 300 supportive units that are part of the...
300, they're restricted affordable units at either very low, extremely low, or low.
That's what I wanted to ask, is how low? Okay, so...
Yeah, it's a combination. I would say probably about a half of those are low, and then the other half are either very low or extremely low.
Thank you.
That is impressive.
Yeah, I think so too. Actually, I'm pretty excited about that. So I want to just conclude with where I started, is we don't come here lightly. We don't come here hat in hand, I guess is the saying, and ask you to participate with us in the winter warming shelter. We agree it's not the best practice, but we think it's the only choice we have for this winter. I'll answer the question before you ask it. What's the likelihood of us solving this by this time next year? Our hope is, if the council's zoning is in place in March of this year, what that does is open up the opportunity to apply for a conditional use permit. The other thing that the council will be doing in March, because they've already given us direction to do that, is to subsidize the cost of that entitlement. So anybody coming in to apply for a use permit for a shelter that's wraparound services we would pay the cost of that process. We wouldn't make them bear that cost. It's expensive, but we will cover the cost to allow them to go through that process. Our hope is between now and then we define who's going to do that, who the provider is going to be, begin to look at locations so that we can identify a location and a provider and start that entitlement process directly after council approves the zoning in March. That will take a few months. I'm hopeful that we'll have it done by fall, and it depends on whether it's an existing building that needs modification, a new building. We don't know what the end game is. I can tell you having something open by December of 2017 will be a challenge, but it's a challenge that we're working really hard to. We might not make that deadline, but hopefully we'll have something open during the winter of 2017 and 2018. That's certainly our goal and our commitment, and I can tell you right now within the boundaries of the city of Ventura, there's widespread support for that, and frankly, we have not had that before. And so there's not only widespread community support, the business community is as engaged in making this happen. Literally, they will be going door to door in the zone where we're proposing shelters with us to talk to those businesses about why this is good for them, not just good for us. So the Chamber's been a really unique partner with us, and I think that's helped the council stay sort of unanimous going forward, and I suspect that will continue through to March at least. And that's what I wanted to say this morning. I'm happy to answer any questions. I also have Peter Brown, our homeless coordinator, in the room if you have detailed questions, because I've given you all I know at the moment so far.
If I can ask you a quick question.
Yeah.
As we saw in Oxnard and all the nonprofits and the faith-based doing their stuff, what are we doing in Ventura here that we're reaching out to those people to ask? We got this emergency, what can you do with one family, two families? I don't know if your zoning allows the churches and the organizations to help do that. I've talked to even some over in Thousand Oaks, and said we do a whole lot more if there was at least some zoning that would allow us to set up a place, take in a family, get that family kind of settled. Maybe somebody in the church would take them in or get them on a way and get a job, work with them. But zoning makes it so difficult, and I don't know if there's any temporary things you're doing to help that or what.
There aren't any specific zoning to do that. We have had some examples where individual churches have a residence on site, and they've set aside that residence for that use. That's zoning compliant.
Right, that's zoning compliant, but is there anything within a big building, we can open up kind of a room, we've got bathroom, showers, we can work with these people, we can take in one family, do we allow that to go on? I mean, is there some things that we can do that kind of think outside the box? Because I've talked to a lot of them and said, we do this all day long, but we fight the city on this stuff, and they just say, no, you can't do that. And like I said, and I'm not talking about people I've talked in your city, but other cities have said this kind of thing.
No, it can be directed towards us too. It's
Yeah,
okay. We
yeah.
all have the same perspective. I think there's two things. One, we are actively talking to the faith-based community, and I would say the reason that the council, that we conducted an April workshop last year with over 200 people in attendance, and the reason that we had a council decision in July was directly driven by the faith-based leaders. They really came together, and I think there was 30 of them that wrote a letter to the city saying, you've got to do something. And that's something for us. The best something is a permanent year-round shelter on top of adding to the affordable housing mix in the
Right,
city.
and I think everybody would agree that, but
Yeah.
I'm just trying to think of those people who said, look, we have room, we'll take somebody in, we'll put a trailer, if you allow us to, that has the regular rooms and bathroom in it, and do all those things. If you'll just allow us to do it, we'll take care of them, we'll feed them, we'll help these people get back on their feet. I'm just wondering if there's ways like that that we could work, the cities could say, listen, we're open.
Yeah.
You know, we're open to find solutions here until we can get more permanent things like that available.
Yeah, we actually are open to that. I think we're open. I like to think of myself as the most flexible community development director.
Good.
I have the role of interpreting the ordinance a lot, and
Right.
we really look to that. I should note, I meant to say this earlier, and I want to give Mike Powers some credit along with other city managers. The cities are actually working together right now on a memorandum of understanding. And the value to me of that is that all the cities, we hope, will ultimately say we all have a responsibility. It's not the scale that's the same. Oxnard and Ventura by far have the scale problem, but every city has some responsibility. We've drafted the MOU. We've had the conversation with all the city managers and your CEO. I think it went okay, to be honest with you, that I think that all the cities understand that there's some common agreement that we should work together. Every city wants to do their own version of permanent housing or emergency housing or shelter or crisis housing. And that's okay as long as our goal is that every city in the county has the understanding that we want them to kind of own their own sort of share of the challenge. And I think
Right.
we're having good progress. We're not there yet, but I think that's an important part of the conversation as well.
If I may, representing the East County, Thousand Oaks area and all, we have a request just today from Lutheran Social Service to do a warming shelter in Thousand Oaks. I think the request was $55,000. And, you know, I just wonder what you would say to people other than Ventura and Oxnard who are willing to put up efforts to house people in warming shelters. And this request is specific to your two cities. What would you say to those other entities? I know also in Ojai they have a collection of faith entities that are providing warming shelters.
Well, we don't limit access to just residents of Ventura and Oxnard. So we have folks, in fact, last year, Camarillo city manager at our meeting described that last year they actually paid a shuttle service to send their folks that wanted to the shelter in Oxnard. So I guess one of my answers is we do serve the whole county with this shelter. It's not limited to just our two jurisdictions. But I also would welcome any city that wants to sort of do something to help with this challenge.
So the 25 or so from Thousand Oaks that are coming to your shelter, if they had the funds there, could stay there. So
Yeah.
it just seems this is just a regional issue.
It is.
While it is more concentrated in one area, I think we still need to look at it regionally.
I will only add one of the, I think, the key components of the draft MOU that we're talking about with the cities is that we all really sort of buy into the continuum of care, that the COC really becomes the umbrella by which all cities make reasoned decisions, because it is a regional effort. It's not an individual city effort, and I think that's an important thing that we've bought into from the city of Ventura, and I think that other cities will do the same.
And I think to achieve that goal of not having people who are homeless, you know, having homes for them, we realize that there is a percentage that are resistant.
Yes.
And so what this money is doing is not helping those individuals other than this temporary allowance. So it just seems we need to work towards that group too. And I don't know, this doesn't seem to do that. The request before us.
Well, I think it's important that we have there's criticism sometimes because we have a police department that actually has a focused task force on homeless and vagrancy issues. But the reality is they actually help folks get to the point where they look for services that they were resistant before. We've had, I think through our downtown Ventura business partnership, we've actually relocated something like 85 people back home. So
Right.
we have a broad, our numbers went from 701 to 301, not with one solution, with multiple solutions. And one of those solutions is helping people reconnect with their families, and not just putting them on a bus, but making sure there's somebody there to receive them at the other end. And I think that's a pretty powerful part of our solution and our success story. We have lots to do, but I think our goal is that we know the population at some point, if we continue to contact them, they'll find an opportunity to say, maybe this time, maybe I'm done being resistant, and that's our hope as well.
You got to commend on that kind of a thing. That's great. Where you set it up, somebody has to be on the other end to receive them. So that's good. You got somebody who wants to say something?
Yeah, he's just whispering in my ear. Since you gave me that opening, we have River Haven, which we have folks that live in a sort of a self-maintained camp in the river that we put in place about 10 years ago. That's very successful. We have a safe sleep program, which we're actually talking to our city council homeless committee this afternoon about how we might expand that program. Right now, we only have 2 locations at 2 churches where people can stay, but we're looking at maybe growing the number of people that can stay at either one of those locations, or looking for other churches that could actually grow that program. Of course, you have to have a car to make that worth it to you, but the reality is that's a great partnership with our faith-based leaders that we're actually talking about this afternoon in about 2 hours on how to expand.
That's great. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you.
Council, board members, I just want to mention that the reference to the meeting that took place last April really was an historic shift, a paradigm shift in the city of Ventura. You know, it remains to be seen whether that, as you say, whether the stakeholders will stay there, whether the resolve can stay there, because it's usually at this next step where the pushback successfully derails it again, but this time feels differently, so I appreciate the efforts of city staff and the city council for moving forward with this in terms of trying to make it happen. If I could ask one question about that also, the zoning, is it? What capacity, do you have that in terms of what kind of shelter? I know we're talking about smaller shelters, not the big institutional one. Has that been resolved yet, or is that still to be determined?
It's pretty close to being resolved. We haven't really made it public yet, but I will tell you, we're really looking. We have the Senate Bill 2 minimal zoning that allows an emergency shelter in only the M1 and M2 zones. Our plan right now is to broaden that to a larger area than just those limited zones. We have what we call an MPD zone, so that larger area would be included. Our goal would be that we would maintain the minimum emergency shelter only would still be allowed by right. A shelter that would have wraparound services, which is really what we're all trying to get to, would be allowed with the use permit that we would subsidize. We would build into the zoning that there were basic standards that would have to be in place. One of the things we're talking about is eliminating right now the current zoning says you can only go to 55 beds if you're within a quarter mile of a bus line. We're eliminating that restriction because we're already limiting the geographic area. That will help a lot. And I think the key component of this will be what we call a management and operation plan. Really, we'll talk about, before the use permit can be allowed to be approved, what's the management and operation plan? How will intake happen? How will you manage the goods and the dogs and all the stuff that has to happen there? So our hope is that we will have a good plan, that the zoning will cover the basic rules that have to be in place, and then we'll allow flexibility on a case-by-case basis through the management and operation plan. And that's our plan, and I think that will be the best solution for us.
Thank you.
Sure.
I just want to say thank you to both Oxnard and Ventura, and certainly the evolution that's occurred with the Continuum of Care Board. And we've gone from the first iteration of the 10-year plan, where there was a lot of finger pointing and blame game, to the next iteration that knew that we raised the bar higher, and the housing first component piece of it, but the engagement and discussion became much stronger and much more across the table, and that April meeting was very impressive. And hearing Oxnard's what you're looking at, the solution pieces, is something that weren't 5 years ago, did not happen, and Ventura too. And I know the successful, small numbers may seem, but that connecting the homeless with where a family member may be, helping them get back home, every one of those helps. And the fact that we have, as a community, engaged veterans as a priority, and yes, there are a resistant percentage, but we as a board have acted to commit on families and children to try and keep them out of shelters and move with them, and we've stepped up and put funds on the table to make that happen and move that forward. So I'm very impressed with just what we're hearing in the dialogue of cooperation and collaboration across the spectrum of city boundaries and all of that. So it's moved immensely. So thank you for
Sure.
that.
It's exciting for us, and I should add too, we have 10 acres of land that we will soon get back from California Veterans Administration that we will target specific towards veterans. We're actually drafting an RFQ right now to select a developer that can actually deliver veteran housing. It's a tri-county facility, but veteran housing of all types as well as services. So that's a terrific opportunity that we will never have again.
Right.
It will be free land. That doesn't happen very often.
Exciting project proposal.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'd like to probably share this information with, I'm sorry, are you done?
I'm done.
Jeff?
Yeah.
I just want to share this information with Mr. Casillas and also to Carl Lawson, that, the county's committed to helping the city of Oxnard. I know I am. And I know it's frustrating that we're voting again for a nighttime winter warming shelter. When last year, the city agreed and the city of Ventura agreed that we were going to look at a permanent year-round shelter. And it's not happened, but one of the benefits that I see now is that you're working with the faith community, working with the rescue mission, the lighthouse, the Kingdom Hall. You're finding alternatives, that I think are important to all of us. And I think that one of the things that the city of Oxnard, especially in the county of Ventura, is to form a partnership. A partnership, because in the past, the city of Oxnard has not really worked with the county in other venues. And now here, the county of Ventura, and especially in my district, we're helping out. I'm not using the homeless as an issue, but only that the city of Oxnard is not asking for help, which is my city too, in my area. But it's important, I think, that it be conveyed to the Oxnard that we need to be partners. We need to be partners not only in this homeless issue, but other issues that we have here in the county of Ventura and Oxnard especially. Because I think it's important that we have a good relationship, and I've always believed in partnership. And I know that our CEOs have worked with the city of Oxnard, and I think it's important that we understand that we're here to help with the city of Oxnard, and also that we also need some reciprocation from the city of Oxnard and other issues that we're working on. And I think it's important that we convey that. But I think that you have a good plan there, Mr. Casillas. I think that it works out. The Kingdom Hall, I remember when I was in the city council, we bought that property and never realized that there was a fine line there, that we should have really bought the whole thing all the way up to the strawberry fields. But I think working with the rescue mission, working with the Kingdom Hall, with the other agencies, I think it's important that we do that. I do support this, but I think that the city of Oxnard needs to understand too that we need to be a partnership on other issues, not this issue.
Madam Chair?
Supervisor Bennett?
In recognition of the improved communication and the sort of renewed vigor that both cities are moving forward, I would move staff's recommended action.
I have some questions of staff, if I might, before we go ahead with the motion. Ms. Madden, again, we're seeing residents from East County coming into the shelter. You're seeing requests from East County for money for their shelter. I'm just looking at, we're looking at, if you have some numbers available about what percentage we're seeing of the beds are East County in the West County shelter.
That's a good question. That would be nice if you had that answer, yeah.
I believe in your staff report there are some data from last year's shelter operations, and it looks like there were 26 people from the East County who presented at the West County Winter Warming Shelter last year.
And I know that, as I said, the Lutheran Social Service has requested $55,000. They have 36 beds, I understand, in the East County. And as I look at this, we're right now, we're just allocating funds for a warming shelter so people aren't, living on the streets during the winter time. Whether they're in East County or they're in West County, it's important to see that, our emphasis is for all people who are homeless. I would ask that we also look, in addition to the $120,000 specific for the Ventura Oxnard area, that we also look at completing the request in the city of the East County city of Thousand Oaks that has a faith-based organizations that need funds to help feed the people there too. Right now, as I see it, it's roughly 30% of the number of beds. If you're looking at $120,000, some 30% of that would be close to $30,000. And I would just say we need to look regionally on this. It will potentially reduce the number of beds needed in the West County if we have sufficient beds in the East County too. So as you're moving forward, I realize staff brought this request looking solely at the Ventura Oxnard effort. I think we know that we have more in the East County too. So I would just look at, as you're forming your motion, that we also consider this fund countywide, and in that respect, we have a request and we have beds there that need it too.
Given the extensive amount of work that staff did with these partners as they were coming forward, et cetera, I'm not at all opposed to looking at that, but I wouldn't be ready to do that right now. I would want to have them work with staff and have staff come, just as they did with this, and say, okay, we've worked out because the devil's in the details on this completely. We have lots of details that they worked into this. So if staff wants to come back at our December 6th meeting, if they were able to pull that together, but I wouldn't make that part of this motion that I've just made.
It does just so happen that we do have the application request on our agenda at I think it was earlier item 11 or 12, I believe. Yeah. So they have
I
already.
would point out for the benefit of the board, the emergency solutions grant funding recommendation that you considered on the consent calendar this morning was for permanent shelter options, and the application from LSS came in from their LA office, who probably wasn't familiar with that. So we do have other similar shelter structures in both Simi Valley and the Ojai Valley who, if you were to consider this at your December meeting, I think it would be remiss if we didn't reach out to them and look at what their options are. But, purely from a staff perspective, the fact that we're taking precious county resources and putting it towards a winter shelter option is just really tough to swallow, because we really need to be going after permanent solutions. And, we haven't heard anything from any of these other shelter partners that the operation of those facilities is in any way at risk for this coming season without our funding. So,
and that would be something that I would request that you do reach out, because they're not asking for $55,000 for nothing. Whether it's to be able to provide the food so that they can have the beds, so you don't have them coming to the only one out here in the West County, for example. Mr. Powers had some comments.
Yeah, go ahead,
too.
Mike. Go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, thank you. Well, on that, Supervisor, we will definitely look at that, explore that, and come back to your board on that issue, because we want to make this, as you mentioned, a regional solution. And I just want to say just two other things real quick, if I may.
Yes.
I want to thank Oxnard and Ventura, Jeff and Arturo, for coming and presenting all that good information. There's a lot of efforts, a lot of moving parts that give you a sense of the nature of the challenge. And but I think it's also important that we're recognizing the Continuum of Care Board and the good direction that things are heading in, the regional solution that's happening, because it's got city, county, area housing authorities, community-based providers, formerly homeless person. It's got the right approach, and it's trying to coordinate all these things. This winter warming shelter is an aberration. It's the wrong direction, but it's an exception. And I think we're hearing the cities acknowledge this is not the way we want to go, and so I think we are going to head in the right direction. And then the county's part in that, too, is we need to provide services, social, medical, mental health wraparound services, and improved case management and integrated services. And that's something that we're working on from our end as well. So there's a lot of momentum heading in the right direction.
Right. And I appreciate you saying that. And I think at some point, coming where you're coming from, this isn't a real good solution. And I struggle a little bit that most of these people come from the cities. We're paying a third of the cost. That's a problem, harder for me anyway. But we were already told we didn't need this year, and we're here again. I'd like to see on this measure, or this, we pass it, we're not going to be here again. There's something about it, so everybody knows you can't come back again and again. We've got to get this thing solved. We've got to think outside the box, find other solutions for these kind of things. And I think that it's not waiting 3 months before, 4 months before. It's right now. Starting tomorrow, we're working towards next year because it will be cold again and people need this. So I'd like to make sure that we're not, there's people understand, you can't come back to us again, you know, in this kind of situation. If there was something that moved us to a permanent solution, they did something else right there, we'd be open to that. But if we don't go to these permanent solutions, this is just, and the hardest part with all this is the people that are on the street are the ones that suffer through this whole thing. That's the hardest part. And so I'd like to find, if we could, I don't know if there's something we could add to this, but at least that these people know that this could be the last time. They told us the last time was the last time, and here we are again. So I know, Supervisor, it's hard for you, but.
I don't think legally we can say.
I understand that, yeah.
A future board can't put something on its agenda.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
But I want them to understand where we're coming
I think
from.
it's been expressed, and I think it's been expressed by our staff to the staffs of the city, of both cities. I think it's been expressed by all of us that we think this should be the last time that this happens.
Yeah.
And really light a fire. Now, one thing that we might do, because usually what happens, we have this conversation now, and the next conversation will take place next September.
Exactly.
Oh, you know, the Winter Warming Show, where are we? And instead, we should have a conversation next March. And
That's great,
that
yeah.
should be a conversation here and with the city. The city will hopefully have
where they
finished
go.
their zoning in February.
Yeah.
We'll know more about where Oxnard is. And then we can sit there and say again, hey, you know, or they may say, if this happens, we can get this done, and maybe we can help something happen, you know, so we get this done.
That's right,
So
yeah.
I
That'd be
would
great.
include in the motion, I can't include in the motion, this can't come back,
No, but
but I
maybe-
can include in the motion, let's bring something, let's
Bring a
bring an
report
update
back in March.
March.
Yeah,
right?
okay, that would be great.
And
But
again,
these-
Madam Chair?
Yes.
I'm sure that
Supervisor
Mr.
Garza.
Casillas and Jeff is going to relay that message, convey that message to their city councils. I
And
think
I'm
it's important.
sure our clerk's going to let me make a motion.
I will. Madam Chair, you have one speaker card on the side
Oh,
sitting
he's
before you.
he's caught us, that's right.
We do have Carl Lawson, if you'd like to come speak.
Very briefly, Madam Chair, members of the board, I want to thank you for your consideration. My name is Carl Lawson. I do work with the Oxnard Housing Department. I am the 12% person who Supervisor Zaragoza referred to. I just want to express my personal thanks to the county staff. Over the years, they're an integral part, and it was not mentioned here that the city of Oxnard and the city of Ventura, we do provide some of our funding to the county Human Services Agency, which does excellent work at rapid rehousing and homeless prevention. The fact that there is a population which uses the winter warming shelter does not mean that there are not people who have been placed in permanent housing, and a large part of that is due to the efforts of your tremendous staff. Our city does provide funding to our partners. Other partners are nonprofits. Supervisor Foy spoke about the various nonprofits. They're an integral part, not only to the Kingdom Center, which services women and children, but to the Turning Point Foundation, which services the severely mentally ill, Interface, which deals with children, Many Mansions, which deals with transitional age youth, and the Community Action of Ventura County. So we have an extensive investment with those partners. We have concrete plans on the ground. Not only is the city of Ventura taking ordinances that are council, but our planning commission this Thursday night is looking at ordinances, have a public hearing on ordinances that will enable the greater production of low-income and very low-income units, and looking at the SB2 issues. So it is not a static situation. And I would just echo the comments of Supervisor Long and Supervisor Zaragoza and Supervisor Bennett, that we have, there's a partnership, there's a change, there's a sea change in attitude among the city that I work for as far as dealing with this on a long-term basis. And I think it is an excellent, excellent idea to come back in March rather than in September, October, or God forbid, November. So thank you so much, and really do appreciate your time and consideration and the excellent work that your staff has consistently done. And you may not hear that enough, but they are absolute professionals every day of the year. And I want to thank them.
And it is good to see that we have reduced the homeless population in some areas as a result of the collaborations. So I know that obviously there's a lot more to do. Unfortunately, we are in a situation where, as Supervisor Foy said, it's the people on the street that will be hurt if we don't move forward here today. And I look forward to also looking at the East County. We do have certainly people who are needy there and services that need supplement. So if we can do that in December. And Mr. Powers, did you have some comments you wanted to make? Okay.
Madam
all
Chair,
right.
I just want to thank Carl. Carl, you've been with the city for, what, 300 years? About 30-plus years or so.
So we do
Thank you
have
for your good work.
a motion on the table, and you added to that motion regarding having it coming back in March to revisit the results.
That's confirmed, ma'am? To include in the motion from Supervisor Long? Thank you, ma'am.
Thanks, Christy, for all the work you do. I know it's hard to do this, though, yeah.
We have two other items that are not time certain. I would like to see if we can get through them so our staff can go to lunch and we can be ready for our 1 p.m. We will
Madam
break
Chair,
for lunch.
will we break for lunch?
We
If
will
we're
break
going
for
to break,
lunch.
just for the benefit of those people who are here for the 1 o'clock, we've been going nonstop since 8:30. So there will be a short break for lunch if it helps you plan either whatever you're going to do.
So we're looking at possibly not being back for the 1 o'clock till 1:15, if we can just give you an idea.
1:30?
Madam Chair, this is item 28.
Thank you. Regular agenda item 28,
I'd
Santa
move the
Paula.
recommended action.
We got a motion. Is there a second? If we could all please vote.
All right, 1:15.
Thank you.
And then also item 30.
Vote. Everybody vote.
One more vote on the item 28. Now item 30. And this is regarding the local coastal program grant on sea level rise, and it's an accepting.
I would move the recommended action.
We have a motion and a second.
It's not everything we wanted, but it's better
It
than
will
what we
get
don't
us
have.
moving in the right direction.
Moving in the right direction.
And now we will take a brief recess.
I'm fine with 1:15.
Okay, and we'll be here at 1:15. Sorry, we're running a little bit late, but we'll be better board for it. At this time, then, I'm going to ask our staff if they would please begin presenting. And I know the other two supervisors can hear us on the microphone, but we'll be out here shortly.
Good afternoon, Chair Parks, members of the board, Mr. Powers. For the record, I am Chris Stevens with the Resource Management Agency, and I'm here today to present to you the item related to the potential regulation of short-term rentals in unincorporated Ventura County. Before I get started, a couple, housekeeping issues, as you might say. Just to remind the board that we released a draft report, a draft agenda item out 2 weeks prior to this hearing. So not following our typical process, but we knew there was great interest in the topic from our previous hearings, and I think as you can see by the turnout today, there remains a lot of interest, and we received numerous comments. Those comments have been posted with the agenda on the webpage, at least those of them that we received prior to mid-morning yesterday. What I just handed out to you now were those comments that we received between that time and noon today. So I think we received an additional 30 comments, roughly. I would add it was just brought to my attention by someone in the crowd that we may have not published all of the pages to all of the comments as we were collating. We may have missed some pages and not had complete. We're going through that right now, trying to sort that out, and we'll have those straightened out and posted, obviously after the hearing takes place. But I wanted to let you know that was brought to our attention.
And that we received them all. That is
yes,
important.
and yes, definitely
Yes.
we will receive them all.
Thank you.
All right. Lastly, I wanted to recognize we have the treasurer tax collector and assistant treasurer tax collector here. Should you have any questions about the transit occupancy tax ordinance and its implementation. And I also have the planning director, Kim Prilhart, and our permit coordinator, Winston Wright, here, should you have any questions most notably with respect to the permit with waiver type programs that the county currently uses for a number of permit types. So with that, we'll get started, or maybe not. Thanks, Brian. Which way do we go here? There we go. Very good. The board, as you know, has had 2 previous hearings on this topic. The first was in December of last year, and at that time the board provided some objectives for us to guide staff as we work further on this. Those are up on the screen right now. Those were, the board was specific in delineating these as being in priority order. So we have used those objectives as our guide as we've come back to you for our hearings. In August of this year, at that hearing, we brought back further information and analysis, and the board asked again for staff to return, and that's what we are here today with a report talking more specifically about potential definitions of short-term rentals, what a waiver program is and what it might look like, what homeowners associations' involvement might be in a permitting process, and then to take a look at unique communities and areas and how they might be treated, or if they warranted different levels of permit requirements. So that is the report for you that was in your agenda item and we'll cover today. Oh, it sticks. There we go. All right. Real quickly, just to refresh things a bit. Currently, this is a map showing the locations of the current short-term rentals. This is a map showing those that are currently registered with the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office. You can see that they're largely along our coastal areas as well as in the Ojai Valley. Emphasize for you that these are just those that are registered with the Treasurer Tax Collector. There are others, when you look at sites such as Airbnb or VRBO or others, that there are additional units out there. We don't have those mapped, but I just want to make sure that it's clear that they are out there. The other thing to touch on in terms of the existing environment was to talk about the transient occupancy tax and make sure that it's clear to the board and the audience that ordinance only applies to short-term rentals and not home shares as we define them. Home shares are not covered by that ordinance, are not required to register or pay transient occupancy tax. Currently, there are approximately 140 licensed short-term rental units, although I think I got a call from the Treasurer Tax Collector about a half hour ago, and it may be up to about 146 now. And while we collect over $600,000 in transit occupancy tax for the unincorporated area, just over $400,000 of that is related to short-term rentals. Not all that $600,000, so I want to make sure I clarify that for you. So, as described in the board letter, the purpose of the item was not only to provide additional information and analysis to the board, but it was also to seek further direction from the board as to how we might take the next step and actually prepare ordinance language that would then go through the formal planning process through hearings and planning commission and ultimately back to the board. Therefore, that kind of organized this presentation around what that permitting framework might look like, as opposed to running through for you the board letter itself. And so the remainder of the presentation will be kind of organized around what a permitting framework looks like or might look like for short-term rentals. We've got there we go. In the board letter, we provide for you a couple of definitions for your consideration. This is in recognition of the fact, and we discussed it in the board letter, there's quite a distinction between short-term rentals and home shares, and home shares being where it is a principal residence of the owner and the owner is on site. And I think we've heard that in our previous hearings. There's certainly operational issues, and when it comes to potential impacts on neighbors, there seems to be quite a difference between those home shares and those short-term rentals when the entire unit is rented. So the next kind of area in the permitting structure is to talk about kind of zones and property characteristics. We're challenged a bit here in the county unincorporated area in that we have two zoning ordinances that we have to work with, one being the non-coastal and the other being the coastal zoning ordinance. And we talk a bit about the Coastal Commission and their role with respect to the coastal zoning ordinance, which provides another challenge for us as we move forward. Within each of those ordinances, there are 7 different residential categories of land use that we have to address. And also in some limited situations, these ordinances establish standards for specific areas or types of land use. For example, cultural heritage sites have certain activities that can take place on a cultural heritage site that cannot take place on other residential properties that wouldn't have that designation. So the ordinance is structured over the years to recognize the uniqueness of not only zones but specific uses and types of uses. The would also touch on, as we did in the board letter, when it comes to the short-term rentals, because of their concentration within the coastal areas and the Ojai Valley, we talk a bit about what some unique characteristics are of those areas, and we touch a bit on agricultural lands as well. And I wanted to very quickly just touch on those that we talk about in the board letter. This is the map that was provided as an attachment, and this is the Ojai traffic impact area. And I would emphasize that the boundaries of this map, they're really provided as illustrative. This is a map that already resides within the zoning ordinance, and in that sense, it may be a convenient map to use, but it doesn't necessarily represent the boundary of the area that ultimately we may want to look at. As we mentioned in the board letter, we'd have to do some additional analysis if we were to proceed down the path of identifying specific areas and treating them differently. But this is a map that's already in the zoning ordinance, and if we were to take a look at the Ojai Valley and its unique issues with respect to affordable housing and commuting patterns, this might be a designation that we may want to work with. But there are other areas. There are spheres of influence. There are spheres of interest. There are other boundary lines that can be used. And as I said, with some further analysis, we would refine that. We also discussed in the board letter our coastal areas, and we'll start over. Anyway, we'll see where that ends up. We have. Our coastal areas are really kind of broken into two areas. One we described as our north and our south coast areas. They are quite different from what we'll call our central coast areas. Those areas are not served by residential streets. They're rather kind of linear neighborhood, if you will, as opposed to our central areas. Here we go. And this is the north coast. And then this would be the south coast portion of them. As you can see, they're very linear. They're served primarily by PCH. And the parcels are generally larger than those, as you might see in our what we'll call our central coast area. That is the Hollywood Beach and Silver Strand areas. It's very reflective of fairly dense development. Those are small lots served by narrow residential streets. And because of those narrow streets and narrow lots, you have very limited parking on street in those areas. So they really have a kind of a different characteristic than those north and south coast areas, and we talk about those in the board letter. They're all distinct and different, as we say in the board letter, but we can't emphasize enough the need for us that if we were to take a look at permitting of them differently, that we would need to do some additional analysis and make sure that we're confident in our treatment of them as distinct and requiring a different level of review. So there will be no question some additional work to be done. And that is further complicated, as I mentioned earlier, by the coastal areas coming under the jurisdiction of the Coastal Commission. And we provided in the board letter a discussion of the Coastal Commission and their current views on short-term rentals, and some of the attachments provide to you letters and other summaries provided by the Coastal Commission to give you a flavor of where their thoughts are on the regulation of short-term rentals.
And that would be significantly more expensive for staff time if you had to craft different ones for different areas.
I'm not sure about significantly, but it would certainly be more expensive, require more work and time. And the significance of the financial cost, I'm not sure I can speak to that at this point, but it would certainly take more time and effort. So I want to talk a bit about kind of the tiered permitting structure and what we mean by that.
Excuse me,
kind
Chris,
of listing.
excuse me, before you go on, could you just go back one slide? These areas that were zoned residential, do you know when they were originally zoned residential?
As far as I know, I think they are
historic.
Historic, yes. I think the first zoning ordinance was 1947. Is that right, Kim? And I think at that time they may have been in. We had a category, I think AP, which was anything goes if you want to. But I believe in the 50s is when we went to the residential zoning. Is that right, Winston? Those lots were created in 1927.
The lots were created in 27, but the zoning was applied to them probably with the first zoning.
Mm-hmm.
These have been zoned residential
Since
from the beginning.
50s, I believe.
Okay, thank you.
With some exceptions, there's some commercial
Yeah.
lots within there.
Sure. Right.
Mm-hmm. So getting back to the tiered permitting structure, the way that our ordinances are currently structured is they're depending on the type of land use and its location, we establish various permitting requirements for them. You're looking at the top, the first bullet is a reference to kind of, you might say unregulated or use by right. These are typically shown in an ordinance as exempt, and therefore they are not covered by the requirements of the zoning ordinance. The probably most prevalent example of that would be agricultural crops. That's one you do not need a permit to grow a commercial agricultural crop, although we've had discussions at the board about marijuana, but that's a separate issue. Generally speaking, no permits required for that. Ministerial permits, those are often referred to as over-the-counter permits, and what those are permits with clear standards, and if those standards are met, the permit must be issued. If those standards are not met, the permit cannot be issued. So the key there is clear and definitive standards, which kind of leads you to the discretionary permit. I'll explain that a little bit later, but there's kind of a middle tier there, something that we refer to as ministerial permits with waivers. The same applies. That is still something of an over-the-counter permit, but there are standards within there that may require a use to obtain a waiver from the neighbors to recognize the fact that there may be off-site impacts. And as I said, the planning director and permit coordinator here, if you want to get into a deeper dive on that issue.
Chris, that permitting is going to be only for the short term, not for the home share, right?
That's to be determined with direction from the board. But yeah, I think generally speaking, that might be the case.
Okay.
The next level is discretionary permit. Those are permits where not only do we have clear and definitive standards that you either meet or not, there are other more subjective standards, and some discretion is involved at staff level, at the planning commission level, or at the board level to determine whether or not those conditions are met. The conditional use permit is probably the typical form that you would see that permit in. And then lastly, there would be a prohibited use. We actually have what we call general prohibitions that are in the zoning ordinances. Those might be something along the lines of a permit cannot be issued on an illegal lot. That would be a general prohibition. We also have listing of specific prohibitions, which include interesting things like nuclear plants and horse racing tracks and stadiums and things of that nature. And then we also have what I will call kind of use-specific prohibitions, and I think this example will probably do a good job of describing that. Where you see an empty cell, the use is prohibited. But the way this is a good illustration of the permitting structure as I'm describing it. Across the top are those zones. So that's your kind of your geographic area, your zone type. On the left-hand column here are your uses. So if we were to have definitions of short-term rental and home share, they would be down here in the left-hand column, and then these are the permitting requirements. And you can the agricultural sales facility might be a good example of how that kind of tiered permitting works. You look at a small facility that meets those standards, those clear standards, gets an over-the-counter permit. A larger facility that meets those standards can be done with a planning commission approved conditional use permit, and then a larger facility, as we get into them, they may require a Board of Supervisors approval. But that's kind of a typical type of structure that we would use, and whatever direction is provided by the board, that is kind of ultimately where you would see what that permitting would look like. So you saw within there are thresholds, and the example that I just used with the sales facility talked about 500 square feet or 1,000 square feet. Throughout our zoning ordinance, we use that kind of thresholds to determine what the proper permit type is. This is just to provide you some examples of what might be thresholds for the board to consider if you were to get into that tiered permitting. The number of bedrooms is kind of related to, and occupancy is related to the you might say the size of the activity. We've looked at some ordinances that identify number and duration of rental days, and also some seasonal limits, and that if you operate within those standards, you may be an over-the-counter permit, but if you wanted to operate outside of them, you may need a discretionary permit, for example. So there's any number of thresholds that you can use. These are ones that are commonly used in the ordinances that we've looked at. So in addition to the thresholds, kind of the last thing that I wanted to touch on are the standards. These are, as I talked about, they're used not only for ministerial permits but discretionary permits. And these are standards. They are items that are required regardless of the permit type, for example. So and these are examples. I don't want to call them industry standards or necessarily best practices, but these are commonly used standards, and it's staff's belief that they would be Ventura County would be well served to establish standards along these lines for any short-term rental, regardless of the permit type that it was required to obtain. Here are some additional ones. I would touch quickly on the affordable housing stock. As you know, in our housing element, we have worked hard to identify second dwelling units, farm worker dwelling units, and caretaker units as relatively affordable units, and have been able to work with the Housing and Community Development to take some credit for those, and we would not want to jeopardize that, and would recommend at this point that whatever permitting structure the board might direct on, that we do not allow them. So that would be a permit standard in that sense. Wanted to touch briefly on the enforcement provisions.
If I may, the Land Conservation Act was also one of those that would not be allowed for.
That's correct. As we talked about in the board letter, the Department of Conservation has indicated that they are concerned about that and feel that short-term rentals may in fact be in conflict with Land Conservation Act contracts. They haven't. They have further described it as saying it might be allowable with certain restrictions, but they have not provided us any guidance on that point. And what we're suggesting in the board letter is that if we are directed to work on ordinance language, that we will communicate and continue to work with the Department of Conservation and see if we can get that sorted out before we get to the end point, because we do not want to set up our Land Conservation Act contract holders for failure. We want to make sure that they're in line. So.
Right.
So the enforcement provisions, we again discussed that in the board letter. When we talk with other jurisdictions, enforcement and compliance has been a challenge for every one of them, regardless of the permitting structure, prohibitions, what have you. It's a challenge, and we feel that whatever program we come up with here, we need to, we recommend that the board direct us to put together a robust enforcement and compliance program to ensure that we avoid those off-site problems that we've heard about and that the board has heard about in the previous two hearings. I would maybe add one comment to the list of items here that we'd recommend. The 1 year term limit for the permit is lines it up with the annual permit for the transit occupancy tax. And that in combination with the clearly defined revocation provisions in some ways acts like a waiver type program, in the sense that at the end of that 1 year, should there be, or during that 1 year, if we're very clear about this, the permit is either revoked during the year if there's an issue, or it's not renewed at the expiration of that 1 year. That seems to be a very common approach used by jurisdictions, and we would recommend, regardless of where we may be with a waiver program, that our enforcement program include that kind of language.
And that could be something pretty fairly easy to do, like online. You can renew your 1 year permit for another year if you meet certain standards.
Yes, it would be. We could do something like that. It would probably depend on their performance in the previous year,
right.
but yes, we can set something up.
There hasn't been complaints and all. Okay. Good.
Exactly. So with that, I would just remind the board of the recommendations before you to provide some direction to staff, further direction on this issue, and then also recommending that we direct the Planning Division staff to actually begin the work on preparing the ordinance language. Our discussions to date and our hearings have been related to general policy issues. We're recommending, if the board feels that we have enough information here, to actually start the work and the formal public process of developing ordinance language and running it through the process. So we haven't quite gotten to the starting point, you might say, of the actual formal development of the rules. But if the board feels there's enough information, we'd recommend that we get started on that work and begin that process. So with that, I'll happy to answer any questions.
I think we probably do. Do you have some questions from the board? The concept of parking is a concern in certain areas. That could be a part of the requirement, maybe even countywide, but it would be applicable particularly in areas that don't have on-street parking, for example.
Yeah, I believe in our list of standards we had on-site parking as a requirement, and there are some communities that have made that a requirement. And so that you do not have, they tie their occupancy levels to the off-site parking that is available to the unit. So we would recommend that we look at that most definitely.
Okay. Thank you. I know Supervisor Bennett wants the floor, so I'll pass it on to you.
Thank you. Not questions for you, Mr. Stevens. This is obviously an issue a lot of people in the community have really strong interest in, and I've had many conversations with lots of people in the public, and so for me it's helpful if the public knows where I am right now and what kind of questions and concerns and thoughts I have, so that you, in your limited time, if you're interested in addressing my concerns, you at least know about them, rather than having me express those issues after you've all commented and you go, I wish I would have known. So all I'm trying to do is give you almost the exact same thing I've said to everybody in my conversations, certainly since staff's report has come out. And so I just put this short PowerPoint together. So if you could pull up that PowerPoint, please. And I'll work it from here. And Brian, I can just point this right at the screen, is that right? So the first thing is, I believe that we had a very healthy discussion amongst the board last time, and this was what was identified as the highest priority of the Board of Supervisors. And quite frankly, in all of my conversations, regardless of where people stand on it, almost everybody agrees with this. The trick is, how do you accomplish this is what we want to do. But the quality of life in neighborhoods and the reasonable expectation of residents to enjoy their homes must be maintained. We have residential zoning for a reason, and that's because people want to know, hey, I'm living in a residential zone versus I'm living in a commercial zone or industrial zone or whatever. And you segregate those activities for everybody's quality of life and to benefit everybody. So that was identified. And if somebody has a solution and it doesn't get us this, in my mind, the Board of Supervisors said that doesn't work. Now, the devil's in the details and everybody's different opinion. Second thing is that the supply of housing for purchase and or long-term rental should not be significantly reduced. And I know Mr. Stevens had these things listed up there, but I want to emphasize them, that we can't have a situation, and we certainly are hearing that in some areas. I've had people contacting me and saying, hey, the rents keep going up and up and up, and not like the normal, but just dramatically recently as a result of people converting rental units and rooms, et cetera, over to short-term rental, and they're not available for people. And that's in this county in particular, with the unique experiment we're trying to do in land use here. It's really important that the stock of affordable housing that we do have not be reduced. And certainly there's a recognition that their short-term rental units should enhance the local economy, and that there are aspects of them that certainly do. But that is a third priority after priorities 1 and 2. So when people talk about, hey, this is good for the economy, they have to talk about it in context of, can you accomplish 1 and 2 and then accomplish item 3? The challenge is achieve those goals in that order, and it's very challenging to do this, the second half of the sentence, if there are conscious efforts to frustrate local regulations. And by that I mean, if people like Airbnb, if that organization would actually sit there and say, we're going to work with local governments to regulate these things, it would be a lot easier for us to say, okay, we're going to put these regulations on, and we know we can enforce them, and we know we can pull it off. But instead, we unfortunately are in a world where it's just the opposite. Airbnb is frustrating local governments. And so for those people who are advocating for regulation is the way you're able to rank those 3 items and protect residents' quality of life, the problem is that argument is getting undercut by actions of Airbnb that hide the information so that local regulators cannot find out what's going on, and all kinds of other things. And quite frankly, many other people are engaged in that. So that effort is a significant one in my mind in terms of trying to ask the question, what are regulations that would allow us to achieve goals 1, 2, and 3 in that priority order? The burden of making it work, this is my own opinion, not the board's, but the burden of making it work falls on those who want to operate a business in a residential neighborhood, not the other way around. And I've had a lot of people say, well, I can't get my neighbors to agree to this or that or whatever. The point is that it's not, the burden has to be on the person who wants to operate the business, who wants to profit from a business in a residential zone. The zone was created for residents. And yes, there are times when there are exceptions, but those exceptions should be, the burden falls on the person who's asking for the exception. And again, not that other way around. And then the final point that I want to make is that the Coastal Commission I believe this is the position that local government should take, and that the Coastal Commission doesn't have the right to change the provisions of the residential zoning and insist that commercial activity be allowed in a residentially zoned area. I know people have brought up the Coastal Commission and what they're doing, but the Coastal Commission needs to protect tourist and the public's access to the coast. And if we wanted to change a tourist designated area and say, hey, we don't want that to be tourist designated any longer, we want that to be residential, the Coastal Commission certainly would have the right to weigh in. But I don't think the Coastal Commission has the right to go in and say, you know, areas that you zoned residential all the way back in 1947 or whatever, those cannot be residential any longer. You have to let them de facto become commercial tourist areas, and it won't even be by the decision of the local governing body. It'll really just be whenever somebody decides to buy a home and decides to begin a commercial activity and convert that from a residential area. So in my own mind, I would not base regulations on this belief that the Coastal Commission says you can't do anything with this in the residential area, that you can't ban them in residential areas, et cetera. I think the Coastal Commission needs to be tested on that from my own opinion. So I leave that out there in a good faith offer to say, I don't know what I'm going to do at the end of this hearing. I certainly don't know what the board's going to do at the end of this hearing. I really am listening and trying to work it out, but those are the dilemmas that I have as I'm trying to make good government policy on this. Oh, I do have one other slide, I'm sorry, and that is that I really appreciate, and I want to make sure that those of you that are here for the first time know this. I appreciate the way this board and our staff has handled the issue to date. I think we have a good staff report, and I think staff's tried to be objective. But we started this almost a year ago, and we took the time for staff to do good research, and we had 2 good long meetings here at the board level for some thoughtful consideration and discussion. And that's part of why I feel like we didn't rush this. We didn't do an emergency ordinance right away and all that. We've been at this for a year. So those of you that are new, I still had people calling my office last week saying, how dare you do this without notifying us? And this has been as well noticed as anything that I think has come before the Board of Supervisors. So I do genuinely welcome everybody's opinion today, and I hope you can keep your comments to try to deal with the real Gordian knot that we have here in terms of trying to square goals 1, goals 2, and goals 3. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And again, we do have seats available in the lower assembly room right downstairs with a big screen if you'd like to. And we have, as I mentioned, over 50 cards, so we'll get to it. You certainly can, again, offer to pass your time since someone has just said what you were going to say anyway. So with that, we'll get right to it. My first speaker then is Rex Kochel, followed by Alan Barker. And after Alan Barker will be Jamie Bennett.
Hello, I'm Rex Kochel. I live in Ojai. And I guess being here at 10:30 and putting my card in made a difference. First one, huh? I love Ojai. It's a community that's diverse and excited, and a lot of interesting people, from farmers to artists or whatever. My comments, of course, will have to do with Ojai. I feel what Ojai has done recently is a real shame in terms of banning all short-term rentals. I think Ojai is a destination. We've had this argument among the city council. I know you're dealing with different parts of the county, but I'm focusing on Ojai. So we have a lot of events that are sponsored, and there's people coming from everywhere, and we don't have enough space for people to stay in the city without having short-term rentals. I thought the city council in Ojai was very short-sighted by banning them. I thought there were opportunities for people to come in and a people-sharing economy, and it's too bad. It was a mistake. Now, I was a teacher for 34 years, and that's applicable in this discussion for a couple of things. For one, as a teacher, key thing you have to do is manage the classroom. I think that the management problem is the key problem you're talking about here. I think it's managing short-term rentals, managing the communities. I think Ojai could have done that. I think they set it up, and they were going to have registration. They would have people come in, and we're going to try to find out how many there were in the community. And they got to the point where I think that was about to happen, and they pulled the cork on it. and they stopped it. I think management for you is crucial too. I know it's going to be tough. The other part of why I mentioned I'm a teacher is I'm on a set income. And I think there's a lot of people in Ojai, like me, that have a retirement and are financially struggling to make it work. We had 1 week ago today, we had an election, and that election for Donald Trump shocked a lot of people. But what came out of it, I think, a little bit is there's a lot of disgruntled people in this country who are financially having problems. Quick, a little faster? Well, for my family personally, you know, we've had a lot of financial straits, and we have a short-term rental that helps us live in the community we live in. And without the finances that we can't get from that, we cannot stay there. Is it 2 minutes up?
I appreciate it. Yes, it has been up
All
for
right.
a while.
Well, good luck.
So now
Good
you know
decision.
how short that 2 minutes is. Alan Barker, followed by Jamie Bennett, and then Joan Kemper.
Yes, thank you. Regarding your concerns about Airbnb, they can be flexible when they are forced to. They will collect the transient occupancy tax and pay it to the city and the county. And they are doing this in Malibu, they're doing this in Los Angeles. Also, they have already taken away over 3,000 listings of owners that had more than one property. So this is so they can be compelled to change if you make them. Short-term rentals creates jobs. Many people are on their own in today's workplace, scrambling to find whatever income they can. Social Security is not enough to live on. Decent retirements rarely exist. Homeowners are often losing their homes. There are few jobs available for many people today. Renting out a home is one of the few ways seniors, people who have inherited homes, and many others can keep their homes. Allowed activities in residential zones are determined by ordinance and permit. These adapt to changing times. Well, times have changed. It's tough out there. There are many home businesses that are already operating under the radar of zoning. Short-term rentals create income for the owners, who in turn hire local people to do hosting, cleaning, gardening, improvements, and maintenance. But the larger benefit to the community is money spent by visitors. The visitor dollars have a multiplier effect. A restaurant has more customers, so it hires more employees. Those employees spend their money locally, and the cycle continues. This is especially true in the peer-to-peer economy, in which profits are not siphoned off to a corporate headquarters. Our single property has contributed over 5,000 visitor days to Ojai. People eating in restaurants, attending local events, buying art, craft, and retail items, seeing wellness professionals, paying sales tax and transient occupancy taxes.
And your time
Short-term housing creates jobs that otherwise would not exist. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, Alan Barker, then Jamie Bennett, so you can come up closer if you'd like, and then Joan Kemper, followed by Patrick Russell.
That was Alan Barker.
Right, now Jamie Bennett.
I'm Jamie Bennett.
Okay, great, thank you.
And I'm no relation to Steve Bennett. I've never met him before. Mr. Powers and Board of Supervisors, I deeply appreciate the work that you put in to your staff report that we just heard. It shows thoughtfulness, it shows care, and I'm sorry, I should tell you who I am. I'm the president of the Ojai and CEO of the Ojai Music Festival. I'm a resident of unincorporated Ventura County. I live in the Upper Ojai. I have a small farm up there. I have deep interest in this issue. The Ojai Music Festival and the other legacy events that take place rely on short-term rentals being available. The way we use them is we put our musicians up in short-term rentals. It's very important for us that we not absorb the hotel stock that is used by our patrons. And the truth is that we have in Ojai a legacy of wonderful events that over a long period of time have been supported by the use of people's homes for short-term rental. And I urge you to continue the sophisticated approach you've got and site-specific. And while there may have been a reason for the City Council of Ojai to have done things within the context of the City of Ojai, the areas surrounding Ojai, and Ojai's got a fairly tight envelope, the areas surrounding Ojai, the East End, the Upper Ojai, sections of Oakview and other areas are absolutely critical to the ecosystem, economic ecosystem, particularly during the legacy events. And we try not to push out those people who are coming in and spending money out of the hotels. We like to keep those available. We try not to have to bring people in by buses with the noise and odors and other things associated with bus traffic. So I urge you to adopt your proposal as being developed by your staff.
Mr. Bennett, yeah, we have so many speakers that I want to be very cautious about how many times I ask questions, but
sure.
Since you're specifically talking about the music festival, in your, to whatever extent you've tried to think this through, do you think that the Ojai Valley and the city of Ojai would be better off if they simply rezoned more land for tourist activities like hotels, et cetera? Or do you think it's better for the Ojai Valley to have this use of residential properties to meet these
Demand.
peaks in demand?
Yeah, that's a very good question and a very complicated answer to that. The development of additional hotel properties in the city of Ojai. Frankly, I'm not a student of that issue. I do know that the sort of shock absorber has been the short-term rentals, enabled us during these legacy events, the tennis tournament and others, where we have a large number of people coming in from out of town, and we want to put up people who are supporting the events. In our case, it's musicians primarily. We had musicians coming from India and musicians coming from Egypt, and they don't drive. And we wanted to give them an Ojai experience where they could be in a short-term rental and walk to the Libby Bowl.
Thank
we
you.
have 2 weeks of rehearsal before then. But I don't know whether hotels would solve that problem. Thank you.
And I do know we have two new elected individuals from Ojai. We'll be hearing from the new mayor and a council member, so we'll hear from them as they appear. So right now, then, we go to Joan Kemper, then Patrick Russell, followed by Julie Manson.
I'm Joan Kemper. I live in the unincorporated area of the Ojai Valley, and actually I'm Mr. Bennett's shadow because I work in performing arts, namely in the Libby Bowl, and I urge you to follow your staff's recommendation. We need the short-term rentals for our guests that come to the newly restored Libby Bowl.
Thank you.
So I'll second, I approve of what he said. I'll save you time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kemper. Now we have Patrick Russell, followed by Julie Manson, then Joan Churchill. Good evening.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Patrick Russell. My wife and I came to live in Ojai in 2011, building a new home and guest studio in which to retire. We planned the studio with later years in mind, when we may need the help of a caregiver. But until that day arrived, we offered the studio overlooking the beautiful mountains of Ojai to guests wishing to stay a weekend. This occasional supplemental income greatly helped our fixed income, allowing us to live in Ojai. Our visitors were so happy to be part of the neighborhood and to be within a 3-minute walk to the arcade. They did not wish to stay in a sterile motel room. Ours was a hosted SDR in village mixed-use zoning. Then the action group called Ojai First lobbied for a ban on short-term rentals. The way in which they went about their campaign sickens me. They were extremely vocal, disrespectful of property, and were able to convince the Ojai City Council to implement a complete ban of SDRs within the city's limits, including both residential and VMU zoning. Our guests supported local shops and restaurants, helping to maintain the viability of the town. They were always quiet and respectful and made no nuisance to neighbors because we lived on the property. Because of this ban and the manner in which this group behaves, we no longer can afford to live in Ojai and are planning on leaving the area. Most of our past guests we have since spoken to will not be returning to Ojai. I'm an active member of the community, serving as treasurer for the Ojai Film Society. My wife is an active member of the Ojai Festival Women's Committee and the Women's Fund. Please do not ban SDRs in unincorporated areas of Ventura County, but plan them as part of the region's economy.
Thank you very much. Those are your neighbors wanting you to stay.
Julie Manson.
Yes.
Hi, I'm speaking, my husband and I have taught at Thatcher School for 29 years, and we live in a home that's provided by our employer. And we do own 2 rental properties in Ojai, and they're both rented full-time to local residents, a checker from Vaughn's and a school teacher at Matilaha. So I understand the need for long-term rentals. However, there's also a need for out-of-town families and visitors to find accommodation for short-term visits to our valley. The number of hotels and motels are not enough to accommodate families on such busy weekends. Throughout the year, we have many events at the school to which families come. Many prefer to stay in a home where their children can come for a night, share a home-cooked meal, and time with their family. This past fall, I spoke with several families who were not able to find a place in Ojai, hotel, or otherwise, and this pushed them to stay in Ventura, far from the events at school. These are respectful people who are not here to party or create chaos in a neighborhood. I've been helping the Churchill family with the rental of their 1905 farmhouse for 7 years now. I greet the guests and explain the details of the home and ask that they respect the neighbors and keep track of the property while guests are there and look after any problems that might arise during their stay. I've met so many wonderful people over the years, and several who have enjoyed the valley so much that they've decided to move here. And I have a million quotes from Thatcher families who have enjoyed that aspect of coming to the valley and visiting their friends, but I won't give you those quotes right now.
Okay. Thank you very much, Ms. Manson. We do have it will go faster without the clapping because I won't have to repeat myself. Joan Churchill, followed by Fred Magnus.
Hi, I'm Joan Churchill, and Julie works for me. My family moved to the Ojai Valley in 1955. My brother and I attended 3 different schools in the valley. Our parents were the 3rd owners of a beautiful East End farmhouse built in 1905, surrounded by groves and the Pierpont cottages. If it weren't for rental income, I would not have been able to hang on to the home, nor restore it or maintain it. I'm a documentary camera woman, but I'm aging out of that career. I have no pension. Opening my home to guests is my retirement plan. We are licensed and have paid over $30,000 in transient occupancy tax. We are properly insured. I personally vet every guest and am very careful about who we allow to stay. We don't allow parties or events of any kind. We have had no complaints. Many of our guests come for the music festival, the tennis tournament, the playwrights conference, and other legacy events. But by far, our most recurrent guests are the families of Thatcher School. I inherited the home. My brother Jim inherited a grove. He lives in the city of Ojai and opposed short-term housing, mainly because the house next door to him sold and became a party venue. I completely understand his feelings. But rather than a total ban that would hurt owners like me and the 8 locals who help maintain my property, we need regulations that ensure respect for our neighborhoods. Our businesses depend on it. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Churchill. Next will be Fred Magnus, followed by Kate Hoffman, and then Linda Stice.
Hi, Fred Magnus. I and my wife live in Ventura. We have a property on Creek Road in Ojai that she inherited, and we fixed it up and are using it for vacation rental. It sets off the road about 100 or so yards. We have a dog-friendly environment. We have had Thatcher parents come and stay. Their kids from the school come and stay with them at the house. We have had no complaints. I agree, I think, with all of these people here that at least don't ban them like the city of Ojai did, but come up with some regulation that is fair to all of us. If Airbnb causes a problem, don't let Airbnb, work here, there. And so that's what I.
Did you say this is a home you live in, or I missed that, or is it a home?
No,
you
it's
rent?
it's a home we inherited.
So it's not a home share that you're talking about?
No, it's not a home share. We
Thank
built.
Thank you, Mr.
Refurbished it
Magnus.
for a vacation rental.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Then we have Kate Hoffman, Linda Stice, and then Bill Shields.
I'll make this quick.
Thank you, Ms. Hoffman.
I live in a house with neighbors 10 feet on either side of me. I have been doing Airbnb for almost a year. I've never had a complaint. It is a home share. We have absolute rules that everybody's aware of. I've had people from the music festival, people from, I'm in the Ojai Valley, not in Ojai. And my point getting up here was that I would be on the edge of losing my house without this. I'm on Social Security and I have 3 little jobs. And at the end of I put a roof on my house 4 years ago, and it took me almost 3 years to pay for it. And this has made a huge difference in my life. And honestly, I don't think my neighbors even know I do it. So, because we're so quiet. So,
Thank you,
that's it.
Ms. Hoffman. Linda Stice, followed by Bill Shields, then Shelley Scott.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Linda Stice. I live in Ojai. I'm a retired widow. I was an owner of a thriving short-term rental in the city of Ojai, but was forced to sell my beautiful home after the ban. For me, it was a wonderful way to keep active in retirement and supplement my Social Security. I always enjoyed meeting and looking after my guests. I got to know them. Some came back multiple times. Some have become friends. All were considerate and respectful of my home. I would like to tell you who some of my guests were. Lisa was a lovely woman from Seattle who brought her dog for a month for a fitness workshop. She was a CEO of Microsoft. Joanne was a lawyer from Florida. She brought her little dog and tried her hand at writing her mother's biography. I had a family of 4 from San Francisco here for tennis camp and to explore the housing market and school possibilities. There were snowbirds, couples from Boston, Montreal, and Minnesota. Last April, I had a judge from Idaho and his wife visit for 2 weeks. He recently called to rebook, and I had to tell them he wouldn't be welcome in the city of Ojai any longer. My final guest was Peter Sellers, the director of the Ojai Music Festival. He and his mother stayed at my home for almost 3 weeks. He couldn't have been more gracious and kind. I never had one complaint from my neighbors, not one in almost 4 years. They even signed the Plan Don't Ban petition to allow regulated short-term rentals. Unfortunately, many owners and supporters were intimidated for fear of retribution from authorities and the anti-STR groups. Today, you can see that we will not be intimidated because we believe balanced, well-regulated short-term rentals are a good thing for the communities and the economy of Ventura County. We just need to make it work. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Dice. Bill Shields, followed by Shelley Scott. And after Shelley Scott is Jackie Mulliner.
Good afternoon. Before I read my statement, may I ask the council a question?
You can ask us a question.
Okay. Has the council determined that STRs and home shares are 2 different issues?
Yes, as our staff, we haven't voted on it, but that's how the staff is looking at it. But we welcome your comments.
Okay. My name is Bill Shields, and my wife, Barbara Gibson, and I own a home 4 miles outside of downtown Ojai, so we are subject to the regulations and laws of Ventura County. I want to make clear that we are a home share and never rent to anyone when we are not on the property. It is a small room and bathroom that has access to a refrigerator in the garage. The maximum number of people we allow is 2, and we offer and request a peaceful place of rest for our guests. We charge very little for this share of our home, and we love the sense of community this allows us on a person-to-person basis that many prefer over motels or hotels. I might add that most of our folks come on weekends when all other options in Ojai are full. We have had people come from all over the world, and we currently have 56 loving reviews from those that appreciate what we have to offer. In no way do we adversely affect the long-term rental market, since we would never rent on a long-term basis, and we are not set up for that kind of market. We do not offer a kitchen, so we regularly direct people to downtown restaurants that I assume is appreciated by local businesses. We have also never had a single complaint from our neighbors, who in many cases have also enjoyed the pleasure of meeting people from various walks of life. We hope that you will give consideration to our belief that there is a distinct difference between what we offer, an owner-occupied home share, versus renting a house in a residential neighborhood. We keep seeing comments by those opposed to STRs that this does not mean home shares. However, we are concerned that there is no provision being made for this exception in regards to potential regulation.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Shields. Shelley Scott, followed by Jackie Mulliner, followed by Ramona Bajama. And is Shelley Scott here? Going once, going twice. I'll call her later. Jackie Mulliner, are you here? You're up next. Jackie, followed by Ramona Bajama. Okay, I'm going to put aside Shelley Scott, Jackie Mulliner, and Ramona Bajama. You are here. Please come forward. Okay.
Hi, my name's Ramona Bajama, and
There you
I'm
go.
here with a few different hats on today. One is as a leader of Progressive Ventura County. I am one of the contributing writers to the white paper that we've made copies for you today, if you didn't get them in your inboxes this Monday morning. And I am proud to represent this group of people. I am not a short-term rental owner. I live in Miners Oaks with my mother, so I don't have a horse in the race in that way. I do believe they have a positive impact on my community, however. A few years ago, I spent my time running a humanitarian aid program in Japan following the triple disaster. I was responsible for overseeing housing for 500,000 people who were removed from their houses. I am keenly aware of housing stock and housing issues and housing availability and affordable housing. I do not think that is relevant to what we just heard from Bill Shields about what he is offering to his community. With an economics degree, I've looked at the data. Many of the opportunities of these guest rooms are not part of the housing stock. They do not have kitchens. They are opportunities for people to open their home. The numbers have not been convincing to me. As an active environmentalist, I do not think building more hotels is an option for many people. They want a greener option, which they see in the sharing economy. As a historian, I'd like to respect Ojai Valley's history of sharing, its legacy of Krishnamurti, respecting its openness. And finally, as a member of the community, I'd like to say I do not want to live in a place with walls. We have just made some serious decisions this week, and I will not live in a community that has walls around it. I want it to remain welcoming and open. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your comments. Our next speaker is Suzanne St. Clair, Christy Portlock, and then Nancy Eubank. Is Suzanne St. Clair available? Suzanne going once, twice?
Suzanne could not make it today. She sent a letter, but since there are so many people, I'm going to just make it real brief.
And who are you?
I'm Linda Stiles, speaking for Suzanne St. Clair.
Okay, but we can't have that, okay?
You can't have that?
No, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
And Christy Portlock, followed by Nancy Eubanks, and then Julie Hahn. Okay, so Christy Portlock going once, going twice, and I'll call you again at the end. Same thing with Nancy Eubanks. Are you available to speak? Once, twice, go into the next one. Julie Hahn will be followed by Ted Lennon and then Vicki Carlton Byrne.
Thank you. My name is Julie Hahn, and I'm a small business owner in the unincorporated Ventura County in the Ojai Tourism Improvement District. A component of my business is dependent on short-term rentals. I have followed all the requirements for obtaining my business license, registered my property, have my transient occupancy registration certificate, and pay the 1% OTID assessment. According to the Ojai Valley Chamber of Commerce, I am a lodging operator. In regards to the unique traffic and access issues of Ojai that were in your last minutes that were going to be addressed as an issue for banning short-term rentals in Ojai, I'd like to share with you my experience of the Ojai Tourism Assessment Tax that supports Ojai Tourism Improvement District, which encompasses the Ojai Traffic Impact Area. The Ojai Tourism Association was established in 2012 and with an annual budget of $200,000. The role of this tax is to increase hotel occupancy in the lodging industry and will be competitive in the conference segment of the tourism market. Services, marketing and sales promotion to increase tourism and to market Ojai lodging businesses as a tourist meeting event destination. The boundary, according to the literature from the Ojai Improvement District, includes 16 lodging residents, commercial businesses that I am not a part of. However, I do pay into this tax. But in a direct way, I have benefited from the advertising efforts of the OTID, the Ojai Visitors Bureau. In August, I had, I'm going to have to stop. So I just wanted to say, one of the components was increased traffic, not against a $200,000 budget that benefits 16 lodging operations. All the short-term rentals here do not increase traffic in Ojai.
Thank you, Ms. Hahn. Okay, we have Ted Lennon, followed by Vicki Carlton Byrne, and then David Byrne. Okay, so Ted Lennon going once, going twice. And then we have Vicki Carlton Byrne. Are you here? Good. And then actually it looks like David Byru. Yes.
Good afternoon. I will get Supervisor Bennett right to points 1 and 2 that you asked about. When I began mapping STRs in May in Ojai, there were 220. In August, when I spoke here, there were 245 in the valley. Right now, there are 300, representing accommodations for 1,400 tourists. There are 2 reasons why we're uncompromising in our opposition to STRs. Number 1 is Airbnb, and number 2 is VRBO. And there are others behind that, obviously, lesser. Because both refused a data share, effective enforcement is nearly impossible, and particularly in the category of home sharing. There is nothing occasional about STRs. A home share in Ojai that came online in June already has 38 reviews in 24 weeks. Last Monday, one more guest house that was a long-term rental up on Foothill became an Airbnb. So what that means is now in a 450-foot stretch of Foothill Road, where there are 6 parcels, there are 7 STRs. So, and one of the properties doesn't have one. So, you can't enforce noise restrictions. You can't enforce the number of guests. You can't enforce the presence of hosts. You can't enforce residency requirements or booking limits without putting the responsibility and the burden on neighbors to police an activity that is not a residential use of property to begin with. These guests are not residents, they are tourists, and STRs are a business. I would ask you to please give us back our valley and restore the protection of residential zoning that we relied on when we purchased our homes.
Thank you, Ms. Carlton Byrne. We now will go, we'll be here later. David Byru, followed by, I'm sorry.
David Byrne, and I'm Vicki's husband.
Okay.
I just spoke. I've lived in Ojai
yes.
for the last 23 years. I am the second anti-STR person to come up here, and it is difficult because there are some very good friends and neighbors that are on the opposite side of this. But I do have to say that I am very entertained by the use of the term sharing economy. Specifically, it's come into use with Uber being ride sharing, and now with Airbnb being home sharing. I find this use of sharing in this context to be very deceptive and disingenuous. What if you had an attorney, and nothing against attorneys, but what if you had an attorney that said he was willing to share his time with you? But, by the way, with that sharing, he will be charging you his normal hourly rate. This is business pure and simple. Short-term rentals are commercial lodging. Legitimate commercial lodging businesses, primarily B&Bs and hotels, have health and safety regulations to comply with. Why are short-term rentals exempt? Just because they book online? Legitimate commercial lodging business have ADA access requirements to comply with. Most short-term rentals do not comply with these. But most important, commercial lodging businesses are not allowed in residential neighborhoods. It's a violation of the intent of residential zoning. Short-term rentals are not a residential use of a property, and they also add a new element to the demand side of the supply-demand equation, both in the rental market and in the real estate market. I am definitely opposed to short-term rentals. I agree with Ojai's ban, and I suggest you consider the same.
Thank you, Mr. Byrne. Carolyn Vondriska, followed by John Rosenly and Tom Legaitis.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, Supervisors, Mr. Powers, County Council. My name is Carolyn Vondriska, and I live in the Ojai Valley. Thank you for spending time on this issue. I own 3 rental properties in Ojai that I rent long-term to local residents. I am concerned about what the STR business model is doing to our neighborhoods, housing supply and price, school populations, traffic, and the rights of our residents to the quiet enjoyment of their homes. I have seen 3-bedroom, 2-bath rentals go from the low 2,000s per month to 3,200 plus a month. Within a few short years, all 3 of my rentals are now a full $1,000 a month below the market rate. Compelling to me on the issue of short-term rentals is the opinion of the California Court of Appeal in the case of Ewing versus Carmel by the Sea. The court in that case upheld Carmel's ordinance prohibiting transient commercial use of residential property. It noted, quote, "The residential character of a neighborhood is threatened when a significant number of homes are occupied not by permanent residents, but by a stream of tenants staying a weekend, a week, or even 29 days. Such rentals undoubtedly affect the essential character of a neighborhood and the stability of a community. Short-term tenants have little interest in public agencies or in the welfare of the citizenry. They do not participate in local government, coach Little League, or join the hospital guild. They do not lead a scout troop, volunteer at the library, or keep an eye on an elderly neighbor. Literally, they are here today and gone tomorrow without engaging in the sort of activities that weld and strengthen a community." That court also rejected outright the property rights claims of the investors, finding to the contrary that shutting down STR still leaves owners with several economically viable uses of their property. It's telling to me that this opinion was rendered 25 years ago, before the internet hosting platforms that launched this business enterprise into every neighborhood across the world. I wonder what that Court of Appeal would say today. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, and I know you're in support of the staff report. John Brosnelly, followed by Tom Legaitis, and then Hallie Katz. Good afternoon.
Chairwoman Parks, I'm John Brasmley. I live in Ojai's East End on Thatcher Road, outside the city of Ojai in the county. And our area has become something of an STR mecca of late with, I'm told, 28 now. I have friends on both sides of this issue, people I really respect, but perhaps my position can be explained in part by an experience I had over a span of 4 to 5 years, ending a year ago. A neighbor left her property in the hands of an incompetent property manager and in the hands of tenants who could not afford to rent it. They, in turn, set up what might be referred to loosely as their own home share operation, where they would have 10 to 12 people renting at a time, various rooms. They bring in RVs, trailers, The people built a yurt, which the county busted. The county also came in over septic violations because it was a lot to hook RVs into the septic system designed for one house. And finally, a flood of septic debris caused the owner to decide to sell. That brought in a young couple with kids who are now, a year later, working to restore the property to what it was before. Why didn't my wife and I report this to you, to the county? Because these were neighbors. The owner was a friend. The tenants were neighbors. A policy that requires neighbors to rat out other neighbors, even under a complaint-based system, is a policy that's wrong. Pitting neighbor against neighbor has happened in the city of Ojai. We're hearing some of the acrimony and bitterness that comes out of that here in this hearing. But the ban in the city of Ojai also will be sending more STRs our direction. The East End, the Upper Ojai, all around. And so next year, will it be 35?
Mr. Bradsimley, your time is up. Thank you for your comments. John Lagaitis. Tom Lagaitis. Going once, Tom. Twice. And we'll hold off on that one. Hallie Katz, followed by Stan Katz, and then Sophie Holt.
Good afternoon. My name is Hallie Katz, and my husband and I own a fine craft gallery in downtown Ojai in the Arcade. It's been there for 41 years. We have seen a lot of changes in Ojai, yes, but one thing for sure, people keep coming. The visitors love it. And we actually created a visitors bureau about 6 years ago that has done an amazing job because tourism is Ojai's business, industry, and it took the city council a long time to realize that. But after the recession, a lot of the businesses downtown were hanging on by a thread, and we needed help. So we got together with the hoteliers and other business owners and created this wonderful visitors bureau, which has done a great job of promoting Ojai as a destination. Things did improve, but it has been very hard to get ahead. That's why my husband and I opened up a short-term rental in our home in Oakview, and we fixed up our unused space and opened it up about 7 months ago. Our property is on 1.2 acres and has a private driveway and parking that's off-street. Our guests have been a variety of wonderful people, all of them very respectful, and they typically stay 2 or 3 nights. We do not have facilities for long-term renting, nor do we plan to open it up for housing in general. We have lived there 28 years and love it, and surely don't want to endanger the peaceful ambiance of the neighborhood that we've treasured. I would ask you, please don't single out the Ojai Valley from the rest of the county as the one place that you would eliminate STRs. That does not make sense, and it isn't fair. STRs in the Ojai Valley has enhanced our retail business and made the town more vibrant. We see the difference if our revenue is taken away from tourists or the lack of STRs.
And your
we're all going to
time
be in
is
trouble.
up also. Thank you, Ms. Katz. Mr.
Thank you.
Katz? Thank you. Stan Katz? Okay, thank you, Mr. Katz. Sophie Holt, followed by Kathy Sager. And after Kathy is Jane Handel. So we'll call Sophie Holt one more. And no Sophie Holt. We'll go then to, Katie Sager. Good. Hi.
Thank you. Thank you for hearing this issue. My name is Katie Sager, and I am in support of short-term rentals in Ojai. I first discovered Ojai when I was postpartum with my son, living in Los Angeles and needing a place to retreat to, much like many people who have discovered Ojai over the past 100-plus years. And without having a short-term rental, I never would have become a resident of Ojai. I couldn't afford to be in a hotel. There's no way that that would have been conducive to a life with a newborn child. And I stayed in a short-term rental with a kitchen and fell so much in love that I ended up buying a home there and living part-time. Eventually, over the course of 8 years, I have been able to keep that house and move into a bigger house that I was able to live part-time and share it with families from the music festival, of which there's no way that 10 or 12 family members from some of the executive directors of the music festival or the artists that are playing with the music festival could afford to be in any one of the hotels or have multiple hotel rooms, as well as people like Byron Katie and other people bringing in beautiful retreats. They've been some of the most incredible people that I could ever meet over the years. And now I'm a full-time resident and looking forward to the opportunity to share my home with other people such as myself. And there's absolutely no way that I think the economy could have the rug pulled out of it so quickly, and that the people in the community that continue to grow there, they're the right kind of people that are building such a beautiful place. So I hope that you'll consider the opportunity for people like myself who wouldn't be there without that to discover the valley, because it's a healing place to be.
Thank you, Ms. Seeger. Our next speaker is Jane Handel, followed by Lisa Kenton, and after Lisa is Elizabeth Hafner. So looking for Jane Handel.
Hi, I'm pretty much going to second what a number of people have already said here, second, third, fourth. I'm an older person without a retirement account, looking to supplement my income at some point in time with the studio short-term rental that I have on my property. I live in an unincorporated part of the Ojai Valley. And my feeling is that even though there are many sides to this story, all of the people that I know personally who have short-term rentals have beautiful guests that really enhance the quality of their lives. And the individuals who live next door to the party pads, for the most part, the landlords are absentee from the property, and I think that the important thing to keep in mind is that there just has to be regulation and planning and people overseeing short-term rentals. But banning them outright is a big mistake. It really is detrimental to the community. It's detrimental to individuals like myself who would benefit from being able to have one at some point in time. So there you have it.
Thank you, Ms. Handel. Lisa Kenton, followed by Elizabeth Hafner and Ted Molinex, or Melinar.
Okay, my family and I have been vacation rental owners in the Ojai Valley since 2006. We are licensed and have been paying TOT. We have 3 acres, gated, and no direct neighbors. We have never had a complaint. I built my business with love. I absolutely love being the host to many beautiful families, friends that come to Ojai for anniversaries, family gatherings, special birthdays. Ojai hotels are so packed full that I have close relations with all the hotels, the private schools, festivals, retreat centers to take their overflow. We all work together to make the town function as a whole. I personally employ many people in the community: massage therapists, chefs, florists, yoga instructors, maintenance workers, pool companies, gardeners, handymans, plumbers, house cleaners. I also employ an assistant who helps make sure the guests are treated with love and care. I also bring a large amount of funds into the local businesses, which I know they are grateful for. I also gift my location to many local businesses for the use of citywide fundraisers. My property has raised funds for charities such as Topa Topa School, Miramani School, Ojai Community Hospital, Holy Cross Preschool, Ojai Skate Park, cancer survivors, and the list goes on. Ojai Valley has been a pilgrimage location for over 100 years for our family. This is a labor of love, hosting people in your home. For the county to just up and close up our doors is un-American and cruel. With all due respect, I would hope with your job would be to carefully look at all the time and effort that has gone into our life's work before you make your decision. As far as school, I have 2 kids, ages 11 and 13, and because the schools are so jammed, 38 to 40 kids per class, we are forced to move our kids to private school just to give our kids a chance at learning. I don't think vacation rentals have anything to do with the schools. I have much more to say, but I know my time is short.
Your time is up. Thank you. And next we have Elizabeth Hafner, Ted Mullinex, and Linda Jordan. And I just mentioned that we do have a 3 o'clock hearing and this many more cards to go through. Thank you.
Hello. My name is Elizabeth Hafner. I am the part owner, general manager, and private event coordinator for Azu Restaurant and Bar in Ojai. My mother, Laura Moore, opened Azu 16 years ago, and I moved to Ojai 10 years ago to help run the family restaurant and build a private event business. Laura was getting a lot of requests for large group dining and didn't want to have to close the restaurant in order to accommodate the requests, so she converted some of the unused kitchen space and loading dock into a private party room and patio. I've been building that part of the business for 10 years, and in the meantime, I got married and had a daughter. Every year in the fall, restaurants and retail have a large drop in sales because of the back-to-school time. This year, between Labor Day and Veterans Day, I coordinated 3 events per week. Most of these groups rented out large estates and ranches in the unincorporated parts of the Ojai Valley. Our sales during the week have been terrible. Our event sales make up the difference. If it weren't for these large groups, we would have to lay off half of our staff. In June, after the Airbnb ban went into effect, we saw a 20 to 25% drop in sales and had to lay off 1 full-time kitchen manager because we could no longer afford to pay him. The Ojai Valley and Ventura County depends on tourist money. The visitors that would no longer be able to come here are people like myself, millennials with families, millennials who want to rent a ranch for a wedding and have their friends come from around the world to camp out in Ojai. These events employ makers of all kinds, from caterers to photographers, all the restaurants and retail shops who sell to the people brought here by the event they are attending. I love the Ojai Valley. I want to preserve our way of life. I believe in regulation for these vacation rentals. I am a renter. My entire staff are renters, and we all need places to live. However, if you pass a ban cutting our clientele by half and effectively destroying the wedding business in this valley, none of us will be able to make enough money to stay here. The wedding and retreat business is essential to maintaining a full staff all year long. It is essential to keeping long-term employees and providing good jobs all year instead of seasonal hires. We need good jobs and fair regulation for all.
Thank you very much. Our next speaker then is Ted Mullinex, followed by Linda Jordan and Anel Beebe.
Ted Mullinex. Recently moved to Ojai from Paso Robles and bought a property to basically be able to accommodate family and mostly family and grandchildren that live in the area and live in West Los Angeles so that we could be closer and share more time together, along with having a studio on the property that we specifically were looking for. So that it would be available for them when they come and as a little source of income when they're not there to help pay some of the upkeep on the property as well as the property taxes, which are substantial. So we found that property and now find that there's probably a potential ban. A complete ban just wouldn't make any sense at all. I think everybody's heard today, their own argument against wanting a ban is that there's 14,000, it would accommodate presently accommodations for 1,400 people. In that small town, can you imagine the economic impact on the businesses? It might solve the cost of rental housing and that so many businesses would close and employees would leave that rental costs probably would come down. But I don't think that would be the goal of any regulation. So I've been in places, and as a matter of fact, have a house in Hawaii where there's strict regulations. It works. It's Maui County. It's not an easy process to go through, but it solves the problem of the enjoyment of the neighborhood, traffic, all the concerns that everybody's had and the economic impact on the community. Thank you.
Note that you also support the staff recommendation. We have Linda Jordan, followed by Anel Beebe and Trent Jones.
Hello, thank you, Board of Supervisors. My name is Linda Jordan. I'm a longtime resident of Ojai, having grown up there and am now raising a family there. As a parent of children who have enjoyed the benefits of a small town and what I believe are excellent schools, I've had the great pleasure of working alongside Superintendent Bankser on the Measure J Bond Committee, serving with other community members on the most recent iteration of the Ojai Unified 7-Eleven so-called school closure, because contrary to what a previous speaker said, our schools are not overpacked. They are actually failing due to lack of attendance. So-called school closure committee, and I'm also the vice president of Nordhoff High School's PTO. I believe in our schools, and I'm extremely saddened that STRs in our valley are decimating our district. As a 7-Eleven committee member, I and my co-members spent 5 months poring over volumes of data, projections, information, and commentary regarding the decline of school enrollment. We became extremely concerned at falling enrollment, due mostly to families not being able to remain in our community. In California, loss of students equates to loss of funding through the new LCFF Avenue adopted in 2014. There's a clear line between investors purchasing housing and the very health of OUSD schools. The race to purchase homes for STRs affects teachers' ability to secure housing, thereby affecting the pool of teacher availability, and young families moving to staying in the area, negatively impacting enrollment, thereby affecting LCFF and affecting teacher salaries, and so on ad infinitum. Families can no longer compete to rent long-term, much less buy. Without families, our community will no longer be a community by definition. To hear that we need more space for tourists is ludicrous. Currently, there are 11 legally permitted hotels and inns in Greater Ojai, defined as 93023, which is also the boundary of OUSD. These 11 hotels are comprised of 584 rooms and suites, which hosts 1,000 visitors to our fair community on any given day of 7,000 residents. How much is enough as it applies to accommodating tourists? I'll close with, we are asking you to stand by the residents who simply want to remain in their hometown. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jordan. And now Beebe, followed by Trent Jones. And after Trent is Will Castagna.
Hello.
Hello.
I don't have a rental. I have a clothing store in downtown Ojai, a very small clothing store. My employees make a wage and a commission. That's all I can afford to pay them. Since we have fewer people shopping in Ojai area, they are suffering as well with smaller commissions. I am their lifeline. I have a teacher who has student loans, and my other 2 part-time employees have other jobs as well. Being owners, we are the first to forego a check if the sales are not there. Ojai is a destination, and it is important that we maintain the ability for tourists to stay in and around the Ojai area. I have met countless tourists from all over the world that stayed in Ojai short-term rentals, and not one of them struck me as crazy party types. Some of them have hosted in their own countries as well. I ask for your consideration and support of reasonable regulation of short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Anel Beebe? Trent Jones, right.
Trent.
And then Mike Castagna and Kim Herrera.
I'm here to say that I'm for vacation rentals, especially about every 2 years my family comes to have a huge family reunion in Ojai. When I say huge, we'll get anywhere from 30 to 50 people that emerge on Ojai. If we didn't have access to vacation rentals, we could not have the family reunion. At times we've rented out the entire Lavender Inn, but still needed vacation rentals to house all of our family members. They spend a lot of money in Ojai, and I know other people, artists and musicians and creative people who come to Ojai for the same reason. So for that reason, I am opposed to banning vacation rentals 100%. I'm okay with regulations. I'm okay with the taxes and everything else. So
Thank you very much. Next we have Will Castagna, followed by Kim Herrera, and then Jeffrey McIntyre.
Hi, I'm Will Castagna. I do not have a horse in this race either. I don't own an STR, but I'm a big fan of facts and making decisions based on facts and real information. I'm obviously in favor of regulated short-term rentals. I think that's really key for everybody to understand. These buttons say regulated. That gives us the ability to solve the kinds of problems that are talked about by our neighbors who are saying, wait, just don't do it. Don't do it is one way to solve the problem, but as somebody I recently heard say, said, if there's a dog barking in the neighborhood, you don't go around and kill all the dogs in the entire city. You solve the problem where it really exists. I wanted to address a couple of things. You mentioned hotels, the idea of rezoning so that more hotel rooms could be built. Just a key data point here. Sometimes I say I live in Nohi because it took for a local hotel, to add 11 rooms to its stock. It took 6 years to get through the process, through the hurdles. So I don't think that's a viable solution. I think we have a viable solution to housing sitting right in front of us. And I completely agree with those who are opposed that it's really, really important to maintain the integrity of neighbors, of the neighborhoods, and that's done by having the host be local or even in the home. I think that's a critically important piece of it, because I think you've heard many stories about people who actually do host, and those by definition can't become problem homes. I think the regulations solve another problem, which is a way to deal with issues. Should they come up, there's a way to deal with them if you have regulations. I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Now we only have about another 40 cards to go. If you have something to say someone else has said, you can just point that out. Kim Herrera, Jeffrey McIntyre, and then Elena Rios.
Hi.
Hi.
I'm Kim Herrera. I own Ojai Valley Escapes, a vacation rental agency in Ojai. I've worked in the hospitality industry in Ojai since 1998. I worked at the Ojai Valley Inn for nearly a decade in the reservations department. I've managed the Capri Hotel, the Hummingbird Hotel, the Ojai Rancho Inn, and I've worked at the Blue and Emerald Iguanas. I've also been managing vacation rentals for the last 7 years. I know firsthand the importance of having additional accommodations for guests visiting Ojai. I personally have welcomed thousands of guests into vacation rentals over the last 7 years. Thousands. A normal week would be 10 to 15 guests checking in. In those thousands, I've had 2 complaints brought to my attention, 2. The police were not called in either of those situations. The neighbors contacted me. I handled the situation in a timely manner, and I never had a problem again. I think it's really important that we all realize that our economy here in Ojai will be severely affected if we don't have vacation rentals. And I think it's also important to know that there are property managers as myself who take very good care of homes that are not lived in 100, or the homeowner does not have a dwelling on the property. I beg you to be open-minded with this and not to shut down all vacation rentals.
Thank you very much. Jeffrey McIntyre, followed by Elena Rios, and then Mark Roken.
I live in the Ojai full-time, and we have an STR, and we respectfully and carefully choose our guests. We've had no complaints. We pay the TOT tax. And again, I think regulation is the way to go. There are bad apples in the bunch, but don't throw out the whole barrel of apples simply because there are some bad examples. And I think probably in those cases, the owners are not present. And I think that's really important. Thank you.
Thank you. Good comments. Elena Rios, followed by Mark Rochen, and then Robert Brunner.
My name is Elena Rios. I live in an unincorporated portion of the Ojai Valley, and I'm a single parent of a young adult who's now in college. I work for the U.S. Forest Service as a wildland firefighter in fire and aviation. So anytime you see a forest fire in our hills here or nationwide, I'm part of an air tactical unit that helps put these fires out. Like many of you, I experienced certain challenges as a single parent. One of them has been to continue to pay for and find the time to maintain my little house on my own. Although I'm gone a lot, I still consider my main residence to be in Ojai, and I look forward to being there whenever I can, especially during the winter months when the fire season slows down. When I met Kim Herrera of Ojai Valley Escapes, it was like the answer to a prayer because she helped me reorganize my home and prepare it to be offered as an Airbnb during the long fire season when I'm hardly ever there to be fighting fires. And since I'm not there to be a host, Kim takes care of all my bookings responsibly, and she's very, very considerate. Here are some of the benefits that I have experienced on a personal level by being able to do this. And by the way, this is, again, my main residence. I just partitioned part of my home off when I'm not there. So it gives me great peace of mind that I can still come home whenever I want to by making it unavailable. One of the things that I've experienced is reduced financial stress. I'm now able to hire a local landscaping company. I can be able to hire a housekeeper to provide a job for a local woman. I can hire Kim. I can hire anyone else that she needs to help maintain my house. My house isn't left empty for weeks on end because Kim is always there checking on it, or even one of my neighbors, because all of my neighbors have supported me in this endeavor. Otherwise, before that, I had nobody to help me with my property when I'd be gone working, because 70% or more of the Ojai Valley cannot find work in the Ojai Valley. We work outside the valley. So I don't even commute every day on a daily basis, because when I leave, I actually leave for days or weeks at a time.
Your time is up, too.
Okay, so anyway.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Please take this
Mark
into
Rochen.
consideration.
Got it. And then Robert Brunner. And after Mr. Brunner is Siri Basakram.
Thank you, Supervisors. I'm very honored to be able to speak to you today. I am Mark. I am the community organizer of the short-term rental owners group in the Oxnard County beaches and we are called Local Short-Term Rental Alliance. And we are here to present solutions for your consideration. First of all, that staff report will definitely, with no uncertainty, ban all STRs and homestays at the beach. There's no way that a neighbor, friendly or not, which we have lots of them that are very open to it, if you give them the opportunity to choose if they're going to have an STR next to them, they will definitely say no. We have to get a piece of paper from them. So you're banning STRs by the staff report. We do agree with, though, Mr. Steffen's presentation today that he wants to regulate by the county. We do agree with that. Another option, in addition to Mr. Steffen's, would be our group is ready, at our burden, to place into a program of regulation, self-regulation. We would, if you give us an extension of time, we are ready to contract to a security company, to have a mobile person from Wednesday to Sundays, all kind of details. We will get noise-aware sensors in each of the units, which will alert the security company and the owner if the noise level gets too loud. We will end all the complaints from the neighbors. It's our burden. We will take care of it. We will self-regulate. So we're asking you today, please let us self-regulate. Don't litigate. Because if you guys go through with the staff report, the Coastal Commission, you're going to have to litigate with them. It's going to cost a lot of money to the taxpayers. We don't want to go there. And just another note, Airbnb just lost the case. They have to give all their information to the government now. It was in San Francisco. Please look it up. There will be compliance from Airbnb.
Thank you, Mr. Rochen. I know we've also received your paper, too. That was helpful. Thank you for sending that in.
Thank you so much. Hopefully, do not ban STRs at the beach.
Thank you. And now we have Mr. Robert Brunner, followed by Siri Basarakam.
Good afternoon, staff. My name is Robert Brunner, 44-year resident of Muscle Shoals. Muscle Shoals is a divided beach community on the North Coast. We have a homeowners association, the Breakers Way Homeowners Association, and then the other half, south of the pier, does not have a homeowners association. That's the area I'd like to discuss. We have a hotel, the Cliff House Hotel. We have 17 homes, and we have four short-term rentals. I'm opposed to short-term rentals. I have one on each side of me. And when you get big groups of 8 or 10 or 15, unfortunately, the one has a lap pool and a jacuzzi right on the beach. So that becomes party central. I've had problems with nudity on that property. I've had problems with noise. I've called the management. They put me on voicemail. I'll call them again. They'll put me on voicemail again. Maybe 1 o'clock at night, they'll call back and say security's on the way. This is unacceptable. It has ruined the quiet enjoyment of the community on the beach there. It's a surf destination. We have a lot of public people come there, which is fine. It's open to the public, but I think you guys need to realize our beach communities are really getting filled up. Thank you very much.
Mr. Brunner, can I ask you a quick question?
Sure, you may.
That you have a house on either side of you, and they're looking at having the occupancy tied to the number of bedrooms. Are they large houses on both sides that would end up with?
A lot of houses are large. There's a lot of short-term rentals in our community, and the ones that bring in the large groups, I've had a wedding next door to me for 3 days, 45
Okay.
people catered. That's totally unacceptable.
Okay, that gives us an idea in terms of the standards that they're putting in
And
place.
then the other side,
looking
I
at putting in place.
have people that just rent to a couple. So far, I haven't had any problems with them.
Okay, thank
It's
you.
the big groups. Thank you very much. Bye-bye.
And then Siri Basakaram Rochin. There you are.
Hi, thank you. My name is Siri Butsarakam Roshan, and thank you for your time. I'm going to make it short because everybody already said pretty much what I want to say, and I already sent you the board the letters. Please don't ban it. We have a beach house at the Silver Strand Beach. We had it for like 3.5 years. We are a very good host and owner, and we're very considerate with the neighbor. And we always make sure that we have the right guests. We don't allow party, no events, nothing. Please let us regulate and continue with the short-term rental because, it's really bring a lot of business to the local community and create a lot of jobs. Banning it won't do any good. Why don't just work together and help everybody happy? You can
Thank
make
you.
it all, but not just work on one group. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And then I will note that for people who are here for the 3 p.m. Time certain, it looks like it's going to be close to 4 p.m. would be my guess. Well, we'll try to move faster if we can because I still have all these cards that we haven't called yet. So feel free if you've already heard someone say it to say, in a fewer words. We'll go to Sarah Scott, followed by Kim McLinn and Laurel Moore.
Good afternoon. My name is Sarah Scott. I am also a single parent who moved to Ojai to school my children here. I went to OVS myself as a high schooler. My mother went to OVS, and my father and his wife just recently moved here for the great quality of life and the neighborhoods. After time in Los Angeles building a career in PR and marketing, and then subsequently having a family, I ended up deciding to put my family first and move to a very tiny town which did not have the type of jobs that I have held my whole life. So I had to look at a career change and another way of making money. Luckily, my house has a 300 square foot studio, which I was able to turn into I guess it's a home share now. And it has, kept us in the community and being contributing members. It keeps me at home being a parent to my children, teenagers, which I think is very important.
Mm-hmm.
My guests have all been exceptional. I've never, ever had a problem with any of them. I would say that I was probably one of the quieter houses on my street. I have neighbors next door who have a pool and who have children and crazy parties. I'm often wanting to, talk to them about it, but I'm not trying to shut them down. That's their life, My current neighbor was a guest of mine in my studio. The neighbor that was there before, we were very friendly. He said he was selling his house. I told her, she bought it. She's now my neighbor. I have many other guests who've come to Ojai looking to buy properties. I've even gone around with them looking. They have children. They want to add to the, okay. Anyway.
Time is up too. Thank you. Kim McLinn, followed by Laurel Moore, and then Susan Fernand Magnus.
Hello.
Hello.
My name is Kim. I am open space and home share. I've lived in the Ojai Valley for 28 years. I raised my 3 kids and more here, and now they and their families visit often. I bought my land from the farmer who had owned it for 40 years before me. With shallow pockets over many years, I managed to build a lovely but modest green home. Over the years, I have slowly transitioned my property to organic and diversified, and now it is home to Mono Farm and All Good Things organic seeds. My land is a small community with no gates, enjoyed often by the larger community, whether they are visiting, picking up a farm share, working, or volunteering for the farm or the seed company. My STR is one of 3 businesses on my land registered with the County of Ventura, providing income and or food to local people. It promotes eco and ag tourism. The farm and the seed company are also at the local farmers market every Sunday. It has given me much gratitude to be able to help support these young, hardworking local individuals, and most importantly, it has given me community. But like many of us baby boomers here who no longer have retirement or pension plans, I cannot do it without my STR. I know with fair certainty, based on interest over the years, that if I have to sell my place, my community with the beautiful views, someone most likely from LA will buy it, put up the gates. Maybe it will just be a second home, but certainly it will no longer be what it is now with all that it contributes to the Ojai Valley. Lastly, I want to say that while listening to an Ojai City Council meeting one night, I was dismayed to hear Paul Blatz ask, why should we amend our general plan for these criminals? Though it seems they amended it to serve their own purpose, which was legally converting guest houses to secondary dwelling units to help comply with a state mandate to build affordable housing, and of course, no one has built any affordable housing. My hosted STR will never be a long-term rental or affordable housing because it is my primary dwelling and my family home. Most of us have been integral members of the Ojai Valley for many years, and hopefully we deserve your consideration and your compromise to be able to host guests.
Thank you,
on our
Ms.
private
McGlynn.
property. Thank you very
Our
much.
next speaker is Laurel Moore. Thank you for coming on down, Laurel. And then Susan Vernan Magnus.
Hi, my name is Laurel Moore, and the Ojai Valley is a pilgrimage destination town. It is known all over the world. I own a restaurant with 33 employees. Our business is 90% supported by these pilgrims. If STRs are banned, with 33 people will be adversely affected, and most will lose their jobs. I think it is extremely important that you realize the effect that you will have on many of the working people in Ojai.
Susan Vernan Magnus, followed by Joel Freeman, then Bill Moses.
Thank you. I'm Susan Verdan Magnus, and I am in favor of allowing and regulating short-term rentals in the Ojai Valley. My husband and I live in Ventura, and when my parents passed away in 2012, we inherited their little house on Creek Road in Oakview. This little house sits on 1.5 acres, and it's nestled between pine and sycamore trees, and we cherish the memories that have been built in that house over the years when my parents lived in it. Holidays were always spent on the creek, Easter egg hunts, 4th of July, potlucks with neighbors and friends. Unfortunately, we also inherited a mortgage with this little house, including property taxes, insurance, utility bills, and of course, maintenance and upkeep. But we want to keep the little house, and with our retirement budget, we can't afford these additional expenses. But we cherish this little house and want to enjoy it continually with our family and friends on other special occasions. So we have been renting it out as a short-term rental. Most of our guests are weekenders from Los Angeles. They come to the music festival, Ojai Tennis Tournament, Ojai Film Festival, and other special events in Ojai. And they frequent restaurants and shops. We've never had one complaint from our neighbors. Our typical guest is a family of 4 or 5 if they bring their dog. And my sister lives next door, and the only complaint she ever had was that their dog got out. Somebody's dog got out and chased her cat. Other than that, it's wonderful. And here's a typical comment from our guest book. Thank you so much for a peaceful and restful few days. We all enjoyed the birds and the creek and the comfy beds. Our son said this is the best he has ever slept at a vacation house. Kids also enjoyed being able to ride their bikes back and forth along the long driveway, which they can't do at home. What a wonderful time we had. Many people often say in the guest book, we plan on returning as soon as possible. So please do not make a decision that would force us to rent out the property full-time or even to sell it. This little house is a loving memory of my
Thank you.
parents.
And your
Thank you
time's up
very
too.
much.
I believe you also submitted a letter to Joe Freeman then, followed by Bill Moses and Alan Sheshanoff.
Good afternoon. Large turnout. I'm submitting my report, which I emailed to all of you on the 10th. Didn't receive a response that you received it, so I'm handing it out. And also, it wasn't included in the online documents except for the first 2 pages, as well as other documents. I've gone to all the hearings, workshops on this, and I've read many of the documents, and I've spoken at previous ones. I think that the board should take another time to do another workshop. I think holding a workshop during the day when most people can't make it is ludicrous. I also think more time should be, a notice should be given. I received the staff report on October 28th, which gave me almost no time to respond to it. And I'm sure you haven't read my response, as well as the 193 pages in the one that was just put up today on the web. So I don't think you have enough information to make a decision on this important issue. I think you should, I would agree that it should be permitted, and I think that permit process will do 3 things. One, it will let you know, provide you a lot of information which you don't have, accurate data, how many rooms they're planning on renting, are they home shares or not home shares, how much are they planning to charge for rent, are they planning to, how many days of the year are they planning to do it? All this information you'd get. Also, you'd get revenue, which is really important, because in order to enforce and make achieve the goals that you're looking for, the quiet neighborhoods, the short-term housing, which I don't think, by the way, these would affect at all, and the revenue, you need to have money to enforce it, because otherwise people are going to be running these under the wire, and you're not going to be able to do anything because you don't have the money to do it.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. And we did receive
I have
your
a
letter
question.
on Thursday, and go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Number one, I did read your letter on Friday, and when I was here working on this issue, but you just you stated in your letter, and you just stated again verbally, you said you don't think that this affects the stock of housing.
Not significantly, because like me, I bought a house in Oakview, and it has 3 rooms, okay, and I'm not even typical, but I wouldn't rent, first of all, there wouldn't be low-cost housing. It would be too expensive. You wouldn't consider it economy housing. Second of all, I wouldn't rent it because I want my family to come visit on a long-term basis.
The speaker that just came in front of you said, don't force us to rent the house out long-term or sell it. By renting that house out long-term, wouldn't that be helping the stock of housing?
I don't know. Well, first of all, I don't know. Again, we don't know how many of them are residents or primary residences. They might not do that. You don't know. You just don't have the data. You have no facts. You have anecdotal evidence that is.
My question for you, sir, was just simply, you said that this doesn't do that, and I'm just asking you to square that with the statement that was made right before you came up, which is that person would be potentially renting it out long-term if they're not allowed to rent it out short-term.
Again, significant. I think there are some.
Thank you.
Clearly there are some, but I don't know that it would be affordable.
Thank you.
And the individual that would have to leave may not be able to afford it, but the person that's renting it may be able to. So I guess that's a discussion to have too. But into your comment that we need another workshop on this, I would just state that this would be initiating an ordinance that would then come back. So there certainly it won't happen today. The law, if it passes, so you will have other opportunity for input. So we do have Bill Moses here.
Yeah,
then
thank you.
Go ahead.
Yeah, thanks. I'll address Supervisor Bennett's concerns, hopefully in a way that all of us will be satisfied on some level, good or bad. But first, let me say I'm Bill Moses. I'm a business owner and entrepreneur. I employ over 200 in Ventura County and the unincorporated areas of Ojai. And I also have a historic home that is also run as a hosted short-term rental. I live on the property. I first want to announce that I did speak to the senior leadership of Airbnb yesterday, and they're very willing to partner with you and work with you on regulating, collecting taxes, reporting those that aren't registered properly with the county. And so if there is an opportunity and interest to have an introduction to them and to work with you on that front, Progressive Ventura County, which I am a partner of, would more than welcome facilitating that for you in a public-private partnership of some sort, much of the cost of which we would bear, so that the county staff isn't overwhelmed like they already are. I will first want to admit that peace and tranquility is absolutely a mandate in anything we do from Progressive Ventura County. We believe in home share and hosted STRs. It's absolutely too difficult to manage the noise and the impact of a short-term rental if no one's on site, and let alone if no one's in town. So our organization, our coalition, which is growing in numbers, over 200 strong now, advocate that. I think with regard to peace and tranquility, to surmise that it's impossible to do, or there's a big time problem, we haven't regulated them. There hasn't been oversight, and we would help do that and find tactical ways to make that happen. I think with regard to affordable rentals, I think you need to look at the white paper that we submitted. It really does outline that affordable rentals have not come down. The cost of rentals have not come down in the Ojai Valley since the ban, and it's a statistical issue. How many do you allow, and what's the housing stock? And finally, on the economics, it's not just a minor economic issue. It is a material economic issue when you cut the amount of STRs overnight. I ask that you reconsider. Thank you.
Thank you, Bill. Our next speaker is Aliyah Shoshonov.
Hi, my name's Alex, and I live in Ventura County, and I don't have an STR. Oscar Wilde said that the only problem with socialism is that it takes too many evenings. I know we're here in an afternoon, but seeing so many people here engaged in the process is really encouraging. So thank you for being here to the public and to the board. I want to speak to Supervisor Bennett's 3 issues: noise, housing costs, and regulations. First, with regards to noise, I'd encourage you to look at the August 2nd Ventura County staff report that reviewed STR-related calls to the Sheriff's Department for the 2 areas of the county with the highest concentration of short-term rentals: Silver Strand and Hollywood Beach. From June 2013 to June 2015, 2,000 service calls were received, but only 33 were related to registered short-term rentals. If quiet neighborhoods is the utmost important, I would encourage you to also consider banning long-term rentals and perhaps home ownership as well. When it comes to affordable housing, fortunately the data is in the 6 months since Ojai banned STRs, median rental rates are up. They're not down, they're up. So just out of curiosity, if everybody could raise their hand in here who has an STR. Okay, now keep your hand in the air if you would rent it out for less than $2,000 a month long term. In Ojai, we saw a similar pattern. 63% were high-end properties that rented for more than $400 a month, at $400 a night, and then didn't convert to long-term affordable housing. 33% were spare bedrooms. At least 10 lacked kitchens. Finally, on to regulations. As the last speaker just said, a lot has happened in the last week. On last Tuesday, November 8th, a big news day, granted, a federal judge decided in the favor of the city of San Francisco in their suit against Airbnb. As a result, Airbnb must now provide data to the city about illegal hosts. This is a big deal. In fact, Airbnb changed course and now will work with cities to provide data about names, addresses, and guest stays. I would encourage you to build bridges among our communities, not walls. Thank you.
Thank you. And I would ask that we're getting rowdy here. Can we not do all this applause so we can get through and also respectful of everybody? I'm going to, talking about last Tuesday, go ahead and call the Mayor-elect, Mr. Johnston. You have a card in here if you'd like to speak. And then after that, Sousa Francina, Councilwoman-elect.
I may be the cure, am I on the right mic? I may be the cure to the rowdiness. I don't think anyone will applaud me on either side.
Okay.
I haven't even taken office yet, and I presume I will offend everyone in the
We're
room.
not hearing you. Could you
Can you
start
hear
the
it?
time over again? Yeah, that's
Are you pulling together? Is this good? Can everyone hear
And
me?
we're-
too
we're-
tall.
Are all my jokes wasted? Yes, okay. My comment goes to property rights and due process.
and this will not be popular with people, but probably the largest investment anybody, no, the average person makes is in their home. Anybody with any sophistication in buying, whether you be a developer to build homes or a new homeowner to buy homes, first thing you look at is the general plan and the zoning ordinance. There is a covenant between the government and the citizens based on those documents. For someone to buy a home, to raise a family, or just to live quietly in their old age, and then to have a non-permitted use. This is the first time I've spoken up for the Ojai City Council in the last 3 months, but the campaign is over, and I'd like to support the City Council. They weren't so much short-sighted, they were cautious. The City of Ojai, it's never been a permitted use, and they started enforcing that, or attempting to enforce that, while they saw this whole thing play out. No place that I can find, and I've been studying it for quite a while, I started out sort of thinking, what's wrong with short-term rentals? Nothing. They benefit the people who rent, they benefit the people who rent them out, they benefit the businesses, they benefit the tourists who come. They may even benefit some of the residents who would never meet these people otherwise. But the reality is, this is something that's on steroids with the internet and has swept the town. I've lived up there 45 years. We used to have legacy events where people opened their homes to the musicians and everyone to come for free, the tennis players, and stay with us. Now it's a business. So if it's a business, I hope that you will proceed very cautiously before you introduce commercialization into residential neighborhoods. And overall, I agree with Supervisor Bennett's comments, even though he and I have not had a conversation over the subject when he introduced the subject. I think we got to be really careful.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. Souza Francina, and congratulations to you.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, good afternoon, Linda. Happy to see you and the rest of the board. I'm Souza Francina. I've lived in the city of Ojai. I've lived in the Ojai Valley for over 60 years, and throughout my campaign, I made it very clear that I was opposed to the short-term rental as a business model. They were not a problem when I was growing up. They were not even a problem before the internet. It was a quiet mom and pop type operation. Many of my friends rented out rooms. I myself rented out rooms, sometimes short term, but I didn't turn it into a hotel. I rented out to people 3 weeks, 6 weeks, that sort of thing, and there was no outside advertising. So I agree with all the comments made by our mayor-elect. But the underlying issue, and I've said this throughout my campaign, is that Ojai has reached a tipping point. And you can tell by all the people here that only confirmed what I said during my campaign. We have too many short-term rentals. We have to decide what is our vision for Ojai. Are we going to stay a small town community, or are we going to be destroyed for the very things that people are coming here for? My heart goes out to the people that genuinely need to supplement their income, but I have been a renter for 60 years. When I'm strapped for cash, I rent out a room to either a long-term tenant or a short-term tenant, but not a repeat tenant, not a revolving like a hotel. Let me look for a moment at my notes. Yeah. I think, and I read the so-called white paper. There were a number of flaws, and unfortunately, Councilmember Wyrick, who was going to address those flaws, he had to go to a meeting, but I gave you a letter that stated the rest of my concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and congratulations. Our next speaker then is Liz Collard. Am I correct? Oh, Lila Francis, and then Liz Collard. Is Lila Francis? You're here. And then after Lila will be Liz Collard.
My name is Lila Glasso Francis, and I am the owner of Ojai Home. And we provide home staging and styling services in Ventura County. We are a family-owned business and meet so many amazing people through our work. In our past 8 years of business in the Valley, we have decorated many second homes and vacation rentals. We have never once done so for a corporation. I think there is a big confusion on this issue based on the knowledge of money management. For instance, if you mapped my home, you would see it's owned by an LLC. My husband and I set it up to protect our money. My car is in this, my home, and this LLC is even the beneficiary of my life insurance in case something were to happen to my husband and I. This is a common money management practice of people who make large salaries, as it allows children, mine are 9 and 12, to be financially provided for with no delay if anything should happen. It also protects us if one of our friends or a worker fell on site at our $1 million home. The women who mapped houses in Ventura County included so many of my clients and friends in her mapping of STRs, saying that these were also corporate-owned homes. They aren't. Real families live in these homes. The mapper obviously doesn't understand that a private citizen can have an LLC to protect their assets. Please take this into account when these false facts are brought to your attention. I also want to say that the ban in Ventura County of STRs raises some super sad issues if it happens. Our botanical treasure, the Taft Gardens, has announced that they will close public access to the gardens if STRs are eliminated. Ventura County residents have used and enjoyed these gardens for years out of the kindness afforded by the Taft family. And access has always been free. The 2 vacation rentals on the property, which they pay full taxes on, offset the cost of this garden. I'm going to skip ahead here. My final point is to let you know how many residents of Ojai will be upset if STRs are banned in beach communities. When it's hot in Ojai, that's where we go. This is locals supporting other locals, and I personally want to keep renting the beach house that keeps me cool on a 118-degree day in Ojai.
All right, thank you. Our next speaker then is Liz Collard, followed by Beverly Park Sherbo. And after Beverly is Lisa Kenton, speaking for Ariel, which we
Good
don't
afternoon.
allow.
My name is Liz Collard. I have sent a letter to all of you, and I think most of my points have been mentioned before. We have a small house in the Upper Ojai that we just started to rent out as a short-term rental. We have a manager, and Kim, who has spoken, she takes care of it for us, and so I do not support any ban on short-term rentals.
Thank you, Ms. Collard. Beverly Park Sherbo, followed by Lisa Kenton.
Good afternoon. I wanted to thank the staff for their hard work. I agree with their recommendations, recommending that short-term rentals, including home shares, be banned in the Ojai Valley. The Ojai Valley is a unique community that should be treated differently than the rest of the county. The Ojai Valley affordable housing problems are different than the other areas of Ventura County. The valley cannot increase number of housing units and provide affordable or even available housing for its residents. We can only work towards maintaining our housing stock. A solution for tourists may be to build another hotel instead of putting hotels in our residences and in our neighborhoods. We are the residents who volunteer for the events that occur in our neighborhood. Without these neighbors, without these residents, we wouldn't have these events. They work the events. They put the park into Ojai. They work and make the tennis tournament happen, the music festival happen. They don't do it all on their own. What are you going to do when all these residents are gone out of Ojai because they can't afford those houses or because they have lost their quiet enjoyment of the homes that they either rented or bought? Renters are the employees that cannot afford rent. Maybe they have a job, but they don't have housing. And what good is that? If they have a job in Ojai and they have to go out to Oxnard or Ventura to buy their house or to rent their house.
Okay. And
that's a lot of traffic.
And your time also is up. Thank you. And I don't think the staff report's calling for a ban, but looking at standards and regulations, but we'll take a look at that. Lisa Kent, you've already spoke, so I'm not going to have you speak at this time. You're good with that. I'm glad. Scott Smith, followed by Linda Summer, and then Jeremy Hafner. Scott Smith, going once, going twice. Okay, and then we'll next go to Linda Summer. And after Linda is Jeremy Hafner, and then Star Crabtree. And again, if your spouse or someone else has just spoken and said what you believe, you can tell us that instead of repeating.
Okay, I had this written out, and listening to everybody has changed some of my speech. And Supervisor Bennett's ideas have also impacted what I wanted to say. But I'll just be as brief as I can. You're looking at a senior citizen who has lived and rented in unincorporated Ojai for 18 years. I'm the face of many seniors who lost their life savings and who struggle every month to pay increasing rents and other necessary living expenses on a stagnant Social Security income. I also speak for many who could not afford to take off time from work today to be here to speak on this subject. What is going to happen to us when we lose our rental homes and can't even afford to rent a room in someone else's home, which at this juncture is upwards of $800 in the Ojai Valley? I used to say, rather coldly I might add, if you can't stand the heat, get out of the kitchen. Well, shame on me. Many families, many seniors have nowhere else to go. This has been their home for decades. I am one of them. What will you say to us if we have to stand before you again asking why these commercial operations were allowed in areas that were zoned for residential use, destroying our neighborhoods, driving out families, seniors, and other low-income citizens who can no longer afford to live in Ventura County? Thank you.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
Yeah, I just want to point out, because I know we still have many speakers left, and I don't want any misunderstanding out there. You just made a comment that you said you don't think staff is talking about a ban, and I just want to read right from the staff report about the Ojai Valley. It says, given the Ojai Valley as well as limited affordable housing, the potential exists that the demand for vacation rentals could reduce the supply of affordable housing and negatively impact commute traffic. Given this potential, this is what staff is saying, one possible regulatory approach to STRs might be to prohibit both short-term rentals and home shares within the Ojai traffic area. So I just don't want people to listen to your thing and think that that is one of the possibilities. The other, which is currently described, another might be to prohibit short-term rentals but allow home shares with a ministerial permit. And a third option might be to allow short-term rentals with a ministerial permit with waivers meaning the neighbor's approval. Those are the three options as I see it, and I just don't want to have the rest of the hearing go forward with a misunderstanding as to what staff has said. Thank you.
Thank you. And yeah, it is not the recommendation, but it is up there for consideration. Staff had said we had 57 cards or something. We actually had 105. And we still have 58 more to go. We've done 47. I'll talk with the board, but what I'm thinking of is because we have another hearing that was supposed to start at 3, that at 4 o'clock we go to that hearing and then come back to this. It would be nice if we could finish before then, but I don't want to put off the hearing one more time. We'd have to do a notification and all that too. So with that, we'll continue slogging on, and I do want to be able to get to a point where we can have a decision.
I'd like to at least have a board discussion about that rather than just have that be the decision.
What would you like to do, Supervisor Bennett?
I think we have two colleagues that are.
Well, I think we do have folks for that other item. I think that at least with this one, because of the volume of comments and the late submittals, that I also would be would probably agree to close the public hearing and continue deliberations to another date.
Actually, it would be continuing the public hearing. We can't close
Okay.
it until we've heard from all the
To
people.
another date for deliberations on this, because
Yeah,
as,
I would agree with that.
as I
There's
think
just too much
there's
stuff here now.
a lot of comments from the community and the community interpretations of the staff report. I just think there needs to be opportunity time for us to have a real thorough discussion on this, to give direction. I'm not saying we won't stay here to listen to you.
Yeah, but based on the cards, it's 3 more hours just to hear the people talking. And by the time you're done, it'll be 7 o'clock, and she's got another thing to do. We'll be here at 9 o'clock, and that's a long time for us to sit down. This is too important just to try to jam and change, so.
And I think the chambers might be used again at 6 o'clock tonight, too. Okay.
Supervisor Long, when would you want to schedule the continuation of this? December 6th? So just to be clear, you said we're still listening, you say you want to listen to the 57 today and then schedule more, or you don't want to, you want to close this and have these people come later?
Continue it.
I'm just trying to understand what you.
I don't know how many folks are here for the 3 o'clock. We do know that that's going to take some time also. If these folks wish to stay here to continue to be heard, I'm certainly willing to stay here to hear them. It's just
before or after they.
If the 3 o'clock folks, well, they're not going to be happy about being delayed either, so.
Yeah. Madam Chair, I think it's important that we hear the residents. Number one, it's important that they're here.
I agree.
And I'm not
I
sure
don't
how
want
much
to
time.
not hear them.
I'm not sure how much time we're going to take with the other item, and is it going to be an hour and I'm not sure how many people would like to wait to share their concerns, but.
Supervisor Long?
I think it's.
I'm sorry.
I think it's important that we do hear the rest of the folks, and also whether it's, if they agree for a delay for another meeting, another time, it's okay with me. If they don't, it's still okay with me.
I'm going to offer this thought. We've tried to do this as rational as we could from the beginning. We didn't move knee-jerk. We didn't do something quick. We said, let's take our time. Let's do it right. To try to force 104 or 100 and whatever, 7, speakers in to an afternoon and deliberate policy, that's I'm not sure that feels like good government in terms of, as Supervisor Foy said, there's a lot to digest here, a lot of comments to digest, et cetera. So it may be inconvenient for people, but it may be the best way for us to do good local government is to take this in chunks. And for better or for worse, nobody knew that we'd have 107, and we even thought we had 57 when we started. And I kept going, boy, it sure feels like we should be at 57 by now. And now I understand what's going on. So, but the thing that I would ask is, you have 2 more. You've been, at least it seems like the initial launching of this. You've had so much involvement in this. Are you comfortable if we schedule this for one of the 2 meetings in December? And I know December 6th is fairly full. Are you comfortable if we schedule this for December 13th to continue to December 13th? I know it is your last, but
let her make her last on a big show on the last one.
I know it is, but I also know it's good government would benefit from having the history that you've had on this be here for that.
I'm here to the finish, so I'm fine with that.
So Supervisor Goes, I appreciate what you're saying, but I really don't know how to give appropriate consideration to this many speakers with another hearing and with the length of time, et cetera. And it's just, either way, it's not a great setup. So I think I'd support Supervisor Foy's standpoint.
I agree. I want to hear the people that are here. They should have the right to speak, tell us what they do, get all this information. That'll give it a couple weeks to go back, assimilate it. And I look at this, basically our last one is 11:30. It's on there now. I don't know if you have anything different on that last. I mean, it's her party, but But we'll just keep her and make her work on her last day.
December 13th has an air pollution meeting, so the soonest we could schedule it on the 13th would be 3 p.m.
Yeah.
Air pollution.
Air pollution?
On the 13th.
Is there a way to have that meeting canceled for that?
I think there's,
Mr. Villegas is not
must,
looking forward to Mr. Villegas does not want to cancel it. The last I spoke with him, he
Okay.
wants to have that meeting.
And,
Say that again about APCD?
It's scheduled for the December 13th at 1:30. And Mr. Villegas, the last I spoke with him, wanted to have that meeting.
Did he want an hour and a half though, or could we do 30 minutes and say schedule our thing at 2?
We could probably have a short meeting.
Yeah, I mean, we are 5 of the votes on the APCD, and I know we got to avoid the Brown Act kind of thing,
right.
but, you know, at some point in time. Yeah, that's right. Some point in time, I would, what I would suggest is that we try to have that be I don't know why we couldn't stop for APCD for a half hour and continue again.
That's what I'm
might
thinking, because
even
we got
be better.
11:30 here, move ACPD up, or put ours at, because this, the one we have is a 5-minute 11:30, maybe we start at 11:45, and we just have to stop for a.
We stop for, and we try to do APCD in a half hour?
Yeah, and then we're done, yeah, I agree.
That lets Mr. Vegas, whatever he has that's urgent, he
Yeah.
can get that done.
Exactly.
And then we could continue with our hearing.
I think that's a good idea.
That's what I would go.
So we're finished with hearing, this hearing?
No, we're not going to listen to all, yeah. No, the idea would be whenever Supervisor Parks wants to stop for going to the well hearing, we would, wherever we are, then those people would come back at 11:45. That's what you're thinking, Supervisor Floyd?
Well, they can come back, or we could go to that next one, and if it goes on 45 minutes an hour, we're done with that, and go back to these people. We
That's
gotta
what
be
I
here.
was, that was I proposing, you know.
If we go back here at 8 o'clock, we'll be here.
we're
At least they
here.
got the opportunity, they came and they got to speak.
Yeah, they've been waiting a
But
long
are
time.
but you're going to continue the hearing to the 13th and open it back up as a public hearing?
I guess we're gonna have to.
Because people.
So some people might leave.
So people might leave here now and want to come back. and
I
speak
think,
on-
I think the way, and the county council can correct me if I'm wrong, but if we hear all the testimony today, we could close the public hearing and then have our discussion and deliberation at a later date. But if we continue open public hearing, then more people can come and we can get more
Well, yeah, the
input.
only difference, you're right, I think that's how they would interpret it, but there could be people who said, after now, I can't be here after 6 o'clock, and I want to leave, and I want to speak. And so we could go back and let the supervisor benefit, we could just open and let, hopefully, the next 10 or 20 or 30 speak, and we're done. And
58.
So that's 2 hours of testimony.
Oh, it's at least 2 hours, yeah.
More than 2 hours.
Take an average of 3 minutes when you take, by the time somebody walks out and does their thing. So.
Well,
So
I
what are you
would,
proposing?
I would start by saying, let's go to 4 o'clock and then have the hearing that was scheduled at 3 and do that.
Okay.
Now, you guys can decide whether you want to then continue this portion of the hearing or if you want to put it off until the
But we could
December
do-
date.
But we could do that after this other hearing.
Well, I think we should let these people know whether we're going to have the hearing or not.
You haven't chosen.
Pardon me, we're getting there. I know sometimes it's painful to watch, but it's democracy. So-
Like I said, I have no problem after, but if some people, like you said, kids want to go, yeah, I'll stay as long as they want, and then we could reopen it again, right, Jeff? We could reopen it again, and then people could talk. The only thing, when you reopen it, are we in a situation where same people come back and talk again if we do that, or
They already spoke.
or do we use our?
I think if we're just continuing
Just
this
continuing
meeting
this
until
meeting.
5 o'clock or whenever that other one is, we'll just keep going through the list
Yeah.
of cards, not having people repeat themselves. Come back.
But
Yeah, I think that's correct. That you could limit it to the people who have not already had a chance to speak, unless staff were to make some new recommendation between now and then. But if we just continue on where we left off, I think the board could limit the speakers to those who have not yet spoken.
Okay.
So continue from the stack that we have.
that way, if anybody goes home
Well,
tonight, they
you
can
know, I
talk.
would,
they
if
can come
someone
back and
totally
speak.
new comes,
Then,
they probably should be allowed to speak, but not to speak twice.
okay.
Okay, and that way, I think it's fair. People felt like they were heard then, too.
So if they want to stay tonight, they can stay. If they
Stay.
don't want to stay, they know they can come back
On the 13th.
13th at 11:45
Yeah.
and speak then.
I agree.
Okay.
We don't know.
Okay, so right now, let's go ahead and do our last 10 minutes, and at 4 o'clock, we'll take a break for the next hearing, which could go an hour, could go 45 minutes. We'll find out when we get there. And then we'll go ahead and read off these. If I call your name after that and you're not here, I'll still save the card so you can have that opportunity to speak again. So let's go ahead. Then we just had Linda Summer, and now let's go to Jeremy Hafner, Star Crabtree, and Patricia Clutch. Go ahead, sir.
Hello to the supervisors. Hello to everyone here. My name is Jeremy Hafner. I am 35 years old, so I actually technically represent millennials in the city of Ojai. By a very small margin, I have one 7-year-old daughter, and I am a renter in Ojai. I do not have an STR, but I do have a family-owned restaurant, and I'm currently opening up a brewery that we've been dumping money into to employ people in the city of Ojai. I've seen a sharp decline in sales in the city of Ojai since the STR ban went into place. This is not anecdotal. This is on paper. I would argue that making the economy a tertiary matter in this is problematic, because if there's no jobs in Ojai and there's no young people moving in with families to work there, then I could see the schools emptying out pretty quickly. Aside from that, we are a destination that the complete engine of our economy is driven by tourism. And there seems to be a vilification of that. And it's problematic if we're constantly fighting the city on one hand, but the reason why you have the volume of people here today is that because of the 33,000 people that are in the Ojai Valley, there's 7,000 in the city limit, and I think 5,000 of them can vote, and they're voting on all of the matters that affect all of us, using that city as our center. So I would strongly urge you to regulate STRs and not kneecap a generation of millennials moving in with families to open up businesses. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hafner. Star Crabtree, followed by Patricia Clutch, followed by Chuck Menzel.
Hi, Star Crabtree. Thank you, Chris, for your report. Our neighborhood is a sobering example of the severe repercussions that happen when zoning principles are violated. When a buyer buys a home in a particular zoning, they accept that zoning to then force commercial activity into a residential zone and then demand that they be accepted by the people that live there is very unhealthy and very upsetting. We bought our home in the Arbolada in Ojai. It doesn't permit bed and breakfast or boarding houses. We're not allowed to have one employee come to our home. We have, since buying our house for a year and a half now, we have been fighting for peace in our home. In a 9-day period this October, we called the sheriff 6 times. This is not a normal way to live. Too many evenings we come home from work and we don't get to relax. Instead, we are in a continual fight. And it's concerning now because the level of stress is unhealthy and the quality of our home life has been shattered. And I go to work in my small business in downtown Ojai exhausted. I feel like I'm getting pushed out of my home because I cannot take this level of stress week in and week out. We have a profound housing shortage, and every converted home and room taken off the market continues the commercialization of our residential zones. Owners have the option of renting out their homes for 30 days or more, and I support that. I don't call the sheriff on certain neighbors that I have on my lot line because they're our neighbors. So although they say we haven't called the sheriff, it's because we don't want to also put into our lives that fight. I respectfully ask you to please adopt the recommendations for the Ojai Valley and protect people like me and my neighbors that live there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Crabtree. Patricia Clutch, followed by Chuck Menzel, and then Burton Elliott. Patricia Clutch going once, going twice. Chuck Menzel, you're up next, then Burton Elliott and Lila Francis. Actually, Lila's already gone, so after that, Eric Good.
I think I'm one of the few representing the beach areas today. So I do represent, I do live in the Freya Beach community. I have lived there for 25 years. I came to Freya Beach community through a vacation rental. and enjoyed that with my family for many years. I currently manage 20 homes in that area. Just to properly characterize us as a little bit different, and I think staff got this pretty right. We have over 100 homes in our specific area, all of which were 100% vacation homes. They were never permanent residents. They were always owned by farming families, many long heritage in Ventura County that I still manage their properties for them through multiple generations. I do have a couple bullet points. Right now, I managed over 600 families over the last 3 years, all families, not one incident, not one sheriff call. So it has to be kept in some kind of balance on how you view these things. Finally, just a couple bullet points. Permits with waivers is problematic. When you have neighbors and a neighbor next to you is a vacation rental and one next to that is a vacation rental, now you're going to ask them for permission. You're going to really create a very decisive community when you have one person saying yes, one person saying no. And judging by the emotion that's out there, which is an exact opposite of what I'm seeing in terms of incidents, you're going to create issues there. One other point real quick, none of my homes are home shares. They're vacation homes rented to families. So you're not going to find some room illegally converted to another, kitchen being rented out that way. They're vacation homes rented to single families, of which a good majority of the local ones are coming out of Ojai Valley. So there are a lot of county, there's a lot of families that are enjoying the beach areas here, and I'd like to see that continue.
Thank you, Mr. Menzel.
Mr. Menzel?
Mr.
Menzel?
Chuck? Yeah. When you were here last time, we talked about it, I think the board was all in unanimous agreement that Faria Beach is a unique environment. It's not residential housing stock. And we talked about various ways of doing it. County Council, unfortunately, we talked about, well, perhaps just have, if the homeowners association says it's okay, but County Council has said you can't turn over that kind of power over to a homeowners association. So what is representing at least some percentage of the people in Faria Beach? What are the people in Faria Beach who you're representing? What are you thinking as the appropriate regulation for Faria Beach?
Well, I don't know the legalities of segmenting different areas. I also manage 3 homes, beach areas as well as foothill areas of the city of Ventura. Well-managed, well-crafted program. I just see that, I have been self-regulated, so a lot of my contracts are a lot stronger, but I don't understand, I guess I don't quite understand the question. It's just good regulation.
Great, thank you.
Chuck, if I ask you real quick, Chuck, what is your rental? Is it 1 day, 7 days, 2 weeks?
A minimum 4 days in my case. There are owners that do rent their homes out for less than that. 3 days typically. I don't rent less than 4 days. I find it to be very good to just keep the, quick, let's go to the beach real weekend party thing going.
And one more question real quick. And do you have a certain level of a deposit or something that makes people, if something happens, they're going
to? This is potentially not a fair question in my regard, because most of these homes rent in the $3,000 to $4,000, so you're getting into a demographics, a little bit higher demographics where you have a full family in them.
Right.
But they do have security deposits as well as security insurance. More importantly, I think, is the contracts state how many daytime guests you can have. So you just have to tighten up your contracts. No more than 2 cars if that's what is only available on premise. And really the number of daytime guests throws a lot of people off, because that'll flush out immediately anybody that's thinking of having more guests over for the day. It's really designed to be for families.
Thank you.
Madam Chair. So Jeff, really the contract is your regulations then?
Totally.
That controls the...
Completely, and it's very, very tight. It exceeds what the city requires currently. And I think what the supervisors need to take in consideration is you're going from a motion to a non-regulated environment, completely non-regulated environment. So give it a chance, because many municipalities do it, and they do it successfully, and we are a economy-driven body.
So they violate the contract and they're out. If they violate the contract, they're out.
They're out. And in the case of short-term rentals, you're able to call the sheriff and actually have them evicted, but I've never had to do that.
Thank you.
Okay, we have 2 speakers left before we take our break for our 4 o'clock hearing. Burton Elliott, followed by Eric Good.
Hi, I'm Burton Elliott. I've been a resident of Ventura County Beach Community for 22 years. I rented for my first year and have owned a home for 21 years. I raised 7 children in this neighborhood. My wife is a 50-year resident. We also own an R2 duplex on the same street. We are certainly in a position to use our duplex as an STVR, but we choose not to since this is zoned as a residential neighborhood. We are strongly opposed to STVRs in our residential neighborhood. There is currently 1 STVR in our street. There have been the usual issues with parking on the lane, speeding on the lane, noise, and pets running loose. But to their credit, the current STVR owners have managed these issues quite well. My first objection to STVRs is that they are operating businesses in a residentially zoned area. My next concern is not easily measured at this time. I can easily live with 1 STVR on our street as long as it continues to be well managed. However, what I see happening in the future is a proliferation of highly leveraged STVRs completely changing the nature of our neighborhood. One of the best things about living in our neighborhood is that you get to know virtually all of your neighbors. This improves not only the living experience, but also the safety of the neighborhood. Neighbors do not speed down the streets. People who know each other look out for each other. Children develop long-term friendships, can safely play in the street, and walk to school together. Transients won't do this. Strangers are noticed and watched by the neighbors. After all, the streets are dead ends. But with STVRs, we don't know who actually lives on our street. My greatest fear is that a proliferation of STVRs will destroy this unique community character of a residentially zoned neighborhood, and we will all be strangers in a tourist haven. My last concern is the cost of rent seems to be rising for long-term rentals. Several of my current neighbors are long-term friends and long-term rentals. We have already lost 2 friends in our neighborhood because their rentals were converted to STVRs.
And your time, too, is up. Thank you, Mr. Elliott. You're named after another Burton Elliott from Thousand Oaks, who was a wonderful man. Eric Good.
Thank you for your patience, and I hope I'm not too redundant. But like the mayor, I have lived in Ojai since the mid-'60s. I was a faculty brat at Thatcher School. My father taught there. I came back to Ojai for much the same reason that most people have talked about in this room today, in the 80s, and bought a house. And I think there's more commonality in this room on both sides of the equation. My neighbor is the gentleman, John Brazenly and Kathy, who started the Ojai Defense Fund, and I really respect him dearly, but I happen to be slightly on a different side. I've supported John in the Ojai Defense Fund. I've supported the Ojai Valley Land Conservancy. And I want to just touch on a slightly different perspective. I run a small NGO, a grassroots NGO, and we buy land around the world, and it's very, very hard to find money to do that, to protect wild lands. And we bring in students from all over the world to stay on our property. And we can't rent full-time because we bring in people that don't have the resources. Students in our valley at Thatcher School, UCLA, but from countries like Myanmar, Cambodia, Thailand, China, Laos, all over the world, Madagascar. And we need the flexibility. And just this week, we're having 20 Indians, Native Americans, that stood up to protest what's happening at Standing Rock in North Dakota. And we're bringing those people onto our property so they have a place to stay. They can't afford hotels. So those 20 Native Americans that will be on my property Sunday, and I've invited John to come, we need to have flexibility. Some people just can't rent, and whether that's elderly people, and I want to talk a little bit about diversity for 1 second. The people that work on these places, I haven't heard anything about the Latino community and those that are employed. And I think we should have a shout out to them because they will lose their jobs. So I just sincerely hope that you look at this in a measured way and put in fair regulations for people like us. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Good. We, again, have 51 cards left and a few that hadn't shown from before. We'll start calling them at the end of our next public hearing, which will begin now. And then, as I understand it, after that testimony, we will then reschedule to continue the actual deliberation and for our December, is it 13th meeting?
Can we take a 10-minute break?
For
Pardon?
those of us that are going to leave, when are you going to continue it to?
I just stated that. We're going
Yeah,
to continue it to our
confused about
second
it, too.
meeting in December, and that would be December 13th, right?
Okay, so this is done for today, and we're starting again on December 13th.
No, we're going to have more testimony today,
Oh,
but we're going to
today.
have deliberation December 13th.
At what time?
Looking at around 2 o'clock.
And isn't
One-
it true that you're...
Did he say, pardon me, hold on.
That's not accurate. We're going to have deliberations and public testimony December
Right.
13th.
Right? Am I correct?
As well as testimony later today.
I think so, yeah. It's testimony on December 13th as well. Yes.
So if we leave today, we can do testimony on the 13th?
Yes, and we're looking at starting at 11:30 then on the 13th? Not 11:30. You tell me what time. One moment, 11:30. Well, so I'm probably right with the 1:30? Yeah, APCD is at 1:30. And we have time certains at 11:30. They'll probably go till noon. And starting at noon is not a particularly good time for a public hearing, so it should be after the APCD. And that would bring us to closer to 2 o'clock, which is what I was saying. Supervisors, looking at APCD is at 1:30. We can't do it before because we have two hearings at 11:30, right? 11:30 we have two public hearings. One's on smoke-free campus. Another one is regarding traffic and mitigation fees. So put it in at 11:30, and then we'll take a break. Okay, 11:30. Yes, and it will. Okay, so we're going to continue this hearing later today, and then also at 11:30. Later today, and then also at 11:30 on December 13th. Two opportunities. Stay here, or.
This ought to do it. Yeah, there's numerous exhibits.
Not going to be here. Okay, good. I mean, in the sense that we don't have the card, so it stands for reason. As we begin, I apologize for the delay. I know that the hearing was supposed to be at 3 o'clock. We have another one that we broke to see that we can get this one taken care of. This is a continuance from our last meeting on this item. I know that there has since been some new information also. So we will definitely take testimony from individuals who would like to speak, particularly with the new information. Because we have appellants and applicants, we'll have the staff report discuss where we are at this point, and then give the appellants and the applicants each 10 minutes to go and 5 minutes rebuttal, and take testimony in between of 3 minutes. So with that, we'll go ahead and continue with an open public hearing and bring it to our staff report. Mr. Baca. Also, if we'll wait till Supervisor Bennett gets back in terms of if there is anything additional to disclose from us as members of the board.
No disclosure.
Okay. And supervisors, okay, we haven't met or had more information given to us outside of the full board. So, Mr. Baca, go ahead.
Madam Chair, members of the board, this is the November 15th continued hearing of the Murata Nesbitt case, PL 150060. As your board directed at the last hearing, that we would come back and give you some additional information on water quality issues. We've done that, and it's included in the information that you've been provided in various memorandum. And I'm going to make my presentation very brief because I know you've had a long day today. So we're available to discuss any of the memoranda. A key document is the November 14th, 2016 memo from staff, which reflects the changes that have occurred since the last meeting. As your board may be aware, the applicant has withdrawn the Nesbitt number 2 injection well from the project so that the revised findings, revised conditions of approval all reflect the elimination of the Nesbitt number 2 well from the project. Condition 62, condition of approval 62 has been added, which gives a time frame for the abandonment of that well pursuant to Dogger standards. The basic information that we've received, there was some information about pits and sumps on the Murata Hearth lease and on the Murata Federal lease. We received an inspection report from the Regional Water Quality Control Board regarding those, and they don't identify any hazards and have no plans for any further investigation of those. We also had environmental health look at the water quality data for the water well on the Nesbitt property and confirm that the test is adequate and reflects that the water meets drinking water standards. With that, we're available for questions.
We have questions for staff. Supervisor Bennett?
One question. We have the sumps that are condition 45, the removal of the sumps.
Yes, Supervisor Bennett.
And you know, my understanding was they actually should have been removed before this because they haven't been used for such a long period of time. I'm trying to find out if we put some kind of condition on that the sumps need to be removed by X amount of time or the permit won't continue to be a permit. Do you have what the staff think is a reasonable amount of time for the sumps to be removed and abandoned and removed?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bennett, the sumps are not being used, and by the applicant's own testimony, have not been used for 19 years. Pursuant to Condition 45, if we determine that those are abandoned, and I think 19 years sort of indicates abandonment, it's perfectly fine for your board to direct us to implement Condition 45 for the sumps.
My question is, what kind of time frame is an appropriate time frame for having that accomplished?
Anytime between 6 months and a year.
Okay, so if we said they have to be removed within a year or else the permit becomes void or something like that, do you think that's a reasonable?
That's a reasonable amount.
Thank you. And I wanted to get that out there early so that the applicants know about it and the appellants know about it, et cetera. Great, thank you.
And then let me just ask real quick. So I'm reading this report that was done on the 10th, this water report, and basically the conclusion was there's no signs of any leaks, there's no signs of anything, right? Is that what you're saying with this?
Madam Chair, Supervisor Foy, if you're referring to the sumps, the Water Board physically inspected the sumps.
That's what I mean. So
and matter of fact, those sumps had actually been inspected on a yearly basis by the Air Pollution Control District. And the testimony of the applicant is he hasn't used them since 1997. I checked with the Air Pollution Control District. Per their records, they at least have not been used in the last 10 years. So they're truly sitting there idle. They're dry concrete sumps that are, you know, concrete lined, and the regional board found no evidence of leakage or contamination at the site.
Yeah, okay. Great, thank you.
Okay, thank you for the staff report. Let's go ahead and we'll call the applicant, and you have 10 minutes, Mr. Goldenrain, and then the appellant. Yes, you, sir.
I get confused. excused as the applicant or not. Thank you. And I also will try to be brief because I know you've had a full plate today and it's continuing. I think I need to clarify a couple of things, just so that everybody's clear, including especially Supervisor Bennett, given your comment about Condition 45. The sumps that that Regional Water Quality Board inspected are not on Nesbit 2. They're federal and on Hearth. So they have nothing to do with this CUP. Those are what a Regional Water Quality Board inspected and confirmed to your staff is just fine. There are no sumps on Nesbit, on the Nesbit CUP site.
So what's Condition 45 about?
I think it's at the end of the process you have to remove it, but I can't speak to your. I mean, that's a question really for Mr. Baca because he wrote this, but there are no sumps. Their only reference to sumps is that abandoned thing that goes back into the 70s and long since gone.
We'll ask him after your testimony, so you don't have to use up your time.
For the clarification. The second issue that I bring to your attention and ask for your consideration is on Condition 62, because that's the condition that staff wrote around the abandonment of Nesbit 2, because from my client's point of view, he saw the consternation around the reinjection well, and notwithstanding the evidence, we think that your staff has now come back to you saying that there is no issue around it. We just want to try to end this. So we're taking the reinjection well off, and I hope my client doesn't get excoriated for shrinking and eliminating that issue. So here's the issue. With the process of an abandonment of a reinjection well follows the following. The first is you file paperwork with the Dogger, the firm notice of intent to formally abandon. They then approve that. Then you have to contract with somebody to come in and get the scheduling happening for that to happen. When they do it, they pump out the well. They clean out the material. They have to use the tanks and stuff on site to do that and remove it. So there's an operational process to it. They plug it, Dogger's there, inspects it, that they fill out the forms, that goes to Dogger. The concern we have is that it's almost the cart before the horse in terms of how we accomplish that if we don't have a zone clearance in order to reactivate the producing wells, test all the pipes, test all of the stuff that needs to happen, be able to accept the fluids, deal with what we need to do. So on Condition 62, what we would ask for is that the word first, it says that we provide proof to your staff of abandonment within 180 days of the granting of CUP, etc., or prior to the issuance, whichever occurs first. We would ask that the word first be changed to latter, because then what would happen is we would, with the zone clearance application, provide the proof of the abandonment filing with Dogger, and then we would get the zone clearance because all the other pieces would fit together, and then my client could then have the producing wells operational, the tanks in place, all the other things in place, and then staff would monitor, and within 6 months of that point, we would give staff the proof of the abandonment, and of course it would be on the public record because that's the public record website that would be posted. So if that word could be changed, that just facilitates the practical operation of the process of the abandonment. And I'm happy to talk about any of the other issues or answer any questions, but really, truly, from my client's point of view, we're trying to take off the table the issue that seemed to cause consternation on a trip that otherwise, on a project that otherwise we would hope would meet with all of your approval since it is so small. Thank you, Chair Parks.
So, at the appropriate time, staff, I'd like to get your response to his request, but I want to do that whenever the chair thinks it's the
If you'd like to
appropriate
do that now, I think that'd be fine.
Madam Chair, Supervisor Bennett,
The permit in front of you is a modification of CUP LU 110041. That CUP encompasses both the Hearth and the Nesbitt leases. So you're modifying the master CUP, if you will, for the entirety of the site. So it's within your discretion if you want to change something that involves the Hearth lease.
What is your professional opinion of the request? Does it open up a problem? Does it seem to solve a problem? Does it seem to make common sense or not make common sense from staff standpoint?
For first to later?
Yes.
I think that's a judgment of your board. The way it is structured right now, they have to abandon the well first before they go on production with the other two wells. If you do it the other way, they can go on production now, and then they have a timeline for abandoning the other well, and then if they don't abandon it, it's a zoning violation and a problem that we deal with in another manner. But there's really no particular hazard with the well at the moment because it's already plugged. All the perforations in the well are plugged, and the actual status of that well at Dogger right now is called plugged and suspended. So it's not even operational.
Mr. Goldenring sort of implied that he was in a catch-22. Do you see it as a catch-22, or do you think they can abandon this before they start production?
I don't see the catch-22 because many an isolated well is abandoned, and so I don't see that.
Go ahead, Supervisor Foy.
Yeah, okay. I just want to make sure that, at the end of the day, like I said, the well has no use to anybody. It's not doing anything. It's not hurting anything. So if we do it the other way, I just want to make sure it doesn't cause this owner any extra problems. I mean, so if they flip it the other way, I'm just curious. He seemed pretty adamant about that. Maybe the idea is just get production up and I can use that money to pay for it. I don't know if that's what we're talking about here or not. But
Supervisor Parks and Supervisor Foy, well, that really is the issue because he will not be on production and producing oil while going through the paperwork and process to arrange for a rig to actually accomplish the abandonment. There's no real process to restart the oil wells because they're there, they exist, they produced 3 years ago, and so the facilities are all there. There is a time frame, however, to accomplish an abandonment, along with the fact that we're in the winter season and there might be a delay due to weather of getting a rig up to the site. Right. So there is a penalty to him, if you look at it that way, for not putting the well on production. And as far as the Nesbitt number 2 well, it's both plugged and suspended, but in addition to that, that property, that lease, had what's known as a UIC permit from Dogger. That's an underground injection control, a water disposal project. That's a specific permit from Dogger, and because of the time frame that has occurred and the well's been idle due to county conditions of approval, that permit has lapsed, and so there is no permitted injection site now, even from Dogger, and they'd have to go through the entire process to get a new injection well. Well, they couldn't even start the process without a land use permit from the county to allow it. Right. So the issue is they cannot even today, regardless of your action, go ahead and do injection. However, abandoning an oil well is not an unknown procedure, right, and that could be accomplished before they go back on production.
Right, but I'm just saying, but it could delay production for 6 months. Is that what you're thinking it takes or something like that?
I talked with the Dogger staff and asked them what would be, the reasonable time frame to accommodate any contingencies involving abandoning a well, and including weather, rig availability, and all that. They said 6 months at the outside. So, yes, there could be a delay in production.
All right, so I guess if we flipped it, the idea is that the well can't be used, no harm can be done, or anything anyway, because you said that. So what would be the difference? Just flip it and let them just do it the other way, and they have 6 months to get it done. Is there any reason for that?
I think that I think I'm going to leave that in the judgment of
okay, but I'm saying okay. So what you're saying, that's a policy issue. It has nothing to do
right.
with the ability for or there's any problem.
I don't see a negative consequence other than the thought that they go back on production and then we end up with a zoning violation when the well is not abandoned in a timely manner. In this way, they have to, the way we've structured the condition, they have to abandon the well first before they go back on production, so they have some incentive to abandon the well as fast as possible. So that was the thinking, and maybe it's going too far.
I guess I don't always. I hate the idea that everybody's a criminal and nobody's going to do something right. But that's where I get part of that problem. You know, if somebody doesn't, penalize them big time if they don't do it on time, you know, whatever it is. But hopefully we get people working and doing some things and doing some stuff. That's my thing. I hate to do it because something could happen. I would, I guess, give people the benefit of the doubt.
It's a reasonable result in both directions.
Yeah, I would think so. Okay.
If I could just summarize that, I mean, I think he's appropriately saying it's kind of our decision, and the question is, you know, what do you do if for some reason they've already started production and then they don't abandon the well, and the only thing you can do is do a zone violation, you know, on them. And that just becomes a policy call on our part in terms of meeting this request. But you're saying technically it can be done either way.
Either way, yeah.
It's a question of whether we want to live with that.
That's correct, Supervisor Bennett.
The injection well is no longer part of the project then. It was going to be used to inject wastewater, correct?
That was the project description we analyzed.
And now the wastewater will be...
Well, the wastewater that could have gone in that well, all the fluid that was produced on that site was used to account for truck trips. So there's no change in our environmental analysis. We didn't assume that any barrels at all would go into that well. That was a request by the applicant to have a well there that could potentially be used for wastewater disposal in the future. We did not conduct any of the analysis based upon that well disposing of any water.
So it will be trucked out?
It'll be trucked out.
There's not storage or something? But the other question I have is, they will have to come back if they want to do other kinds of well stimulation or fracking. They don't have the ability to do that. Is it explicitly written in a condition that they don't have that authority?
Supervisor Parks, yes, it is.
Thank you.
They have to come back and modify the permit, and that was basically a direction of your board.
The question was, though, is it explicitly written in the condition that they can't?
Yes, it is.
Okay, that was what I wanted to hear. Thank you. And then Supervisor Bennett, you weren't here when we did our disclosures. You also didn't have any contact? Or...
Yes, since our last hearing, I've had no
Thank
contact
you.
with either side. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Baca. That answers my questions. Anyone else? All right, then let's go then to the appellant. And we have Ms. Rivers is going to speak. You have 10 minutes, if you'd like.
Yes, I'm Kimberly Rivers, Executive Director of CFROG. And regarding the conversation that was just taking place, I'll say that CFROG supports that condition as staff wrote it. And the change that was just suggested by Mr. Goldenring, I would argue that, again, that's another change that's happening right now, and we haven't had time to review it or properly comment on it. And again, we support staff's writing of, I believe that's condition 62, regarding abandonment of Nesbit 2. And your clerk told me to hand these to you when I came up. So thank you for reopening the public hearing to consider the new information. It came to light since November 1st. Just as a matter of procedure, we understood that the board deliberations were being continued to today. And then yesterday at 4:20 p.m., we got that email notifying us that public comment was going to occur. And we would just ask the question that, or make the suggestion that it's helpful to know when the 10-day notice is required for public hearing and when it's not required. Our constant objections to the analysis of this project remain regarding segmentation, cumulative impacts, and issues regarding the trucks. And in addition to that, the project description has now changed, and we submitted a letter on October 11th to the board regarding that. CEQA requires the full analysis of an accurate project description, and that's now been changed. We also feel that reasonably foreseeable potential impacts have not been properly analyzed. We know the applicant can and will change their mind, right? We've seen that a lot of times with this project. And those possibilities need to be part of the CEQA analysis, and we feel that they have not been part of it. We also don't see a communication between county agencies and the water board, and we're just taking this opportunity to make that suggestion. One example is that we still don't see that the Water Board has been informed about that historic sump on the Nesbit portion of the CUP as required by law. The sump issue, we feel it does remain. I'm happy about the abandonment condition, and we hope that that has the same enforcement mechanisms and consequences related to abandoning the injection well. And we're asking the board to send the project back for full CEQA compliant analysis based on this and all of our segmentation and cumulative impact concerns. And we're also asking for our appeal fees to be returned. We feel like this permit has been greatly improved and enhanced and modified based on the appeals, changes that would not have happened without the appeal, and we feel that refunding the fees is warranted. And I'm stopping early.
Thank you. And there have been enough substantive changes that have warranted the reopening of this public hearing too, and that the continuation to here did not have to be renoticed because it was a continuation from the previous meeting as opposed to a new meeting. The next speaker then we have is Helen Conley, followed by John Brooks.
Thank you very much, Board. And I'm sorry for this long day. And I've had a long day also, actually.
And actually, it is 3 minutes for the speakers after that. Go ahead.
Right. I'm
Yes.
usually short, right?
You say so.
So I like short. Short is better. Thank you for delving into this issue appropriately. Thank you for looking at what we've presented to you. We feel, as a local organization, that we have some credibility. We do talk to experts. We don't come in here just to complain. We have found many problems with the permitting of these oil wells over the last 3 years, not just this one, but all the others that we have looked into. So we want to commend you for looking into this. That being said, I'd like to state that I do think this is a bit of an illegal hearing in that the notice was not given properly. There was not a 10-day notice, and there are probably some legal precedents here that have been overlooked or discarded, but thank you very much.
Thank you. Could I actually have County Council address that particular issue?
Yes, Chair Parks, you accurately described the lack of noticing requirements because this was a duly continued public hearing and to a date certain and time certain, so we weren't required to provide another 10-day notice.
If this was still the same day and we had closed the public hearing, would we have been legally allowed to reopen the public hearing later in that day, even, if we were...
Later in the same day?
Yeah.
Yeah, if the board informed everyone that's what was going to happen. When you close the first hearing? Is that what you mean?
Well, let's say we close the public hearing. It seems like sometimes we've done that. We've closed the public hearing, and then for some reason we wanted to take more public testimony. We reopen the public hearing. That's
at the same time.
That's fine
yeah.
also.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
And this was a time specific too when we continued it, so the people at the hearing knew exactly when it would be heard, even though we're running a little late. So.
Correct, and I guess I would just also point out that we provided the Brown Act notice as well, so that was,
Thank you.
was on the agenda.
Okay, so Mr. Brooks, and
Yes.
then he'll be followed by Carol Holly.
And I too thank you for reopening the public hearing because obviously the project has changed greatly. I am John Brooks. I live in Oakview. I'll offer really brief comments. First of all, how many times can the same method be used to avoid proper review and analysis? The applicant now seeks once again to use the abandonment strategy to gain your approval. Seriously? I mean, even with the use inauguration, the only reason we're here today on appeal is because the same company promised to abandon all 3 of these wells 3 years ago after getting caught violating the no-tanker terms of the original CUP. That's why we're here. They were successful then in hiding the true intent, which was to never abandon these wells. I explained that to you. Today, the application, staff analysis, and SEIR specifically covers only the restart of 2 production wells and the waste disposal well. Now that's been removed. There's no information, no analysis of that historic and huge old sump on the Nesbit property. Look at your map and see where it was. For years and years, wastewater and chemicals were deposited in that sump. There's been no testing below. I know that the Nesbitt well has been tested, but that's a great deal distance away from where the gravity would pull whatever was dumped into that sump. There needs to be testing and analysis of that historic sump. It has not been done, not even in the analysis. It was Seafrog that informed you of the investigation into possible contamination of a non-exempt aquifer by this disposal well. You saw that, and thank you, and it's something that still has to be resolved. Instead, Murata tries to use the same abandonment issue to remove this controversy. Before, remember, it was they couldn't use the Koningstein Road, so we'll abandon the wells. Now it's they can't use the waste injection well, so we'll abandon it. I mean, how many times is this going to go on? And this is my question to you. And even if you believe them, they've also told the Water Board in a letter that we provided to you that they may restart that well at a future date as a production well. They sent a letter to the board. My head is spinning at this point, trying to remember who said what, who promised what, and who blatantly reversed their promises that were actually written as conditions of approval. Remember condition 27 that they violated. Now it's condition 62. You have only one possible action, I believe, today, based on all this monkey business. Pass a motion to grant the appeal, return our fees, instruct the applicant, if they so choose, to refile it based on a specific project description that we can study, you can study, and mitigations can be ordered if needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Brooks. The next speaker is Carol Hawley, followed by Andrew Whitman.
Good afternoon. My name is Carol Hawley, and I live in Upper Ojai. Mr. Bacchus said that we have before us a modification of LU 110041 CUP, and you can make any changes you want to either the Nesbitt lease or the Hearth lease. Seafrog believes that for purposes of this CEQA review, it's been artificially segmented just because it's two leases. There's no other reason. But on the Hearth lease, you currently do have two sumps that are actively permitted by APCD. Those sumps, first of all, I don't understand why APCD permits a sump. I understand they're concerned about the air pollution that could possibly happen if the sump weren't covered, but all they care about is it covered? So who cares about the integrity of the sump? The Water Board went and inspected, but if you look at the APCD reports on those two sumps over the last, I think 1999 was the year they started doing inspections, every one of them say that those sumps are inoperable. They're covered with dirt. There are weeds all over them. They haven't been used. Mr. Price is correct. He hasn't used those sumps. In fact, when he purchased the CUP, he immediately went in and put in above-ground tanks. It was the prior operator that used them as sumps. But the whole issue is, what now? Have those sumps caused groundwater pollution? We don't know. No one has tested any groundwater in the area. So the issue isn't closed. It's still an open issue. There was a large waste disposal permitted by the Water Board during the 80s on that CUP. We don't know. Nobody's looked at that area and said, yes, it's okay to approve this permit. And I think Supervisor Long, at the last meeting, you indicated that you only had land use permitting opportunities, and that was the extent of what you could do. And I would just offer that is really huge. That was the leverage that caused this injection well that's been, I assume, injecting into a non-exempt aquifer for years to be abandoned. So there is leverage in your permitting process. And once you permit this permit, that leverage is gone. It's left to 3 guys sitting in a Water Board office in L.A. to follow up and figure out what they're going to do. So I would suggest that what you do matters, and you do have some leverage. It's your choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hawley. Andrew Whitman, followed by the last public comment speaker, Annalise Anderle.
Thank you. I'm an Ojai resident. I grew up on Koningstein Road. My mother still lives on Koningstein Road. And so I'm concerned that particularly the water, but traffic also, but the water, her property, there's no other source but surface water and groundwater to allow that property to be habitable. So I endorse everything that Ms. Rivers said in terms of the objection that this isn't going to a full environmental review. And I wanted to talk actually about this whole idea that you can defer your analysis to these other agencies who may or may not in the future be considering the approval of moving forward on these projects. The deferring environmental assessment to a future date runs counter to the policy of CEQA, which requires environmental review at the earliest feasible stage in the planning process. Environmental problems should be considered at the point when the planning process where genuine flexibility remains, and a study conducted after approval of a project will inevitably have a diminished influence on decision making. So when you decide we're not going to look at this issue because Doggerish will look at it at someday, you lose the ability to have influence at this early stage to make a comprehensive decision. It's improper to defer formulation of mitigation measures until after project approval. I think it's noteworthy that Dogger, in a LA Times article in 2015, was identified as actually entirely failing in its job, particularly with respect to monitoring and making sure that water was not being injected into protected aquifers. They failed, absolutely. So it's another reason not to defer to them. And the analysis that your staff is asking you to take puts a lowest common denominator bar on your decision about health and safety. You have the discretion. It is not contrary against the law for you to look at these safety issues and decide that a higher threshold of safety should apply to your citizens than the county has sought to impose through regulations enforced by these other agencies. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whitman. And then the last public comment speaker, Annalise Angeli. Hello.
Good afternoon, Chairman Parks and the board. I was going to talk about the exempt aquifer issue and the Nesbitt number 2, but now all of that's changed. As of about 2 days ago, I assumed that the well would be perhaps used as a redrill candidate or recompleted in a higher zone. Well, now Murata will be abandoning the well. And so I guess that's all moot. But for 9 years, from 2004 to 2013, the well, Nesbitt 2, was injecting water into a non-exempt aquifer. And it's true about the project approval letter that was given to Murata in 2004. It's now expired because it's over 2 years old, but nevertheless, they still would need to go before the Dogger and the Water Board and the Environmental Protection Agency in San Francisco to get an aquifer exemption to inject water into that old zone. So there's a lot of hoops to go through. Now, regarding the abandonment, it doesn't look like it's going to be much of a trouble because the well had been plugged in its zone using what's called a coiled tubing unit, which means that you just go down with a tube that comes off a reel and place the plugs. But there will be, and it doesn't look like there was a kill string put in the well, which means you don't need a rig on it. But it will require a coiled tubing unit, a bulk cement truck, a pump truck to mix, tanks. You'll have to bring in abandonment mud, and you'll have truck traffic pickup trucks going back and forth until the abandonment's done. And it looks like there's going to be 2 and perhaps 3 plugs placed. And I would estimate it would probably take 6 or 7 days to do the abandonment because each of the plugs have to be tagged. They have to be checked to make sure that they're in place and they're hard. So I'm just saying that when the abandonment occurs, there will be a lot of truck traffic. And one other thing, when the final plug is placed, that's the surface plug, that's not the end. The casing has to be cut off at least 5 feet below ground level. The cement and the annuli have to be assured to be placed. The well surface has to be regraded before a final letter is given to the applicant for the abandonment. Not when the final plug is placed. They don't get it until the entire well has been restored. The well site has been restored, including piping to the well.
Your timing is
and
is
power
up.
lines that may have been sent that way. Okay.
Thank you. And now 5 minutes each, if you'd like to take it from the applicant and the appellant, Mr. Goldenring, and then Ms. Rivers.
I'll be brief. What you heard is not inaccurate relative to what abandonment's involving, and it's all supervised by Dogger, and so that is why we're asking for that word to change. And I guess my only comment is the folks who are opposing all of this may be frustrated with oil in general or may not like the oil industry, but I don't think you've ever seen or heard of Mr. Price going sideways with your staff or stacking up a bunch of notices of violation or not doing what he's supposed to do. There's no question that he's vacillated around this well. It's a very expensive process to drill a well. It was a very hard decision to make to say, okay, I'm done. I just don't want to do this one anymore. That's a very expensive decision. He made it. He's done. And so we would ask that there be some good faith. We gave you the water tests. I think I could make that battle here today, but we're asking for one word change around about being able to go forward, and we're confident your staff will stay in touch with our client. He'll perform what he's supposed to do. Water board's going to watch, Dogger's going to watch, your staff's going to watch. So we're asking for that consideration around what we think is a huge give up, if I can call it that, around trying to move this small thing forward because it's just, it needs to end. So we'd ask for your consideration and your approval. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Goldering. And Ms. Rivers, did you want to use your 5 minutes too? Sure.
Again, we support staff's writing of Condition 62. And Supervisor Foy, you made a comment about wanting to trust the applicants and the operators, and we agree with that. And if we apply it to this situation, we know that this operator violated the CUP regarding the truck traffic for decades. And then Mr. Goldenring was just talking about, you know, all the agencies and staff that are going to be watching to make sure, who was watching to make sure those truck traffic conditions were being followed. The public is losing confidence in the system, in the people who are supposed to be monitoring the conditions of CUPs. And I think that this is a really great opportunity for the board to take a condition that was well written by staff and protect the public. Thank you.
Thank you. And seeing no other public comment cards, I'll go ahead, close the public hearing. Does staff have, looks like Mr. Bach is anxious to report to us on something.
Actually, I'm the least anxious person to appear at this podium in the room. I'd first like to say thank you, Supervisor Long. This will be the last hearing that I appear in front of you. And so I really appreciate your work on the board, as I do all of the board members. Now, I've buttered you all up, and I will continue. Well, what has changed in the project? It's now a 2-well project, not a 3-well project. The EIR, which is sitting over there and approximately 5 inches thick, covers all aspects of the project, and it completely covers cumulative impacts, there's no segmentation of impacts. We've looked at everything. And so we've looked at 40 years of truck traffic data in our analysis of cumulative truck traffic. We've had the County Transportation Department look at the key intersection, and you have substantial testimony from the County Transportation Director in the record. And so it involves one truck trip every 16 days. This change, taking out the injection well, doesn't change that finding. And I would point out that CEQA involves an analysis of physical effects on the environment due to the project that is before you, not environmental effects that may be a legacy from 40 years ago from other operators doing other things. So there is, at least it shows on one old pencil-drawn map, that there is some sump area that was used in the 70s, and it has nothing to do with the current operator. That's part of the existing setting. They're not touching it, and there's no evidence that we have that there's any pollution. And currently, that sump supports avocado trees. So we don't have any evidence, substantial evidence, which goes along with my favorite section of CEQA, 15064F5. The abandonment strategy was mentioned, and let's go back to 2013. The applicant wanted to have some more wells to be drilled on the CUP 3319 area, which is now the area that's before you, the Hearth and the Nesbitt leases. They could not establish that they had the legal right of access to the Nesbitt lease across private property. And staff's response, as it would be in any case, is that we can't grant you a permit to conduct a use on other people's property without their permission. So that's why Condition 27 ended up that these wells had to be abandoned. And as I pointed out in many a public hearing that I run, less elegantly than you run, but is that American citizens can petition their government for any reason. They can ask any question. They can ask for any modification. Should the applicant, after the Nesbitt number 2 well is abandoned, years from now or months from now, apply for a modification to reopen that well, that would come right back to the decision makers of the county in full discretion, and you're under no obligation to approve such a request. But they have the right to ask. And so that's the status of any time somebody asks for a permit modification. I did check on the abandoned sump, by the way, that's on the Nesbitt lease itself. I did check with the Water Board, and Jonathan Swickla, who's an engineer at the Water Board, and in fact was one of the authors for the various letters that have gone out to all the oil companies. They're not concerned with that. That is not the responsibility of the current operator who acquired the site in 2003. They're not required to go back and dig around in these old sumps. That's not what the Water Board's recent efforts are about. They're about sumps that are actually being used or could be used currently.
Excuse me, Mr. Baca. County Council, I just want to ask, are you in agreement with Mr. Baca and on that in terms of our CEQA, what we're required to do under CEQA?
Yes, the reinjection well has been taken out of the project description, and so therefore in CEQA parlance, it's not reasonably foreseeable that the well will be used for anything because it's required to be abandoned.
Thank you.
And I would like to finally, I did talk with Dogger, since this is a, your board and the county has land use authority, and since you would not be granting land use authority for the sumps on the Hearth lease or directing staff to implement Condition 49, it goes to Dogger as the agency that is responsible for the abandonment of oil field facilities. And under 14 CCR 1776B, I put that in the record. It's part of the law. It has to be abandoned in accordance with Department of Toxic Substance Control and Regional Water Quality Control Board requirements. And in a practical matter, what would happen is that when that is to be abandoned, the regional board would require a couple of borings to be drilled on either side of the sump 5 feet out of the side of the sump and 5 feet below the bottom of the sump, and be tested for any hazardous materials or contaminants. If none are found, then all the state agencies would require is that the sump be buried. You wouldn't have to remove it because it's inert concrete. So that's the procedure. If toxic materials were found in actionable concentrations, then they'd be required to do a closure plan through DTSC and the regional board. So there is a procedure set up for what they're going to do with the sump.
You said item 49, and before you talked about 45. Did you mean to say 45?
I did mean to say 45. I've had a long day like you have.
Are there any questions for Mr.
Just,
Baca?
if I could, just to reiterate what I believe was said, the request by the applicant to change in condition 62 to change the zoning clearance for use inauguration, whichever occurs first, to whichever occurs later. And your evaluation of that is that no harm, no foul, in essence, that they will have to follow through with the plugging and suspending of that abandoned well under Dogger guidelines regardless, and this way they can start operation of the other 2 wells and proceed. Is that basically, other than if they violate, then we are back into notice of bad doing, bad actor. Right? Did I say that right?
Chair Parks, Supervisor Long, you have it correct.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, and I believe the way you asked it, I think his point was that's really a policy call. He doesn't have an opinion one way or the other.
That's correct.
Yeah. So I'm going to offer this as to throw it out there at the end of a long day, and that is my concern is that if you that it's important for the board to keep its credibility when it comes to applying CEQA. And if we get overly, I believe that staff has done a good job in terms of the application of CEQA. And I think some of the requests that we have now to send this back would not be a credible move for the Board of Supervisors to send this back for a full CEQA review. I mean, once the injection well is taken out, it's hard, it's just from a common sense standpoint, it's hard to tie that to the water. And so I appreciate County Council saying that, et cetera. So I'm as concerned about what kind of, I'm concerned about us doing the right thing and also concerned about protecting the board from legal action. If we sent this back, I think we would be exposing the board to legal action. At the same time, we have the potential, challenges that we haven't noticed this properly, et cetera. And if we accept this change that has not had a chance to be reviewed, so I'd be inclined to not accept Mr. Goldenring's change on 62, but make the motion to approve the 2 production wells under the recommendation of staff. If this was really critical, I think that it's something that could have been worked out with staff, beforehand. But I would add that the 2 sumps, unless you're telling me, if you or County Council are telling me different, that we would make the finding, as we talked about before, that the 2 sumps on the Hart lease are abandoned, and within the context of condition 45, staff should direct action to compel the destruction according to 45 within a year. So that you said that was a reasonable time, 6 months to a year. I think that would be reasonable for the applicant in terms of doing that's supposed to be done, and so that we're sure that we get that done and we don't have that destruction according to whatever Dogger says that should happen. So anyway, that's what I'm comfortable with.
Let me just ask you a quick question. Yeah. Did you say these sumps aren't even on this lease area or what?
Supervisor Foy, the sumps are on the Hearth lease, and the Hearth and Nesbitt lease are together governed by the same conditional use permit that is before your board today to modify. So this is the opportunity, if you're going to change something on that permit area, today's the opportunity, because the permit covers both the Hearth and Nesbitt leases.
And so by getting rid of the sumps, if we didn't get rid of them, what would happen?
Well, frankly, we've just recently received testimony that they've not been used for 19 years, and it would be perhaps a judgment call by the planning director as to whether they're abandoned, and we would implement that condition anyway. I'd prefer to be told by the board to do it.
Okay. So I'm just in the sense, if they were found to be abandoned, normally then they're asked to be taken out after a period of time.
That's the
normal
conditions of
process.
approval on the existing permit. And in fact, that condition was on the previous permit.
So
we're
in
not
other words,
doing
they're
it.
already late on that, so I think the board protects itself from not enforcing the previous thing.
Sure, we're just not adding anything, but it's just what's been going on.
All right. So that's the motion that I would make.
I'd like to second, but I have a question. Brian, you know, one of the speakers mentioned about a health and safety issue. And on page 5 of 18, and number 4 says that the proposed development would not be detrimental to the public interest, health, safety, convenience, or welfare. And I know that one of the individuals mentioned that there was a safety issue. Is that, can you, share a little bit more about number 4?
No, we haven't
page
voted.
5 of 18?
Well, I don't know which page 4 you're referring to, Supervisor Zaragoza.
How did that get voted?
Page 5 of 18.
It's late.
Page 5 of 18, I'm sorry. Anyway, it says right there that the proposed development would not be detrimental to the public interest.
We have
Page
not
5 of 18.
identified a significant safety hazard as a result of this project, or a significant hazard in terms of pollution or hazardous waste.
Okay.
Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh.
Okay, well,
I wasn't laughing at that.
She was laughing at me.
okay, thank you.
Yes, the error of our clerk, because of his fat finger, all bandaged up. So there is a motion on the floor, but the motion maker stepped out for a moment. Okay, and that was with the conditions as recommended by staff and the alternate or adjusted application before us. Comments from others?
Well, I appreciate where everybody's coming and some of the things that have to be done with the sums, but I still struggle with the idea that even Mr. Baca said that, it doesn't make any difference which way we go here. It's a policy issue. So I hate the idea that we're trying to, quote, penalize an opportunity for a businessman to do this kind of thing. Nothing's changing. So it seems I don't know, I just don't like that process of what we're doing. Because if we could just flip it the other way. We could move forward with all the things that Supervisor Bennett said, and we wouldn't have the same issue, and they would be held to the same standards. Nothing would change. And so, I mean, that's a struggle piece for me. So, just my comment.
Did you want to comment? Didn't look like it. Oh, and I'm at the same place I was, I guess, with the Agnew Murata lease. The original EIR way back when, and it indicated that Cohenstein Road was not safe because of the turning, that you have to actually cross the yellow line onto Cohenstein from the 150 intersection. There's a record of our county transportation department at that time opposing it, and as well as Caltrans recently indicating their concern also, suggesting that the road be widened because you shouldn't have big tanker trucks crossing over a yellow line. And that's, to me, is the bottom line of it, is that we go through a lot of effort in our county to make sure that you don't even have a half-inch lip on a piece of sidewalk. Here you've got tanker trucks crossing a yellow line. And I just don't see that as safe. And, one of the findings we have to make is it is safe for the public. It's a judgment call. My judgment on this one is I don't think you should be having that movement. It was the whole basis for not allowing the use of that road to begin with, and why they went and used the other road. So I'm sticking with the original position with the county, and also with the additional evidence we saw previously, and front page of this report just showing tanker truck crossing the yellow line going into the bridge. So that's my concern. We shouldn't be encouraging that. So we do have a motion and a second. Supervisor, want to
going to get into a discussion on that.
No.
Right.
I think you have a snapshot in time. There's not 100% of the trucks making that turn, crossing that line. There's no evidence of that. I think you see tanker trucks cross lines throughout the roads everywhere
And I
on
would think-
occasion, and
I would think we all cross the line sometimes, we do those things too, so.
So if we could all please vote, if
Yeah.
that's,
that's not the motion.
That's not it. So that's not, yeah. But also, I do want to say, Mr. Baca, I want to thank you for always being professional in what you do and how well you do what you do. And I know that from all sides, I've heard people say, man, I don't agree with that guy, but I got to respect that guy. And I've heard some people say, I agree with that guy.
Yeah.
So I guess that's the way you want it to be. You know, you can't always, it's not that way, but I just want to say thank you for all the professional job that you've done over the years that I've been here, so thank you.
I agree with that. You've been our in-house expert, and it's been appreciated, I'm sure, by the leadership team and the staff. And you know, you're probably in a good position when you get disagreement on all sides of your.
I've achieved that.
if we could all please vote on the motion, and that passes 4-1. Thank you for your work, thank you. And then we do have a request regarding appeals fee, which we would have to determine as a second motion. As a second vote. Well, I don't think that that was knowingly a part of the motion. I think that there is certainly, as a result of the appeal, there were changes made to the project which made it better, and I think that because of that, we should consider at least a refund or a partial refund.
I think we already
because
voted
of
on that, didn't we, Leroy?
You did, but you could reconsider it.
You'd have to have a vote to reconsider, then you'd have to have another. Okay, let's don't do that. I think we've already voted.
Well, I would be supportive of a partial refund, but I don't know where a motion to reconsider would go. But only a partial refund, it's not, we didn't fully uphold the appeal.
Right. So it was a $1,000 appeal fee, is that correct?
How much did we spend to do this appeal?
So regardless.
Democracy is expensive. I mean, the $1,000 doesn't cover the cost of it.
Or their costs either.
I think I see the applicant making the change as a result of a business decision.
I agree. I don't think anything
new
can do
information
with the.
or controversy.
Yeah, exactly. I agree with that.
And I can't make the motion because I was on the losing side, so it's up to someone else on it.
I'll make the motion to reconsider.
So, how much?
Well, it was 1,000, but I'd make the motion at $500.
John, I'm not sure I would do
So
that. Jim.
first,
I know.
the first motion would
He wants
be
to
the
know what I'm
motion.
gonna do.
The first motion is to reconsider
reconsider.
for purposes
You gotta let
of
it go,
looking
John.
at the appeal fee. And if we could please vote on the motion to reconsider. And that passes 3-2. And now, do you want to reinstate the
No,
motion?
isn't that a financial, doesn't that need 4/5 vote? Is that a financial thing?
Reinstate the motion, Supervisor Bennett, with the specification of the $500 refund.
I don't have to restate the whole motion. I can just make a new motion now, can I? All right, so now,
We're just reconsidering the denial of the appeal, return of the appeal.
yeah, return of the appeal.
So that's the
I'd
only
like to say
issue.
because of changes that came about during the appeal process and as part of the appeal process, I make a motion that we refund $500 to the applicants.
So is this a financial vote now? Does this need 4/5?
Majority vote.
Killing me, Leroy.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Can we please all vote on the motion regarding refunding $500 to the appellant, not the applicant? You're welcome. And that passes 3-2.
Your penalty, Leroy, is going to be another 3 hours here tonight.
Thank you, and I appreciate your input and everyone's work on this. I think it ended up being a better project for all your work. Apologize to staff for the lateness of the hour.
Mr. Baca.
And we have people waiting out there to continue our next, to continue a hearing which we started earlier in the day. We do have some cards if there are some individuals who still wish to speak. We will also be continuing the hearing on the rentals after this testimony today. So if you don't testify this evening, you can come back on the 13th when we'll have the deliberation on it. So at this time, people who might be out in the foyer and all would like to come on in. We'll go ahead, and if it looks like we have a couple of speakers left that want to speak to us this evening. And again, this is on the short-term rentals. And I have 58 or so cards, but I don't see 58 people in the audience. So how about if you tell me your name, I'll pull out your card, and you can speak if you'd like to speak on the short-term rentals, and you have not spoken on it before. Would you like to speak and you haven't spoken before on this? Please do, and if you can give me your name so I can pull out your card, and then you won't have to come back if you don't want to on the 13th to speak.
And if you come back on the 13th, you won't be able to speak, right?
Okay. So we are seeing a few more. Okay, Ms. Strum, it is your turn to speak. Okay. Ricky Strumfelt.
Correct.
Correct. I have your card, and you have 2 minutes.
Okay. My name is Ricky Strandfeld, and today I speak as both a licensed real estate agent and a homeowner in the unincorporated portion of the Ojai Valley. Zoning is the promise given to owners by the county when we purchase property. Zoning regulations state what is and what is not allowed within our communities. Residential and business owners base their future and finances on these parameters. As citizens, we trust they are honored by neighbors and enforced when required. Residential neighborhoods thrive on with these understandings in place, respecting our next-door neighbors, whether an owner or a tenant. On the other hand, commercial endeavors, hotels, and businesses flourish within corridors designed to handle the traffic, noise, limited natural resources, and cap the impact on quality of life. As an agent, my clients know their zoning and, like me, rely on the county planning information to move forward legally with our own properties and understand what our neighbors are entitled to do. Within the last several years, I have witnessed an increasing disregard for zoning regulations, and as a result, STRs have become a black market gold mine. Recently, in a residential neighborhood, I counted 15 beds in a non-owner-occupied home with unpermitted structures and converted garage. With a tightly configured driveway, I wonder how all the retreat folks where they were going to park, and how would a fire truck maneuver through all the cars. This is not an isolated incident. With these uncharacteristic intrusions kill the very reason STRs come to the Ojai Valley. The most successful are busy with new occupants every few days. They are in vacation resort mode. Many have little thought for the quiet neighbors they will never meet, while local residents want to know the person next door. Please do not give in to the few who have the most to gain financially and have purposely, with illegal intent, served their own best interest over others.
Thank you. And your time is up.
Okay.
Appreciate your
Lots of other
comments.
people got more time, but I am opposed to short-term rentals. Thank you.
Thank you. And would you give me your name, and you haven't spoken yet?
No, Andrew Stassi.
Okay, thank you, Andrew.
Hi, I'm a resident of the east end of Ojai, and my wife and I both have businesses in Ojai, have been there for a long time. It's a very symbiotic relationship between the unincorporated area and obviously the city of Ojai. Regarding housing, I just want to put a shout out for meeting our state responsibility to provide low-income housing. I don't think the full burden should be, in relationship to obviously this issue, but we have a moral, ethical, and legal responsibility to do a better job to provide low-income, affordable housing to both young, old, and middle-aged people. That being said, I have a concern regarding the people who have licensed their rental, tried to do what the county requested of them, gave them the green light, obtained their 146 licenses. My question is to the council, to county council. It's kind of smacks of an ex post facto type of situation. If these people have large investments, how you intend to handle that if you do intend to ban altogether short-term rentals. I realize there's a difference between hosting and not hosting, but the reality is that there are a number of people who have considerable investments in regards to, and then they did go through the county process to obtain their licenses and have an investment. And I'm curious if you could comment on how you intend, if you ban these types of rentals, how you intend on handling the people who legitimately went out and licensed their businesses.
Thank you. And then that is a good question, and one that we should definitely get a response to as we move forward. Is there anyone else who would like to speak who hasn't spoken yet? And that was Mr. Stas. And your name, sir?
George Martin. Ladies, gentlemen, thank you. Basically, I came all the way up from San Diego. I am supporting vacation rentals. I do have one in Silver Strand, and I also have one down south. And what I see going on, basically, in today's modern day and age, vacation rentals have been here 60, 70 years. I remember as a kid, my parents would rent something from an individual. Not until did really until the computers come around, did VRBO come around, AirNib, and so forth. All I'm saying is, I think you guys have to take a look at it. You have to look at the compliance. You have to look at the way it's structured. The little city that I come from, Cardiff by the Sea, I had to go through a heavy permit to get this approved. It took weeks to go through it. We kind of comply with that of Palm Springs. They too do very well. And the amount of TOT tax that come in is phenomenal. I mean, our city, we had problems with streets, we had problems with sheriffs, we had problems with everything. We don't anymore. Hey, all of a sudden, a few $1 million come in. There's many things that I'm going to try to make it short, even beyond the 49 minutes or seconds. It just, Mr. Bennett, basically, highest priority, again, it's structuring it properly, having the people there to oversee it and make sure and everybody's abiding to it. Basically, I'm sure you're aware of it, Arizona, Maryland, and Alabama, they've ruled about personal residence. It's not considered a commercial property, and they still allow vacation rentals. And then even the city of Carlsbad, where I live, the attorneys are backing off because coastal commissioners coming in. A lot of San Diego right now, coastal commissioners, okay, I'm done. Coastal commissioners coming in, so just be prepared.
Thank you.
They will.
And that's George Martin, right?
Yes.
Thank you,
All
Mr.
right?
Martin.
But just look at the money.
I hear you. And would you like to speak? And if you can give us your name and...
John Whaley.
Okay.
My name is John Whaley. I have lived in the Ojai Valley the unincorporated part of Ojai Valley for 27 years. I live across the street from a vacation rental. This last summer has been the worst in 4 years of operation. Sheriffs have visited frequently. Renters are there to party. It is used for anything, rented to anyone that is willing to pay. That's quality of life in my neighborhood. I am also a long-term rental owner. My tenant has lived there for 20 years. At move-in in 1996, a single mom with young children, now grandma with grandchildren. She has cared and nurtured elderly neighbors for years. Rent is below market. Increases are what she can afford. I call that preserving neighborhood quality of life. For 10 years on Thursday nights, I have run the kitchen at the Ojai Family Shelter in Ojai. I have made many friends, homeless and volunteers. Housing affordability is one cause of homelessness. In the last few seasons, we have seen more families that have been displaced due to affordability in Ojai. Some cases were directly due to investors purchasing long-term housing with conversion to short-term for profit. My daughter graduated from college in May, came back to teach math at Nordhoff High School, where she graduated from. On a first year's teacher salary, she cannot afford to live on her own. She could be renting one of several guest houses in our neighborhood that are now short-term rentals. Senate Bill 1069, the California Affordable Housing Bill, was signed into law September 2016. This bill was motivated by the affordable housing advocates at the state level. It rolls back requirements on second-unit dwellings to help provide additional rental housing stock in residential zones. This bill, coupled with a prohibition of STRs in the Ojai impact area as presented in your report, would increase the affordability and the supply of housing in Ojai. Without it, it could work against the state bill by making it easier for STR owners to expand, thus increasing the negative effects STRs are already having on affordability in Ojai. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Whaley.
Mr.
Supervisor
Whaley?
Bennett?
Mr. Whaley? Mr. Whaley? I'm sorry, yeah. I know one of the issues out there is the issue of evidence that it's affecting the affordable housing stock. So your daughter teaches at Nordhoff and would be willing to rent a room with maybe without even a kitchen, so that she could live in Ojai close to Nordhoff. Is that what you're saying? And
If it was something that worked for her, yeah.
And she hasn't.
No, it's just what she's first year teacher salary in Nordhoff.
Right.
The pay there is so low because they don't have the enrollment. The STRs have affected students coming in. It really, in the report that Chris did.
Affects the supply of those rooms that she could rent. Thank you.
Yeah.
Is there anyone else who would like to speak who hasn't spoken and whose card I have? Okay, not seeing any. Then we will go ahead and continue the other 50-so speakers and our deliberation to December 13th at 11:30. And that will be our closing to our Board of Supervisors meeting, and we stand adjourned.
Johnny, you may not make it to your coronation at that.
Can we have a motion to continue it? Can we have a motion to continue? Madam Chair, can we have a motion to continue? I think that would be best.
To the Board of Supervisors, let's go ahead and actually have that motion instead of just saying that it's continued. I'll move that we continue the item to December 13th at 11:30. Do we have a second?
Yes.
And this will be as an open hearing. We have a motion and a second to continue the meeting to the 13th at 11:30. If we could all please vote.
I do have a question. I thought we said the other thing ends at 11:30?
The other things end at noon.
Ends at noon.
But officially on the agenda, you can list everything at 11:30 and it'll just.
Right, just like everything else at
Yeah, but
11:30.
for people coming back, if we know we're not going to be getting to this until noon, it would be better to say noon. Right?
Would you like to modify the motion
No,
to noon?
I don't feel like we should modify it because that's what we told people. If you look at the agenda, what is at 11:30, it looks like we may be able to do it before noon.
We knew that we had an item starting at 11:30 when we told people that. But
We did know that.
And you've already had closed session, you're adjourning now?
tell people to come back at 11:30 when we know we're not going to be ready for that.